future of organizations in the upcoming decade. Esteemed panelists, honored guests, and aspiring future leaders of the business world. Good morning to one and all present here. With great enthusiasm, I, Anika Kapoor, and my co-anchor, Avantika, representing the IIM Jammu fraternity, extend a warm welcome to all of you as we embark on the 7th edition of our HR Conclave, HRC 7.0.
This year's theme, HR Revolution, Crafting the Next Decade, captures the dynamic shift in human resources. As organizations face unprecedented changes and challenges, HR professionals are called upon to innovate and adapt. This theme underscores HR's pivotal role in crafting the future by evolving practices and strategies that impact workforce management, employee engagement, and organizational success. Now we request Professor Jabir Ali and Dr. Baljit Singh, along with the dignitaries, to light the lamp to mark the commencement of the program and give a positive start to the event.
We request all our HR leaders and faculty members to join us on stage for the lighting of lamps.
अब ये रूम में बोलो डिस्कशन बंद करना कहीं से भी कोई दिख ही नहीं रहा है कि ये बलजीत कौन है ना
Thank you, everyone. With this, we would like to extend a very warm welcome to all the industry leaders joining us today. Now I request Dr. Baljit Singh, Co-Chairperson Placements, to deliver a welcome address introducing the HR Conclave.
We also request all our esteemed guests to take their seats. Thank you so much.
Respected Director, Sir, Professor Jabir Ali, Dean Academics, our HR professionals and industry leaders, my dear colleagues, and dear students. A very good morning and a very So I actually feel proud and an overwhelming response in standing in front of you and talking about this version of HR Conclave 7.0. So we are here and with our industry leaders who have joined us to embark on a journey to discuss, deliver, and help us in shaping the future HR leaders, the future HR professionals. When I'm saying this, I'm trying to put forward an important notion that is shaping future HR leaders. I would like to bring a context to this by bringing in picture a very important and significant concept which has been proposed in 1960s by Theodore Levitt. So there's a very famous article in marketing which talks about the concept of marketing myopia. And therein the concept talks about what business you are in. In the language of sales, aapka dhanda kya hai? And today, I, along with my colleagues, we proudly say that we are in the business of shaping the future HR professionals. And Theodore Levitt also says that in this journey of what business you are in, or what are you trying to do, what are you trying to achieve, there are certain enablers, or what we say, the change agents. And here I proudly again say that we have our HR professionals who enable us to shape this journey of shaping and molding the future HR leaders, or the future HR professionals. So this is the 7th version, as you can see, of our HR Conclave. And in the past 6 versions, we have been trying to achieve this shaping and molding of future HR leaders. And all our HR professionals have been of immense support and immense help in making this possible. In order to present a brief idea about this, what we have done is we have shared a brochure with you, which talks about the 6 versions of HR helped us in shaping these future generations and will continue to do so. Today, in this particular theme, we are talking about the evolution of the HR, and then we are talking about, and we are deliberating and discussing about how the future generations would behave and how the future domains of job would change and how these HR professionals and HR leaders are going to align our professionals in that direction. So with that, I thank all of you for sparing your valuable time and coming here to help us in futuring and in shaping these HR generations. Thank you so much. And I request all my students to take benefit of this particular event, talk to our HR professionals who have spared their valuable time in coming here and be with us in this shaping journey. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Now we request everyone to stand up for the national anthem.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल गंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
Thank you so much, everyone. We also thank Baljeet sir for introducing our event. We now request Professor Jabir Ali, Dean of Academics, IIM Jammu, to brief us all about our prestigious institute, IIM Jammu.
So thank you very much, students, and be comfortable, not a problem at all. So, don't carry away with some of the things which happens. This is always a part of life, right? So let me, Director sir and our industry colleagues, faculty colleagues, and dear student. I would like to welcome all our speakers here and panelists for this HR Conclave 7.0. We have been doing this program to strengthen our engagement with industry. As you know that whenever we talk about academia, we have to definitely look at how do we engage with the industry. And particularly if you talk about management education. So collaboration with industry, that becomes key for everything. So let me highlight few of the journey of IIM Jammu, the way we traveled in a very short span of time. You know that IIM Jammu got established in 2016 under Ministry of Education. And that all IIMs were also under the Society Act, and then they were just independent institutions. But after this, lot of changes happened, and I think you'll find a migration from PGDM to MBA program. After the establishment in 2016, in a short span, we added many programs like PhD. We started with IPM, that is Integrated Program in Management. We also started a program with IIT Jammu, IIM Jammu and AIMS, that we call MBA HAHM, Healthcare Management. Another program which is very interesting, and we are going to have the first batch next year, that is BTech from IIT, which is our neighbor, and then MBA from IIM. So we have 22 students who have already given their expression of interest, and they want to be part of it. And next year, they might be joining us directly in our MBA program. And then definitely for creating the this landscape at industry, we started other programs like EMBA, that we call Executive Program in Management, which is 2 years program, full-time with this online classes, but it's a very rigorous program where we do have multiple on-campus modules. Most of the exams are being done on the campus, so that we can create a kind of rigor in the program. It's a degree program. Another very interesting program which we started that's really coming up very fast, that is PhD program for working professionals. And the way this has been designed, which is having the course for a year, which is having the courses related to the area plus courses related to PhD, and the degree which we are going to give, there's no difference in terms of the kind of rigor which we are putting in this program, and the degree which we are going to get in case of doctoral program, that is equivalent or the same degree. There is no difference in terms of the degree which is being given to the regular program versus the working professionals. But the rigor is the similar, even the kind of criteria which we have set in terms of the publication and that thing the same. So this is another very interesting program which we have designed for working professionals, so that we can create a kind of engagement with them on continuous basis. Apart from that, the executive programs, that is another very, very interesting program, which is upcoming program now. When we were not having our campus, right, we had limited facility. Some of you might have visited our Canal Road campus, which was very small, but now we do have a facility which is state-of-art campus with all kind of integrated facility. Now we feel that we can definitely do much more in case of executive education. So we are already working. We have done many programs, and we are trying to strengthen this particular module a bit more so that we can create a lot of engagement with the industry. Apart from that, definitely the engagement with the industry becomes very critical, and we have got a lot of support from all of you. Let me also mention this, that from 2016, when we started, definitely there were a lot of difficulty in the beginning. I came here from IIM Lucknow, and we were mentoring that point of time. Even one of the year, we shifted the whole student to our Noida campus because we were having limited facility in Jammu.
Recording in progress.
Even in case of placement, other thing, everything was being done, in the Noida campus, right? But after that, now we don't feel that there's any kind of problem in terms of the infrastructure which we now created. And we hope that this kind of engagement will definitely go a long way. Even over the time, the kind of response which we got from industry, that is tremendous. And not only in terms of, say internship, placement, another thing, but also in terms of the kind of courses which are being delivered from the industry, that is increasing over the time. And we relate the industry so that we are not just, interacting for some of the events, rather we can also go for creating our curriculum together, we can deliver the courses together, and also even we have came this with a format that each and every area should have advisory board where industry representation should be there. We have already worked a bit on that, and we definitely need a lot of cooperation from your side so that this advisory board can become more vibrant, where each and every area can get a guidance, that kind of courses to be designed so that we can align the courses which are based on the industry requirement. I think we are moving in this direction, but that will happen only when we'll have collaboration from all of you. And we hope that with this kind of event, this kind of deliberation, we can explore the common relationship over the time. We look forward to have multiple collaboration from your side, and we hope that this 2-day of deliberation going to definitely give a lot of insight to our student. And I'll request all of my dear student that please be attentive in each and every session which are there. Try to be active and interactive, with these industry leaders. It's fortunate that they have come and traveled to us. I think each and every minute, should be utilized properly. Try to interact with them even here in this auditorium and outside. You can build your, dream based on that. So I hope that these 2 days going to be definitely full of excitement, full of learning. And after that, definitely you'll get some kind of direction to shape your career and to also target your growth path and grow faster. Thank you very much to all the industry leaders for being here. And we look forward to have a lot of deliberation, lot of learning from this 2-day program. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for your enlightening words of wisdom. Your insights are truly inspiring for all of us.
So, Director, sir, though he was there online, but we do have a meeting, urgent meeting at 10 o'clock, and because of which he had to travel. And he will be coming at 4 o'clock, and we are going to have dinner together in the evening. So, sir has, requested me to communicate to all of you that we are rushing for that meeting, but we'll be meeting, in the evening on dinner. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Now I request Dr. Tanu Datta, Placement Officer, IIM Jammu, to give the vote of thanks.
Good morning, all, and a warm welcome to HR Conclave 7.0 at IIM Jammu. First of all, I would like to thank our Honorable Director, Sir, Professor B.S. Sahai, for guiding us to organize this event at our campus. And this will be the second HR Conclave in this campus and the first one in this auditorium. I would like to thank Professor Jabir Ali Sir, Dean of Academics, for his guidance and support. I would like to thank Dr. Baljit Singh, who is the chairperson of the placement, for helping and supporting us and guiding us. I would like to take this opportunity to thank all the faculty members who have supported us and who will be supporting throughout this event directly or indirectly as coordinators and panel moderators of the various panel discussions. I would also like to thank the officers, staff, and all the students who are actively participating in HR Conclave 7.0. A very special thanks to all the industry leaders and the dignitaries who have taken all the efforts and took precious time out of their busy schedule and visiting IIM Jammu for HR Conclave 7.0. I would like to thank all of you for your consent and for active participation. And I'm sure you will enlighten us with your precious thoughts, experience, knowledge, and wisdom. Thank you, one and all. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir. Now it gives me immense pleasure to set sail on our sea of knowledge and exploration and begin with our first keynote speech. I request Rishita to come here and introduce our first speaker.
In the face of chaos, the greatest opportunity is to craft something extraordinary. This idea reflects the theme of our discussion today as we explore how to navigate the ever-changing work environment and turn it into an opportunity to create the most fulfilling job experience possible. As organizations undergo rapid transformations, the challenge lies in not just adapting to change, but in using it as a catalyst to design a workplace that fosters growth, engagement, and satisfaction. It is my pleasure to introduce Ms. Rajata Singh, a dedicated and results-driven professional at Kyndryl. With over 2 decades of experience in HR, unique blend of skills that enable her to drive business growth and innovation. Her passion for HR and commitment to staying ahead of emerging trends have earned her several accolades, including being recognized as one of the top 30 leaders by Forbes India and one of the most influential women leaders of India. Please join me in welcoming Ms. Rajata Singh as she guides us through today's topic. What if in the midst of all this change and chaos, you could create your best job experience ever? Now, I would request Dr. Mamta Tripathi, Assistant Professor, IIM Jammu, to kindly felicitate the guest. Thank you, ma'am. Now, before further ado, I request Rajata ma'am to take the session forward and guide us with her words of wisdom. Hello.
Morning, everybody. That's such a low energetic morning. Have you been up since 4? How many are up since 4? I'm up since 3:30. Show me some energy. Good morning. Okay, so now I think the session speaks a lot. And I believe in giving practical examples. So I want to talk a little bit about practice. Came in this morning from Delhi. Obviously, there's no direct flight from my city, that's Hyderabad. So had a sleepover at my Masi's place in Delhi, and then we took the first flight out to Jammu. Now, when I come here, with all due respect, the first thing that's most important to do without anything is the registration, because that is the protocol of how conclaves have been running all along. My first question to you, is a registration relevant in today's era when there is AI and other things? Do you need to write people's name and hand it over and say, here's your badge? Is anybody even reading my name? Question, think about it. So what I'm going to do in the next 15-20 minutes is to get you to think. The reason it's important to think is because I think we all need thinkers. We don't necessarily need doers of what's been happening from the time I started off my career. Things have changed. Change is inevitable, and which is why it's important. So I'm going to start off by this illustration is from Devdutt Patnaik. And he was one of the first chief belief officers of the Future Group. This image is 14 years ago. What he did, there was a series with CNBC TV 18, Sahil, I think you would know, was pertaining to Business Sutra. Okay, what does Business Sutra do essentially? It was talking about leadership, it was talking about Dharam Sankat, it was talking about what are the different things that we encounter on a day-to-day basis. So the very first one that I'm going to give you all, when you think about, I'm going to apply for a job and I'm going to get a new job, what am I going to do in it? Firstly, every job is a different job. What you do in that job versus what your friend, your best friend is doing in the job is going to be different because you're different. And this story goes back to, and I'm going to say it in my way, okay, not the Devdutt way, is that Ram had finished his graduation, just like you all, will finish his master's, went back home. Then there was one of the rishis who went to his father and he said, Janak, हमारे यहाँ पे एक स्थिति है, so please, I want I need help from you. He goes, sure, please go ahead, take my army, and I'm always supportive of you, so go ahead and they will help you out. He says, no, I'm going to take your sons. I'm going to take Ram along with me for sure. And then he goes, he's a little hesitant. Ram is also hesitant. He's like, why is he asking me to go? But he's like, Dad, he's come. I'll do it for you and I'll go. He goes there. And then he has to fight demons because these demons are essentially burning down the where all these hermits used to live and do their puja. And then he goes there and he very successfully kills quite a few of them. And then the Dharam Sankat came in when there was a woman. And he looks at the sage and he says, I don't know what to do about it because you have taught me in school I need to respect women. How can I kill her? And then he goes back and then he tells him, context is different. Here the woman was the leader of the demons and she was creating chaos. So when there is chaos around you, your judgment needs to come in, the context needs to be applied, and then you need to take things forward. So with that, I'm going to move on. Before I move on to the next slide, I have a question for all of you. It's a very three-pronged, very simple strategy. How many of you have a goal over here? A goal is a goal. It's not a false proxy, right? Can some of this, quite a few of you raise your hand. Can some of you just share what your goal is? There's no right or wrong. It's your goal. It's your baby. Nobody has a right to judge. Yeah, this is classic. Don't look at each other. Please go ahead. Can I pass a mic? Okay, go ahead.
So we handle two schools. One is a Marathi medium school and one is English medium school in Thane near Mumbai. So I want to contribute to that first, and then later on, I want to open up my own business as well.
Okay, very nice. Anybody else who wants to share their goal?
Blue zone. To retire as early as possible and to settle in a blue zone. I hope you know what a blue zone is now.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, thank you, ma'am.
We will complete, it's a very inclusive session, so everybody will get to speak. All the sides will get to speak. So last one over here. In corporate, there is this thing, you don't volunteer, you get voluntold. That's a very old joke, but it's still relevant. Okay, since nobody is raising a hand, Deepak, can I request you to pass it on over here to the gentleman? Are you wearing a pink or a peach shirt?
I'm audible. So, ma'am, my dream is to start my own company. First of all, I want to experience the corporate world about 5-6 years. Then I'll start my own company. Thank you.
Badhiya. What do you guys think of your friends' goals? Are you inspired to make a goal for yourself? Will you write it down and say to yourself every day that this is my goal, this is what I want to do, and this is how I will get to? How many of you believe in affirmations and manifestation? Arey wow, that's very nice. I see only one hand go up over here, the others don't. Anyways, the second is schedule when and where you'll take action. Right? You said that you will first do the CSR bit, then you will go. You said that you wanted to first be, 5-6 years in corporate and then go to do your own thing. I think the timing of it is very important. And that level of clarity of what job I'm going to do becomes equally important. So think about that. And the last point is set an appointment to update your friend of where you are. It's not your family, it's not anybody, it's your friend, because your friend is the one who's the most uninhibited when it comes to giving feedback and is also very genuine. I'm not saying ki do a showbazi, but at least pick the right people and then move forward. So the point I'm trying to make here is jobs are changing. Okay, the reason I'm also saying that it's going to be chaotic is because we ourselves don't know where we are heading. How many of you know of Gen AI? How many of you know of cognitive AI? What are the jobs? What's happening to companies and jobs with companies? Any idea? What's happening on the ethics part of AI? And then there is silence. So this is just to awaken you with regards to be a little more aware what's happening in the industry. Life is not necessarily hunky-dory, but then at the same time, I have this, saying which my ex-boss told me, which is not his original, but somebody else told him, is that a fool with the tool is still a fool if he doesn't know how to use the tool. You need to be ahead of what is coming. It is chaotic. We don't know what's going to come. We don't know how things are going to shape up. But then if you, from a thinking capability, what differentiates you from machine is that you have a unique creative mind. Start to use it. So what's going to happen in the job market is this. This is called the Banti Bhojan in South India. I come from South, so I wanted to show you some culture of that. You're going to have a lot of varieties. Every variety is a good idea, okay? And everything complements the others. I can assure you, there's not a single thing that you will. You either win or you learn. There's nothing called you lose. I'm a firm believer of that. So if you look at it from that standpoint, I think what's important is when you're applying for jobs, please think, how are you applying for jobs? Are you trendy enough? There are certain people who use chat GPT. There are certain people who just use barcodes and say, if you just scan my barcode, you get to know everything about me, my interests, etc. And if you go on and if you read a little more about, say, for example, how am I actually going to go and conduct myself in front of people, right? Then think about it. I'll give you a very classic example, okay? I'm a very this morning, and I told the team, I'm going to put a deck together. I need some time. They're like, no, you can go live. I said, no, I want to put some images. Please give me 5-10 minutes. I'll put it together. So you will have jobs and you will have circumstances where you need to make a choice of what's important and what's not. And then the most important, how many of you have heard of Ikigai? Very good. How many of you have heard of Kokoro? This is your new Ikigai. So this essentially is originated from the Chinese proverb. It also has a Japanese connect. Essentially what it tries to tell you is that put your heart and mind in what you like. It could be anything. Anything as simple as, so I'd gone to Pune, I'd gone to a place called Kopargaon. I don't know how many of you know, it's in Maharashtra. And there I met this guy who came along with his car and I said, "Kya kiya hai?" "Madam, MBA kiya hai." I said, "To MBA ke baad ye kya kar rahe ho?" "I love cars. I love driving cars. I love talking to people and taking them around." I said, "Fabulous. But आपको लगता नहीं है कि आपके 2 साल waste हो गए?" I'm sorry, I'm talking in Hindi for those of you who don't understand. So I asked him, are you wasting your 2 years doing something like this? And he says, "No." I said, "Why?" He says, "This is my fastest way of learning. My business today is over 1.5 crores turnover." I was shocked. I said, "How many cabs do you have?" And he goes, "I just have about 5, but I have aggregated just like Ola and Uber. And I pay a cut to them and then I come out with it." So the point I'm trying to make is there will be companies that will come, there will be offers that will come, but if you are not 100% aligned to it, it's going to be very, very tough. I'll give you my journey as I close, and then I'm going to open it up for Q&A. I was never supposed to be in HR. I didn't even know what HR stands for. And I was supposed to be a cardiac surgeon. And my dear mother decided that I'm not going to leave my daughter in a hostel. So she will study where I am. So I stayed back in the city. And I ended up doing vocational, specialized in foreign trade. Very reluctantly, I've always been a topper. The first year of college, my percentage dropped to 63%. And everybody in the house was like, "Oh my God, what's happened? She's definitely in depression. Her scores have come down so badly." Okay, I finished my scores and I wanted to do my master's because in our household, if you don't study further, you get married. And I did not want to get married. So my goal was not from a business family. I will do something on my own. And I did it. Okay. And then the first 1 year of corporate life was a struggle. My director of HR walks in on my first day. He introduces himself and he says, "I'm so and so." And I'm like, "Hello, how are you?" and all that. Very casual attitude. Ki haan chalta hai types. He went in to the managing director went into the director HR's cabin and he says, "What did you do to HR?" That was his first reaction when he saw me. And then the other guy obviously got concerned. He called me in and he said, "This is a job. You need to take it seriously, blah, 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 blah." And then at that time, mind you, things were very clear. Things were, that this is HR, this is shared services, this is COEs, there will be a generalist profile, and then, you need to be around it. Most of you, if you're from HR, you would know the Ulrich model, right? So it was based as the Ulrich model. And it was very structured, so there was no chaos. And I was like, okay, I will give it a shot if it works out. If it doesn't work out, I'm okay, I'll try something else. But then slowly, when I started to see the impact that's happening on people's life, then I said, I want to be here. I want to learn and I want to do something different. So in essence, the industry is not going to settle. Okay? The jobs will not come knocking on your door and say, this is the job that you like. Make a choice. If you want to pick a job which you don't like, just because you're getting a job, there are certain obligations. And later on, stabilize yourself and look at something else. I think that's the way to go. Nobody expects a 20 years or 10 years in any company anymore. My first job, I stayed for 22 years. My first job. This is my second switch in my career, the new one. So I think what's important is you will learn if you're open to learn. And with that, I'm going to open it up for questions if there are any. So I'm from Excel. In Excel, there used to be this thing. Professor Gango was the most dreaded statistician that we had. He would say, मेरे lecture के बाद, if you don't ask me a question, only two things. एक तो पूरा समझ आए या पूरा सर के ऊपर गया. One of the two if you don't ask questions. So, which one is it, A or B? Very smart. The faculty and the team for inviting.
If anyone has any questions, they can raise their hands and ask. Oh, there's a question there. People.
It was nice, quick bites for all of us. Thank you, Rachita. And I'm Nitin, faculty here. I have a very different question because when you talk about chief people officer, with AI and everything, it's not about just people. It's about people and technology together. So what are different things that chief people officer would be looking into when it talks about AI agents to be working together with technology and people, with how policies would change and your role specifically would change in this respect?
I was going to say out of syllabus, that is very much in syllabus question, so I will answer that. So from a CPO standpoint, AI is important, okay? But it also depends on the maturity of the organization from an existence standpoint, from a policy standpoint, and from a processes standpoint. Most importantly, leadership standpoint. If I come back, and so let me give you an example, right? Kyndryl is a spin-off of a company called IBM. It carries 100 years of legacy. The average age in the company is the oldest that I've ever been to. It's a little over 32, 33 years. Typically, 7 at the most. I don't think it exceeds that. So if you were to implement AI, I think is a tool which we need to see the relevance and the efficiency of it. Because A, there's a lot of investment that goes in from the company standpoint. B, everybody loves the term ROI. So what's the ROI I'm giving to the business and how much people are becoming more productive? And what smarter work is my HR team doing if I've implemented AI? That's the question. So essentially, I can tell you what I've done. As a start, we've consolidated 480 odd systems into one system in HR. That was the first base step of transformation, which is now Workday. Now, in Workday also, while it is quote unquote supposed to be, the top 3, top 5 in the world, the business leaders don't like it. They're like, for this process, you have to go back. There's this security. I'm not able to view this. What is all this? You're just adding more, headache on my head. So automating things, for me, for Gen AI, what I have done, what makes me successful in the role is that I've used things like insurance. I've used AI in insurance by way of tracking health, by way of pushing personalized messages to people who need, support. We don't do the typical EAP. So this is very specialized, and only if we think that you need it, you get a nudge from the system automatically. So before I joined, there was a lot of stress because it's a spin-off. It's the world's largest spin-off in the last decade plus. We've had, in terms of deaths in the system, of people, almost about, when I joined, was 70 plus. Now, I'm very pleased to say that this year, from Jan till date, because I'm tracking it personally, I mean, that's the last thing that you want your people to, succumb to. The numbers come down to 7. So there's a huge shift where AI essentially helps you get to it. Prevention is better than cure. So on the preventing act. The other thing what we do is on leaves. We essentially help people apply leaves. We also nudge managers when they're not supposed to call their people when they're on leaves. Yeah, but obviously there are a lot of Insta reels of different, I will not quote the banks, but different banks, how they treat their people. So something on those lines. We're also using automation on payroll. We're also, so most of the COEs we are trying to automate, like the compensation system, right? If the philosophy is clear, we are not really changing any of the LTIs, that's the long-term incentives, or we are not really changing anything on, what do I want to call it? The variable pay and, things like that, other than the wage code. So just implementing those and automating those processes are what makes a difference. What we've also started is something called a moodometer. On a daily basis, if I want to sit and get to know how is my population feeling, what do I need to do about it? It's not a pulse survey. Just give me a feeling ki, this region in India is red. Why is it red? So I'm going to, get down to the details. Then the other thing, what we've also not automated is giving the purpose of the organization. So we've come up with something called peer groups, wherein we've done, I mean, the organization is extremely large, but then we want to maintain a human touch as far as AI is concerned. So we do a lot of peer groups wherein there's a lot of face-to-face interaction. There's a commitment on a monthly basis of 45 minutes by all leaders to get together, not discuss work, but values. So that's something that is done. But while AI will come in, the redundant jobs of screening resumes, interviewing, making offer letters, all that is gone. So what will the TA team do? That is a question that people really need to get to, and that's what we're trying to do. Thank you. I think they needed a nudge from you. AI is working.
Good morning, ma'am. This is Prashant Saroj. So I have a question related to ethical and moral dilemma. So as one of the head of the corporate, so you would be in daily life facing moral dilemma that where you have to choose between two options and both are like equally important to you. So in those aspects, what are the parameters that you choose? This is the better option that I have to go with. So what are the parameters and what is your thought process when you choose that option?
For me, there is never priority 1, 2, and 3. There's only one priority. So I don't choose. But to your point, yes, we are used to giving this as priority level 1, priority level 2, priority level 3. I think for that, it has to be very soft when you're deciding. And I'll give you a red terminology. Okay, is it fitting in with a restless approach of what you're trying to deploy? And are you being devoted to what you're doing? So any of these 3 causes that it aligns with, I'll prioritize according to that. That's my personal mantra.
Good morning, ma'am. First of all, I extend a warm welcome to IIM Jammu. And my name is Utsav Verma. My question is that, ma'am, you just mentioned that the introduction of such disruptive technologies like AI will also be involved in the recruitment process, like the application tracking and then the interviewing. And ma'am, you also uh, gave us a very, I'd say, informative insight that AI doesn't have the creative ability, right? It's like very structured. So there's that the scope of intuition from a person's point on the creative ability to evaluate someone is introduced in a recruitment process, which involves a lot of personal evaluation from a human perspective. That's my question.
So thanks for the question. Everything in life has its own pros and cons. I don't know if you tracked, Amazon was one of the first that was in the news for having used AI for screening in the US. And then there was a huge case of discrimination and bias on them. So to your point, AI has to be taught. It teaches what you teach. If you are biased, AI will learn the bias. If you are not biased, AI will not learn the bias. So to your point, if we do that, it'll take away. I think every organization has a different, way of doing. Since we are in an academic setup, I'll give you an example of ISB. ISB in Hyderabad for different courses asks people to apply. There is an entire end-to-end automated process. Within 2 days, you get a screen mail, and then you are interviewed by AI. And AI has screened through your resume what you wrote and will ask you those questions, will also record it, and then it goes to the committee and then they come back. So, to your point, are all organizations going to apply? My answer is maybe, but it'll take time. Okay. But it will get to that. And I will give you an analogy on this. How many of you know when the seat belt was first invented? Car seat belts? Which company invented it? Where No, it was Saab. They implemented it in the Saab GT, and it was done in the year 1958-59. When did we as a country mandate wearing seatbelts? Please tell me you know that. Just a little over a decade plus back. The fine started coming in only now. So to your point, when will you see AI have an impact? It totally depends. What's the appetite of the population? But everybody is looking at India because you're the most populous country in the world. So it depends on that.
Just one more addition. So, how are we gonna consider the opportunity cost if, like, while the trial period of AI will be going on, just like you said, it will take time to be proficient enough that it evaluate candidates the way a typical HR setup is like made. So, I mean, like through this trial period, don't you think the opportunity cost of prospective candidates which might not be able to clear the process?
I would not consider that's a fact of life. It is going to happen. So I'm not going to see. I can tell you there are only two things. One you can control and one you don't. The choice is which one are you going to focus on. I'm going to focus on what I can control.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
So there was one more question over here, and I think you got bored this side. I don't remember who. Yes, please.
Good morning, ma'am. I'm Unmesh Khadge. I would like to ask that whenever we are about to deliver a change in an organization, there's a certain inertia that we face. So, how do we deal with it? Because, yeah.
I'm in a new organization. I'm dealing with enough and more inertia already. But I can give you one live example. I don't believe in giving dated examples. So I'll give you this is like a year-old example. Okay. Um, when I came in, I started reviewing policies that got packed in a suitcase and handed over to Kindle that, this is what it is. I was looking at the relevance of those policies. Two policies. He had $25,000 for relocation anywhere in India. with 100 kilometer and above only radius, and no hotel accommodation, and certain bills reimbursed for flight or train. I was like, कौन से दादा आजम के ज़माने में हो? What comes in 25,000 today, right? So the inertia first was, no, this is the right policy. I said, okay. So why is it the right policy? Because this has been working for so long. Most of the times, whenever you join any organization, okay, and especially if you're new, you cannot go, and I'll give you a bad analogy, okay, whenever you will get married, if you're not married, and your spouse comes in, or you go to the spouse, whatever. The first thing is, ye is ghar ki pratha hai. You have to follow this. Then you will take the 1-2 years to settle and understand. Then you start slowly giving your viewpoints. I'm a little impatient. I've been working on my patience level for a long time. I think I've gotten somewhere, but not where I think I should be. So we said, let's look at the data. We looked at the data. Surprisingly, of the total population that essentially needed to claim relocation, the NPS score after the relocation reimbursement and everything was a 95. So the question that came back to me is, do you really need to change? My thing was, maybe because one is I'm not being in line with the market. Okay. Slowly, that breed of people who's coming in is going to change because my talent is going to change. If my talent is changing, their requirements are different. I need to be a little more, ahead of the curve. That is one. Two is I also want to be an attractive employer. I don't want to come in and say, chalo theek hai, thoda to badha do, 5,000 de do extra. Do a case by case exception. So when we started doing the case by case exception and we pulled out data for the last 2 years, everything in that was an exception. So it just goes to say that it's important for you to understand what the changes and why the changes, because there are enough and more people who are already in the system will do that. And the other example I'll give you is, a year back I rolled out something called a menstrual and menopausal leave. Okay, you will not believe it, who my biggest pushback came from was from women. They said, we don't want it, we are equal. I said, you're biologically different here. Just accept it. Let's move forward. And because this is an aging workforce, you do have a lot of women in their late 40s, in their mid 50s. It's important, from a health standpoint. You will not believe it. To roll out that policy, it took me a month and a half to do that. Okay. But then what was the key to change and change management is building consensus. You can build consensus in 2 ways. Okay. One is my mother's way. My mother, for everything, is koi baat nahi. Okay. So her name on my phone is also koi baat nahi. So for that, you just go, you tell everybody, nahi, acha hai, aisa hoga. Give some examples. Let them relate with what you're trying to do. Then it works. The second is my father's way. Building consensus, I've decided it's working. So the choice is yours. In this, what I did is I did a mix of both. With some people, I tried. When it didn't work, I decided I'm going to move forward. Anyways, so it's up to them to it. Then what happened when I moved forward without their consent? There were mails that went to corporate saying Gazeta has rolled out something new, and women are taking advantage of this leave. So I got a mail from the chief auditor for Kindle, and he goes, Gazeta, show me, what's happening on the leave consumption. I went back. Of all the women, people like it. They will not abuse the system. If you give it to them openly, nobody is going to go and do it. It's like that. I won't give another example because that will be a very controversial one, but that's what it was. Did I answer?
Yes.
Okay,
Thank you,
cool.
ma'am.
Are we done? Cool.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you so much, ma'am, for the session. Your journey and passion truly inspired us all. My favorite learnings personally were being aware of what happens around us and, according to human circumstances, understanding what is truly important. And now, finally, it's time to kick off the first panel of HR Conclave 7.0.
We're excited to dive into our opening session where we'll explore the essential topic HR in startups, building strong foundations in new ventures. India's startup ecosystem is flourishing, driven by a dynamic blend of entrepreneurial ambition and robust government initiatives like Startup India. And Jammu, we're not just spectators, but active participants in the exhilarating journey. We fuel innovation by offering a dynamic platform with creativity, mentorship, and networking opportunities, equipping our students to excel in this fast paced world. As the saying goes, in the world of startups, HR professionals are the catalyst for innovation, facilitating agility, resilience, while nurturing talent and culture. They are crucial in shaping organization culture, creating inclusive environments, and driving sustainable growth through continuous learning and flexibility.
This discussion will delve into critical questions such as what challenges are startups facing in adapting their HR practices? Should work culture be redesigned to engage better Gen Z? What other significant issues need to be addressed? We will explore these topics in depth with insights from our esteemed panel of speakers from renowned corporations who will illuminate the discussion with their expertise. The Industry Interaction Cell extends a warm welcome to its esteemed guests for the 7th edition of IIM Jammu's flagship event, HR Conclave. Now I request the moderator, Dr. Mamta Tripathi ma'am, and all the panelists to take their seat on the dais. I also request all panelists to take their seat on the dais. Please.
Our first speaker is Mr. Sahil Nair. Today, we have with us Mr. Sahil Nair, HR leader and influencer, as one of our esteemed guest speakers. Mr. Nair is a prominent figure in the HR and L&D landscape, recognized for his exceptional contributions to the field. His unwavering dedication to advancing HR practices has earned him the prestigious LinkedIn Top HR Voice Award. Celebrated as Social Media Influencer of the Year by SHRM and Zobin for 3 consecutive years, he holds the popular YouTube show, #Just Like That, and a radio show on Spotify. Please join us in welcoming him to the stage.
Now we request Mamta ma'am to please state our guest of honor. With nearly 17 years of experience in human resource management, Mr. Abhijit Bose is here to share his invaluable expertise, specializing in aligning HR strategies with organizational goals. At Yes Securities, Mr. Bose has a deep understanding of how to drive strategic HR initiatives effectively. An MBA in HR from Bharatiya Vidyapeeth and an Epicdod from this, Mr. Bose is known for his strategic acumen. He has effectively optimized processes and driven growth, aligning HR leadership with company visions. He excels in enhancing employee relations and designing impactful HR programs that champion a people first culture. We are thrilled to have you here, sir.
Our next reverend guest for this panel is Mr. Sumit Naik, AVP and Head of Talent Acquisition at Global Logic.
We also request Dr. Baljeet sir to join us on felicitating the guest.
He brings over 2 decades of expertise in global technology. Mr. Naik leads strategic initiatives for Campus and Talent Engine 2.0, focusing on talent acquisition, team building, and industry academia partnerships. With prior experience in franchisee development at a Dutch multinational and a Tata enterprise, he now drives innovation in talent management, global hiring systems, and diverse practices. I would request Mamta ma'am to felicitate our guest.
Efficiency stems from a satisfied workforce, and reaching goals requires dedication and hard work. Our next panelist is a firm believer in this principle. We have with us Mr. Kuldeep Dhole, the zonal HR leader for Flipkart's non-large business, with over a decade of experience at Mother Dairy and Amazon. He excels in cost optimization, employee engagement, reward strategy, and HR technology. Mr. Dhole has also developed HRMIS formats and data analytics, which have greatly benefited the organization. We warmly welcome you, sir.
Panel 1 is honored to host Mr. Nitin Bhatia, lead HR for the mergers and acquisition vertical in the APAC region at Dentsu. Mr. Bhatia brings over 2 decades of expertise in human resources leader, specializing in talent value creation, organizational strategy, and HR functions. He has previously superheaded HR transformation initiatives at a leading next-gen management consulting firm with a demonstrated proficiency in leading multicultural teams within the professional services industry. Mr. Bhatia is deeply passionate about aligning strategy, people, and processes to drive organizational growth.
True leadership is not just about managing talent, but about inspiring and cultivating it over the long term. With over 2 decades of experience, Mr. Gaurish Wagh exemplifies how deep expertise and a commitment to people management can transform organizations and drive long-term success. Mr. Gaurish, as People Development Lead at MNG Global Services, drives impactful learning and talent programs, aligning them with strategic goals and leading talent strategies. Renowned for his expertise in learning and talent development, organization design, and leadership, Mr. Gaurish has also worked with Accenture, Sodexo, and Credit Suisse, delivering impactful human capital innovations and award-winning HR initiatives. So it's truly an honor to have you here with us.
To round off our panel, we're delighted to introduce Ms. Charu Sharma. She is a dynamic OD professional with a distinctive blend of corporate and consulting expertise, currently leading initiatives at Infogain. Known for her skill in crafting and implementing tailored, result-driven interventions, Ms. Sharma excels at achieving business outcomes through customized solutions. To lead change management and continuous learning, she has excelled in building a high-impact talent management team from scratch and expertise in organizational development, leadership, and employee engagement.
Now, we welcome Dr. Mamta Tripathi, ma'am, Assistant Professor from Department of Human Resource, IIM Jammu. We request Baljeet sir to felicitate her. Thank you so much, sir. Now, I request Mamta ma'am to please take the panel discussion forward.
Hello. So a very good morning to all the panelists, and I welcome you all to this first panel discussion of HR Conclave 2024. So I was just going through some articles, I was doing some bit of my research, and I was thinking about today's themes for this panel discussion. And I feel that actually we cannot overstate the significance of HR and startups in today's dynamic business environment. And it is fitting, I feel, therefore, that the inaugural panel discussion is actually centered around the critical role of HR in startups. So there is no doubt that startups are actually very crucial for any emerging economy like India, and because they actually fuel technological innovation, also economic progress, provide for the modern workforce's needs and aspirations, and also create jobs, and also support some of the important government policies and initiatives such as Startup India, Stand Up India, Make in India, so just name a few. However, based on my brief research that I've conducted, and as per the startup failure rates 2023 research report by Muskan Kapoor, the failure rate for new startups in India is around 90%. It also means that only 1 out of 10 startups actually survive. This failure rate, however, has slight variations across industries, and almost 90% of the startups survive the first year, but only 70% of the startups survive for the next 5 years. And some of the most common factors that can be held responsible, according to, again, another credible report by Goswami et al., 2023, they say that some of the common factors which could be held responsible are dearth of obviously capital and loss of money, inadequate sales and marketing, which ultimately leads business to fall behind their rivals and then finally lose money. So if I have to look at this from HR lenses perspective, and if I look at this from an HR lenses perspective, I feel that it actually all boils down to HR and people related issues primarily. Not selecting the right people, not training the people right, not promoting the right people, because ultimately, whether it is sales, marketing, business plans, ideas, all have to be done by people. That is what I feel from coming from HR domain. But surprisingly, again, many startups actually overlook the importance of dedicated HR function. They view it as unnecessary bureaucracy. And even though sustainable HR practices and initiatives are actually required for sustainable success, even for startups, just like it is for any other established businesses. In fact, according to a recent study, it was found that startups with a strong HR practices are 70% more likely to succeed than those without it. And I believe that actually HR in startups is not just about hiring and recruiting people or building a team. It is also about creating a sustainable and scalable environment where people can thrive and grow. Startups thrive on innovation and agility, and many times while doing that, they completely become overindulgent, or they often focus just on the rapid growth rather than also taking into account the formal processes, which can lead to obviously some early successes in their growth path, but it can also create some of the significant risk, especially when it comes to managing people. So basically, to address some of these concerns in greater detail, I have actually tried to break down the role of HR in startups and some of the key responsibilities of HR in startups by creating certain sub-themes. I would like to mention these sub-themes for your reference. So the first sub-theme that we'll discuss is why HR is essential for startups and what is the role of HR in startups. Another theme is, are HR and human factors critical for the startups to attract investments? Talent acquisition in startups, some of the strategies and challenges faced by startups in that direction. Compensation and benefits in early stage ventures. Leadership development and succession planning for startups. Managing employee well-being and retention for startups. Navigating legal and ethical challenges for startups in India. And the role of HR in driving innovation for startups. So how we will be proceeding, I would like to tell you briefly that I will be inviting you one by one to address each of these concerns, each of these sub-themes basically. Others are obviously most welcome to contribute whenever they feel relevant and required. So let's begin our discussion on the first theme, sub-theme, which is why HR is essential for startups and what is its role in startups. So I'm sure many of the students and even professionals from HR domain have this question. The very pertinent question I feel is whether or not do really startups need HR? So I would like to start the discussion from this point, and I would invite you and then others can follow.
First of all, good morning. Okay. My view about startup, let's understand your question in a 2-3 frames. Okay. First, let's understand what is a startup. Startup is a, first of all, when we think it's maybe a great idea and somebody is working over it, but we have to divide it into three. First, there is a IP or intellectual property, there is an idea, then there is an investment, and then there are set of people, those who are joining to make that investment or the idea right. So if you see, idea is there, investment is there, but who will execute? The set of people. The set of people, those who are ready to invest their career, their competencies, their knowledge to make your ideas live, create to the MVP, then take it to the market, and then suddenly there is a revenue source. Okay, let me ask one more question. If you are an investor to any idea, where you will invest money? Whether is it an idea or the set of people, those who will drive the idea? Sorry? I am not able to hear. Second one. So it is important that human element is the most critical factor to drive that intellectual property. So many founders, as you have rightly said, that 90% ideas go down. It's because there is no right set of competencies, those who are driving. See, India is full of ideas, no doubt. And many a times in our organization, when it comes to investment banking, we can see many ideas coming and they're really good. But when it comes for execution, we do not find the right set of competencies. When these founders get the investment and they start attracting people without the intervention of HR department, they tend to hire people with over cost. Maybe they have not checked their competencies and they are already started hiring these people without knowing about their whole experience, whether they will be able to make this idea right or execute in a right fashion. Here comes the disconnect. Because of there is a disconnect, they are not able to make that idea live or execute for good 1 year. They already lost their capital and then they close down. On the other hand, when I have already interviewed 2, 3, or maybe like with my interaction with the CEOs, those who are successful within 2 to 3 years, they are very clear and they are very patient about hiring, and they have respected the HR department's view on hiring, cost, benchmarking, whether they are new, but they are very clear with the culture, OD intervention. When they have this broad section and quadrants in place, and as a founder, he's just not focusing on the intellectual property or the investor or maybe something others like sales and marketing, but the most important thing, that is human resource, because as an organization, your most capital intensive part is paying salaries, right? But if you are as a owner or the founder, if you are not ready to invest or take care your human capital with a HR department, you tend to fall. So that's the basic reason I particularly believe the first 5 years, if there is a set HR department with the right culture, vision, mission, and the people orientation plus the development of the skilled people in the organization, makes the startup thrives in within 2 to 3 years.
So yes, I agree with what you have said, but still then why startups actually fail to recognize and appreciate the value in HR?
Yeah.
Hello, folks. So I'll take this up. So if I have to give you a view of why startups fail, now I would want to take a step back and get a more holistic view, right? Or any decision that matters to be taken, if I am at a position where I know the why and the how, then the what will naturally flow. Now, let me try and break that down for you. Now, the first would be clarity of purpose, which is the why. Why are we doing what we are doing? Why are we here? why we are attending the session for that matter. When it comes to startups, why do I need a robust, do I need to streamline my recruitment processes? So these would basically lay down or give you answers to the most fundamental questions. The second would be the how, right? Now that I know the why, what would I want to know? I would want to know, how do I make things right? How do I approach to a problem? How do I streamline processes? Now, this would basically give me a blueprint to action. Now, once I have the why and the how, exact results that I aim for. Now, in my understanding, if my what is based on a strong understanding of why and how, then as my business grows, I should be able to reassess the environment and be able to make changes as and when necessary. So to answer your question, when we look at 1 in 10 are a success, 9 are failures, here the issue is not, I would not think is that are pulled in and prioritized one over the other. Now, I would see the HR function to work more like a trapeze artist, right? Where you're walking the tightrope, at the same time, you're also looking at the delivery org, you're looking at the sales org, you're looking at the other business enabling orgs, and you're also looking at profitability, right? And looking at high volumes, all of that put together. So it is the HR team which is responsible to tie all of them with the culture that they bring in. What are the behaviors that are relevant for the organization? How should the leadership behave in scenarios? How do we take decisions? What should be our ways and modes of appreciating employment? So these could be a certain set of facets that come to my mind when we look at describing the criticality of the HR org, and in no uncertain terms, done right and with the necessary changes being done at the right time and the right pace, it is but very possible for startups to thrive in this ecosystem. Thank you.
So I I have a different perspective on this. So HR has been conceived as, so when we talk about HR, it's mostly people talk about hiring and payroll, rewards and recognition. But when you actually see it from a startup perspective, and HR evolves. And that's why we say that HR is not really into people, HR is also into business partner. And when I talk about startups, it's very important for any startup, any owner to understand what's the top line, what's the bottom line, how is the cost piece being handled. And HR plays a very crucial role. So be it the hiring. So when we talk about hiring, for example, when we talk about the engagement, how the organization will move forward. And there are a lot of statutory and regulatory norms that the function HR is a subject matter expert. And that's where I think the HR department also guides the organization towards the right track. It also ensures that cost controls are in place so that we do not go overboard with regards to the cost. And cost is a very, very important function when it comes to a startup. I think most of the aspects where we fail is where we are not able to handle the cost well, and we are not able to maintain the top line and bottom line. The third thing is, an HR resource or any HR professional, they go out of the way to understand the business. I have read a lot about startups and overall the stable organizations where the HR resources also help in the overall strategy making of the business. And there's a lot of decision making that you need to do at a strategy level where you will be able to move the organization in a particular direction. there may be a lot of scenarios where you might not be going in the right track. I think that's where HR and finance, I would say. So finance is also a very important function. They step in, they try and maneuver the organization in that right track. Not only that, I think the HR team also works on the overall efficiency. So gone are those days where we were only doing very stereotype functions. Now we've moved, we've understood the business. We try and provide interventions wherein we will try and improve on the overall planning and efficiency. And I think these are some of the important areas where I feel that HR has become an all-rounder and it's not restricted only to a hiring or an engagement or a exit formality. So hire to retire is something that we were thinking maybe in the past, but with the overall introduction of EI, the experience as well as the technology that we bring in, HR is also contributing towards the overall business making as well as the decision making and the strategy. So a function like this, which will have manifold talent as well as a function which does a multitasking, I think is important, as well as, so what I have always heard from my leaders, HR is like the grandfather of the organization. So helps to keep everybody in bay and tries to keep all the budgetary controls in control. So that's why a strong and a very learned HR org in any startup will definitely give that right direction to the startup.
Factors for startups when it comes to gaining investment from VCs. So I'm asking, is HR or human factors are very critical for startups in relation to attracting investment?
Okay. I'll try to pitch in. Let's divide the investment, whether it is seed fund, whether it is A or B. When we talk about seed fund, definitely not to that extent, because when we talk about seed funds, it is mostly who's the founder, what is the idea, simple. But when it comes to A series, B series, of leadership that you have, leadership is also an employee, right? Okay. So when we talk about our leadership, definitely it is very much important to understand from the VC's point of view that whether they will be able to deliver the X that they are talking about. See, when there is a seed fund, they are talking about a set of revenue which is achievable, and then we can go for a pre-seed or maybe a series round. However, when a transition of a pre-seed to a series A, it is very much important for a renowned investor, maybe like a Tiger and the big names. They're very clear with the pedigree, with their backgrounds, and their capability to deliver the said number to the organization and the set of VCs. In addition to that, many a times it is there that who is having a successful background of delivering, maybe like, for example, a previous startup experience, maybe a pedigree that they're looking at, maybe if it's an AI based organization. Yeah, failures are also being captured in that. For mostly in AI based organization right now, all the investors are looking how many failed startups they have, what is their learning, and how best they are in terms of defining algorithms, what is the chief data scientist that you have. Basis that only they are getting funding. So that's the basic submission.
So since you mentioned investment, one of the key investment I think that all startups require is into development. I think that's really crucial. So as we spoke about business partnering, we spoke about hiring the right talent, but it's also developing skills. Because if you look at longevity, in addition to the investment in terms of capital, so in addition to the capital, we're looking at human resources as a capital itself, where I feel that research shows again that most startups are quite bullish when it comes to investing in, let's say, learning technology for that matter. Now, if you look around, we have the best learning experience platforms. We have the best LMSs now. It's quite advanced. So it's really a no-brainer to invest in that. Even GCCs for that matter. If you look at GCCs, which is we have so many GCCs turning around every year around. Even with GCCs, the challenge is that they are quite bullish in terms of should we look at the conventional way of developing? Is learning really training, or are we looking at creating a future, or are we looking at making our talent future fit? Is really important to consider, especially in a startup. And I've spoken with a few entrepreneurs who are looking at this a little differently, which is one that they are empowering. So when they're hiring people, when they're hiring leaders, they're focusing on getting the right talent in. But at the same time, their role definition is that I want all of you to become talent developers, not just strategists, not just executioners, but also talent developers. So as a talent developer, it's very important that I look at investing in learning technology, because we are really long back, we are really moved ahead of an in-person training for that matter. I'm not saying it's not important, but it can happen through right mentoring, the right coaching that the leader could really impart. But at the same time, investing in learning technology is a habit. And with I think the panel after this talks about Gen Zs. So we're really looking at an opportunity for people who join every startup to look at how long do I see my future as an individual? If you look at the David Rock's SCARF model, it really talks about, one of the things about the SCARF model talks about relatedness, where I'm looking at the stickiness of the organization. Number one, investment in learning technology, which means I can upskill myself. I can build my portfolio for a longevity in career, not limited to the startup. That's number one, since you mentioned investment. There is a clear ROI of that, is because we look, if not an ROI, there's at least an ROE. There's a return of expectations, which is you're looking at with the right skills, and I'm quite positive that we may get a few questions here about skills. For example, investing in, for example, tools like Degree, Fuse, etc., which are basically really good learning experience platforms, really helps because they are content aggregators. So investing in that, which is a big investment, gives you right development strategies for the next generation of leaders, because the startup grows very fast. We've got exponential growth. Likewise, if you look at, since I give an example of GCC, even they grow very fast. The challenge as an HR organization that we face is that how do you really look at investing in the right learning organization? How do you look at prioritizing learning over every other thing? You've got a lot of other things going on, right? You've got the right CRM, the right ERP package coming in. You need to have the right team on board and all of that. But in that process, I think that's a little other perspective that I wanted to add. Technology, having the right learning organization, and really focusing on the long term than the short term when it comes to startups. Yeah.
So just to take cues from what just Gaurish said, Infogain as an organization has been growing inorganically in past 4 to 5 years, and very recently we completed an acquisition of a company called as Impactive. I want to bring in some similar perspective and the top leadership from day one have a goal. Either they will grow with investments, people coming in and so on, expanding, or they would be bought up by a larger firm, or they will get merged by a firm of similar size or so. So when this happens, the HR, and not just the HR, but the other leadership also keep this thing in their mind, how they have to shape up their entire teams. So, compliance and all are one part which are mandatory because it definitely gets into the due diligence part of a prospective acquisition, that you don't have anything which is a red flag, anything which is pending. But a larger part of it has a human touch, that what is the skill of your existing workforce looking like? Are they going to stay? Is the company which is acquiring you can bet scheme of things in terms of skill, workforce, etc. So right from day one, it is important for the HR also to see the path in which the company is heading to and work accordingly. It doesn't happen overnight. It doesn't happen over a few months also. It's a year-long preparation that the team has to do to make the full workforce very cohesive, staying along and bring value to what they are going to cover as a next milestone. That's important, and there are a lot of nuances that you will see once either you start working or studying in such kind of setups.
Bigger or greater impact is, I think, something that you have tried to highlight. So,
Sorry, ma'am, I couldn't hear you. Can you?
so I was saying, taking inputs from her, insights, I was trying to summarize it, saying that understanding and assessing that what HR initiatives are actually making greater impact or contributing to greater value is something that startups probably need to also focus on and understand.
Sure.
So would you like to share your perspective on
Yeah.
this?
So I think Charu touched upon one very important point about the HR being aware about where the organization is headed, which direction, and even Kuldeep touched upon one point that HR, how is it kind of adding strategic value, not just by doing a regular hiring and regular HR processes, but how is it adding strategic value? So in that term, I want to add a perspective of how HR can play a role in attracting investments, because we are talking about investments and looking at the larger perspective. How HR can play a role in building an organization which ultimately becomes attractive from an investment perspective. And I think from that perspective, HR can play a role in if you look at startup, the word startup itself is a key. Scalable processes, scalable systems right from day one, even though you may be a 80, 100, 120 member company, but are you building processes and systems which are scalable? Are you building something which is tangible output, something which gives you tangible impact for the founders? Because only then they will be able to go to an investor and say that, claim that we are investment worthy. Agility, are you being agile in your processes and systems while you are building the company? Because as HR, we can't be just stuck to our traditional ways of working. Are you being agile enough to change your processes and systems? R is for building robust systems and processes. Are you building something which, even when you get acquired by a 10,000 people company, is your culture, is your systems and processes kind of robust enough to be integrated with that larger organization? Again, do you have the tenacity to be able to deliver because it's a very tricky situation. You have to deliver what the founders are expecting from a wealth creation investment journey. And secondly, you're also kind of managing the people aspect of it, because people are important part of the journey. And you that you're building, because in startup you're always constrained by time. You need to do things quickly. You are constrained by resources. You may not have every resource that you wish to execute your upside and downside and build on it and build your systems. And while doing the organization and for the people, so that they look at the bigger vision of being growing and being invested and being acquired in the wealth creation journey for everyone. So I think from my perspective, that holds the key to startup.
Bringing the right people into the system. So I'm saying, as you have rightly pointed out, and bring this point into the discussion, that bringing the right people into the system, into an HR, into a startup is equally important. So, what talent acquisition strategies do you think startups should focus on, and what challenges they might face, and what could be some of the way outs? Is the second thing that I would like to discuss. So, maybe starting from you, and then we can follow.
Yeah, okay. So I think talent acquisition in a startup is a very exciting and mixed game, because at one end, you you're on the way to creating a brand for yourself, to establishing and becoming a brand, and at the same time, you're trying to attract talent, which is going to help you build that brand. So I think what is important is having the talent value proposition very, very clearly defined. If the talent value proposition is very clearly defined, is very clearly understood by the entire HR team, and most importantly, is very clearly communicated by the talent acquisition team while they are interacting with candidates at each touch point. That is going to be a key factor about how you will be able to attract talent without even while you're on your journey to becoming a brand, while you're on your journey to scale up, defining and communicating clearly the talent value proposition and living it day in and day out. That is, I think, is the key to attracting talent in a startup. Yeah.
So when my husband got this call from a startup, there were only two selling points. One was obviously compensation, uh, compensation more than the CTC of it. So what kind of shares or stocks would be there in perspective? And the second one is the kind of work that you can look forward to. And when I say work, it's a combination of the designation, the role, and also what would be the typical value that you bring to the table. We know that we will not have the luxury of having a large team over there. Uh, the culture is still building up, and at times it is not there only because you are among the first few hires in the first few months. So the talent value proposition that Nitin said would comprise of fewer things. But the biggest thing that you can talk about is the vision and what you can see yourself getting into 4 years, 5 years down the line. And it also comes across as a combined package of you being retained into that setup despite the sleepless nights and long working hours that goes unsaid. So that works a lot of time. And in fact, that also works a lot of times for a larger organization who's trying to bring in a new kind of work within themselves. So a startup within a large organization is also a concept that I've seen sometimes. I think these hold important from the company's point of view and also the candidate's point of view.
So I think I'd like to add, or rather extend this point of discussion, since we have already highlighted the importance of TVP or talent value proposition. So what do you think the role of compensation and benefits provided to the workforce could be that can again add to TVP, particularly when we are going to deal with workforce which is comprised of Gen Zs and millennials?
Okay. I don't know why we talk about Gen Zs so often when it comes to compensation and flexibility, all of us like that. So money definitely is very important. We know that startups would offer 2x, 3x, 4x kind of money. But future. There's a lot of flexibility along with a lot of responsibility. So you can choose your working hours, you can choose a lot of benefits like gym, spa, whatever. But there's an entire caveat around it. So the attraction comes with a lot of responsibilities, how I see the entire package of compensation.
Yeah, so the perception of employees have changed now. So in startups, You don't hire an employee, you hire another owner. So there's a concept that has started now, and we've shifted from the traditional payment methods and the salaries. So there's something called the ESOP, same employee stock option plan. So that's where you empower any employee to become a leader, become an owner as well. Now for Gen Zs, so for even I think I am in Gen Zs, so that immediate amount of money is more attractive than something which is a long-term thing. So, okay, the Gen Z piece, I am still a Gen Z. So, okay. So I think one thing that a startup is doing, and my previous organization, Amazon, was a startup when I joined. So they are trying to understand the needs of the generation right now. So I'll give you an example. When we started back in 2014, there used to be a stock option plan which we vest once in every 2 years. So hiring is an important thing in a startup, but retaining is much more important. You can hire anybody and everybody with that compensation package that you will be able to give, and a competitive one, but retaining is very important because the generation right now is moving towards learning as well as higher packages. So that's where we innovated. So the 2 years employee stock option vest plan has now become a quarterly vest plan. So an employee who is thinking, so it's July, I have got an amount, I might want to think, but then again, I will think, okay, October again, I am getting another amount, which is significantly large. So should I move from the organization? So gone are those days when we used to have those traditional methods of payment. So the other thing that companies focus a lot is on rewards and recognition. So these startups have a very dynamic environment. So there's a lot of hustle. You will label yourself as an HR, you would be doing a lot of things beyond HR. And that's for everybody. Even a founder will be doing something which might be in line of an HR. And hiring is not really a HR responsibility, it's a joint responsibility of everybody. So with these scenarios in hand, there are a lot of very competitive rewards and recognition, which are very milestone based. Now, Rajita spoke about the goals. Now we have smaller goals, but very competitive goals. But when you reach those goals, you have certain rewards and recognition, and that attracts the generation right now. Not only that, I think there are a lot of perks that have started, like Charu had talked about, whether it's small things like a gym reimbursement or mental health and well-being packages that are curated in a way that you can also take care of your well-being. The fourth thing I think is now, which is evolving, is the overall evolution with regards to family. So what we've understood in the last 2 to 3 years is that family plays a very big role in your overall retention with an organization. And that's where we are trying to woo the family members with maybe simple things like sending a birthday cake on their anniversary or on the spouse's birthday, which creates another different level of employer branding from the most important members you are associated with as an employer, as an employee. So these small strategies, I think, are making those edges with regards, and there's a lot of competition in the market. If there is talent, there is definitely a lot of organization that would vouch and that would want to take you. So these small things make a lot of difference. It's not only pay. So I would say that there is a lot of benefit. There are organization with regards to hiring and retention.
So would you like to add anything?
Let's make him speak now.
Yes.
All right. First of all, IIM Jammu, thank you so much for having me over. It's fantastic coming back the 5th time. And I think from your CRC campus to coming to this campus, it's a wonderful, wonderful experience. How many from IPM here? You want to raise your hands? IPM? Okay. How many from the other course? Super. Okay. Lovely. I think, can I request each one of you all to please give me a huge round of applause? And you don't want to ask me why? You want to ask me why? Why? Okay. Rajita and I have something in common. And the thing that we have in common is she's also practicing patience, and so am I. For the last 20 minutes, I've been sitting on this panel very patiently, waiting for my turn. And I know patience is not my virtue. I'm very impatient. I'm very impulsive. But when you make a keynote speaker sit on a panel, and that too with 7 other people, I think patience is a great virtue to practice. You guys get jokes, or you're like serious people? So you can laugh, okay? Your professors won't stop you from laughing. That was the first joke, by the way. The second joke coming your way. Ma'am, can I interact with the audience a bit if you don't mind? Lovely, okay. I think sitting there just makes the chair go warm. So I'm not going to warm the chair anymore. Can we make this interactive? I'm going to hijack the panel a bit. 20 minutes of sitting quietly. I think I deserve some airtime. Okay. Question number 1. Does HR earn money or does HR spend and at times save money? What does HR do? Spend or save? Spend or save? Both. Does HR earn money or does HR spend money? Guys, I'm going to send you back to school now. Does HR earn money for an organization or does HR generally spend money? Spend, everyone. Anybody who says earn, we'll have sutta together. Okay? Okay. Earn, sutta. Sutta. Okay. HR generally will spend money, at times save money, but very rarely earn money. Now, if you're a startup founder and you have your first 5 co-founders, will you invest in an HR head? Yes or no? Yes or no? Be honest. You will not. Why will you not? Because starts with C. It's a cost. Okay? So you may be a startup founder, great idea. You got a head of marketing, you got a head of outreach, you got a head of business development, blah, 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 product development. You're thinking of the HR person, but you're thinking, Rajita is very expensive. I can't end up paying 5 crores. Startup, I'm a poor person. So what do? I say, Rajita, you're a great friend of mine. I started my startup, but you know what? Let me get my funding. Paisa aayega, so I will give you ESOPs. You leave your lovely organization. We'll do another spin-off and you come to me. Are you guys with me so far? Yes or no? Lovely. So I know HR is important, answering your first question, your first theme, but I'm going to say, hey, you know what? Hold it. Think of it like a mother. If a mother is going to deprive her child during the first 2-3 months of pregnancy, first trimester, and say, hey, you know what? I'm not going to have nutritious food now. I'll give you nutritious food later on after you're born. Cerelac after you're born, not when you're in my womb. Are you going to have a healthy child? Yes, sir. I heard a lady saying yes, sir. Seriously? Forget being born premature. You may be born with some problem because nourishment is not going to the child. Everybody thinks they can understand HR. I'm a very, very firm believer of the fact, being in internal HR and now in HR consulting, that not everybody understands people. And if everybody doesn't understand people, you need to get the right people in the house to understand people. Are you with me? Nitin, you gave a lovely breakup of startup. I'm going to do it very quickly because I don't want to hog the limelight. S, skills. T, talent everywhere, not a drop to find. Thousands of students passing out every year, yet the best companies will come and tell you, we don't have plug and play people. We don't have people who can hit the job running, who I can put in front of a client tomorrow. A startup has the same problem because you want people who can be an all-rounder, but ultimately you don't speak about adaptability, right? R, resilience. And of course, T is trust. When you are when you're working in a garage or you're getting a startup ready, you may not be able to invest in a very expensive HR person, but to answer your question on talent acquisition and compensation benefits, the best of organizations in the world didn't have the money, didn't have the resources, had a great idea. And more importantly, they were able to articulate that idea. And when you can articulate that idea, you're actually selling a dream to someone. And people who buy into that dream will actually join the bandwagon. And when that dream gets converted into core values of alignment, to saying, we want to create something different, something new, that is when people get fueled by passion and purpose. And finally, where's the money, honey? So when the money starts coming in, you'll automatically leapfrog and grow with your startup. So that's it from my side. I'm going to keep it short on time, but we'll come back to more questions. And I'm going to hand the mic back to you, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you so much for your wonderful insights. So the next thing that I would like to discuss is the importance of leadership. We have been talking about having great leaders in the organization. So what do you think about the role of a leader, particularly in context of HR? I mean, in context of startups, because as per the data, they say that male-led female-led startups actually become successful. So is it really because of the gender, or there are certain other factors which are responsible?
I'll take 30 seconds on this. And I think, we've messed it up big time. And again, I'll just go back because a lot of things resonate with what Rajita said. How many of y'all are women leaders? Want to be women leaders? How many of y'all want to be leaders? It's very interesting to see the gender hands going up when I change the difference. And that's exactly what we tell AI as well. If I just try it out. Top 10 leaders in the world, 9 out of 10 will be male. And when you type women leaders, why do I need to call a leader a woman leader? A leader is a leader is a leader. And therefore, the first thing I'm talking to you about is mindset. If you're talking about leadership in startups, it doesn't matter whether you have someone who's a Mukherjee or there is someone who is a Singh who wants to start a cosmetic brand and therefore who's the face of the brand. Are you guys with me? Got the example? Yeah. Second most important aspect, a leader needs to be someone who can inspire. If you can't inspire and if you can't be a great communicator, you may have most of the leadership skills, but leadership is about creating more and more followers. Vision, align with your approach, and then do what they have to do without you getting micromanaging them. And I think leadership in a startup, to answer your question, is utmost important. Because there, if you have a problem, like a pack of cards, the entire story will crumble.
So what would be your some recommendations when it comes to qualities of such leaders who can lead a startup?
I think most important, we've undermined the aspect of a good coach. Is everyone in this room a perfect human? The answer is no. Yeah. You may be better at me at something. Gaurish may be better than me at something. I may be better at Kuldeep at something. Sumit may be better than Charu at something else. One, what stops us from learning from each other? Two, if we have an area that we need to work on, you have a lot of people who are experts in that area. And I have seen personally, pro bono, I have coached a lot of startups. And in my process, I have seen that one, I have grown as a human being because I have learned so much from them, which is risk-taking ability, which is very, very important. And two, in the process, I'm hopeful they've learned something from me as well. And I think that's the process of, if you're not a great leader or you have certain traits of leadership that you want to hone as a skill, find a good coach.
Thank you. Sir, next to you, the gentleman next to you, would you like to add something?
As a leader?
Yeah.
After he sets this benchmark, really? That's going to be difficult to come back, isn't it? Maybe one of us can do that. No, but then really, I mean, I think he spoke a lot of about a lot of qualities. I think for me, that one that stands out is humility as a leader. It's very hard to see leaders who practice humility, because as you scale the heights, you come with a chip on the shoulder, or you have it, or you ride your ego. So I think one is humility I've seen, which is very rare. To really practice that, it's not demonstrating when you need to, but really when you're not expected to. That's even more difficult. And I think the second thing is being inclusive. because we spoke about diversity, and the first thing we speak about is gender diversity. There's so much more than gender diversity. There is diversity of thought, there's diversity of experience, there's diversity of culture, what have you. But I think these two qualities, amongst others, the roles could be different, right? Like he spoke about role of a leader as a coach, as a mentor. Those are roles. But I think if you look at leadership behaviors, is because that means that you're more focused on being neutral and non-judgmental. So you look beyond the whole gamut of gender, unconscious bias, be it any kind of unconscious bias, be it affinity or whatever it is. You start being more fair than not. And over a period of time, I've experienced that this is something which is not easy, because nobody really likes a smart person in the room, isn't it? Nobody really likes that. Nobody really likes someone who really challenges you. So if I'm a leader and someone challenges me in a room, I wouldn't really like that. Versus, someone, who would on purpose hire a smarter person than me. I always hire a smarter person than I am, because I need someone to do the job. And that's really crucial. So that's an example of being inclusive and being humble. In this class, it couldn't come from anybody. But if I beat down that idea on day one, that idea is never going to come back. And that just because maybe I think I'm better than you. So I think these are two important qualities of leader. It doesn't matter if it's a startup or not, amongst everything else. We spoke about roles like strategist and executioner and talent developer and all of that. But I think these two for me really, are right there, And the third one, if I may add, is really the respect for individual. If I see these three, and I can sort of deal with the rest, these three.
Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Naik, would you like to add something? I think you were checking mic, so I believe you want to add something. Okay.
Gaurish is a very nice leader, and therefore he likes to be challenged. So I'm going to use this opportunity to challenge Gaurish. I think a very, very simple point, right? If you go back to what Rahul Dravid did, how many of you all following cricket? What did Rahul Dravid do when we lost? Did he go at the ceremony or no? What did he do? He gave the press conference. And when India won the World Cup, what did Rahul Dravid do? He sent Rohit Sharma out there. I think that's the classic case. Humility is great, amazing point, right? Gaurish touched upon it beautifully. It's very, very important. Many a times as leaders, we find it very easy to say, hey, you messed up, right? But that in an air-conditioned auditorium on a lovely panel, you can say all these fancy things, but when you've told your team member 5 times, mat kar, galti hoga, 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 and still that guy messes it up, then going up and saying, sorry, we messed up. And taking that accountability is never easy. क्योंकि अंदर से आवाज आती है, उसने गलती की. भेजो उसको सामने, right? But that's when you show character. And when the spotlight is on you, as Gaurish lightly mentioned, who doesn't love being in front of the camera? Who doesn't love the spotlight? All of us do. Deserve it more than I do. And I think that really doesn't come with these lovely conferences that you remember who was sitting on whose shoulder when they were doing the stadium walk when that person retired, not now, pretty old. Exactly. He didn't deserve it, but he got it and he took it. Now, if there was someone else, that person would not have done that stadium walk sitting on someone's shoulder, because the hero for that day at that match was someone else. But this person, being the god of cricket, hogged the entire limelight. The question is, are you conscious of airtime? I hope you understand these words, otherwise we can chat offline. And second, are you also respectful of not just people around you, but even the smallest person who you think doesn't matter, but matters the most? For example, I'm going to give you a live example. I don't know where Dr. Ali is. Is Dr. Ali in the house?
He's left.
He's left
for a
okay.
meeting.
So he was having breakfast with us this morning. and I'm saying this on record, I'm someone who can't have a shower with cold water. Okay. I came in yesterday to Brahmaputra, cold water. I came in last evening, cold water. This morning, I said, I can't spray DO and walk into the event. These guys will throw me out. I have to have a shower. 5 minutes it took for me to just request him to say, I need the geyser. And hot water came. Now, that's what it means to make things happen. I'm sure Rajita would have also said, hey, you know what? I've got up at 3 in the morning. The first thing I want is a glass of water, an air-conditioned room, and I want to make my slides. You pushed her to registration. What's she going to walk away from this event to saying, hey, I was pushed into doing something which I didn't want to do, which is what she spoke about. Can you understand and empathize with people in a startup environment where someone's coming saying, hey, you know what, I need the money. Someone's coming, I'll put in long hours. Someone's coming in and saying, I'll use my contacts, I'll make things happen. Someone's saying, I'll raise funding. Can you play to people's strengths is another quality of a leader.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Another thing that I would like to discuss, because I think many of our students would also be interested in knowing about some of the ethical and legal complications that an HR should be wary of, particularly in a startup context. So I would like Mr. Bose to, share his perspective on this. Maybe another.
Yeah, I think it's okay. When it comes to startups, see, I don't think so. When it comes to ethical or legal aspects, any established organization or a startup is different. Let's understand the compliances and all those aspects are remain same for each organization, whether it is a established one or whether it is startup.
In fact, there are certain liberties for startups.
Yeah, that is on the taxation side. That's the different aspects. However, what I have seen in my career when it comes to a startup organization, founders and the other leadership tilt to on the unethical side of it. That is the wrong side, and I will attach to the talent acquisition, and that is actually corrupting the whole scenario of talent acquisition for startups. Many organizations, they start up their organization with the fact that they will have an ethical side of it and they will pay their salaries on time, they will give all the amenities, but later on when they are not able to manage the cost, they start tilting on the other unethical side, salary cuts and each and everything. So what is not helping us in this ecosystem is they are creating the mindset that if I join an organization which is a startup, I may not get my salary on time. All the amenities that I am looking at, maybe the right ways and the processes that is required for the conducive environment for an employment is not there. For example, if I am leaving the organization, I may not get my FNF in absence of a right HR setup. So just to give you understanding, PFs may be not given on time, taxation is not given on time, and the salaries are not given on time. So these are the 2-3 aspects which I particularly believe that these are not ethical in nature.
Okay, thank you, thank you. Mr. Naik, would you like to add something to it?
I'll give it a pass, but just before I do that, I think of it a little differently from what's been discussed. So now when it comes to ethics in startups, they're no different from a regular free-play organization, right? So what things that I could relate to and which I think of, ethics probably encompasses the overall way we do business, right? Starting from the different operations of different functions to the way we do our taxes, to the way or the compliances which are specific to the sector or the country, right? All of that is something that has to be taken care of. And how do startups cope with it? I would think of it that when I think of startup, I think of prioritizing my resources. I think of what are the activities or functions that are core to what I do, right? So that brings me to the next question or the next part of my strategy. Should I build or should I buy? Now, all strategy in my view is a build versus a buy. If it is not core to me, I would rather outsource it or have it contracted out in able hands who are able to go ahead and align the services to your core values, right? I would not say that if it's a startup, then there is a higher chance of unethical practices. I might not think that might be true. But what would be a differentiator is how you view and actionize the ethics part of the overall piece, right?
So since you are all energized, I'm sure you would like to add something to the discussion. Please. Ms. Charu?
Very difficult question for somebody like me. I try to stay away from the legal matters as much as possible. um, so yes, some of the things that you were already highlighted. You need to look at the employee side, the organization side, and things go really very typical. And most of these things have very huge repercussions. I'll touch upon something very different here. How are these modalities managed in some of the organizations? Contacts definitely help. First, that you get a feeler of what's going to happen, right? You get risk matrix and all of it in place. And while you may not have a lot of time and bandwidth to do it, but you need some initial information as in what may come up my way. So you need to have really experienced, agile hustlers in any startup for that matter. And some of the skills which are already highlighted for the leaders over here, I would add people in such roles in such organizations always are on a seesaw. Moving between a very patient side of them, something happens. And on the other side is the other extreme of being totally non-patient. Why did this happen? And what can I do to make it right? Most of the times you may not have a lot of time at your hand to correct or take risk averse risk management actions per se. So I would say that somebody's skill in such a specific role will be very handy because the repercussions are going to be really huge and time paucity, and there's going to be money involved also a lot of times. So that's what my 2 cents are.
Thank you. Thank you. So we have been talking about AI automation technology for very long now. So we basically cannot then in driving innovation, particularly in context of startups. So I would request the Gen Z on our panel to take the lead.
Okay, so I think role of AI is important and it's not important as well. So when we talk about hiring, and in startup, you will have a lot of hiring. So it's bulk hiring that we speak about. You need technology to help you source ones whom we will hire and ones whom we will not hire. And what I've seen in my personal experience is that there are a lot of these psychometric tools that we have implemented, which will help in understanding whether the competencies the organization needs is the competency that the candidate would have. And there is a lot of technology which is now helping us in understanding the overall evaluation of a candidate profile. And not only that, I think we have now gone into automated hiring as well. So there are some profiles where there would be a lot of questions which a bot would be asking a candidate. And overall, I think the initial screening is something that gets done with these technologies, but AI will not be the ultimate solve. So mental judgment point of view. So when we talk about hiring or when we talk about the overall pulse, so pulse is something that we check through a lot of AIs nowadays. There are a lot of bots which will help in understanding the overall health of the organization. That can only do it till a limit. There is going to be leadership involvement. There is going to be the human mind which is going to take that final call as to what we do with these findings. So I think it's a mix of both AI as well as the manual judgment that we have as a leader. Not only that, I think apart from AI actually is now helping us with a lot of bridges as well. So when we talk about things not happening and we get standard responses, we understand that the answers were also coming from AI. So I think that's something that the Gen Z have adopted. I think I would say that it is reducing the overall creativity and the uniqueness that an individual brings forward. So while I'll say that it is helping us in the overall long-term vision of the organization, it is also one of these means where the overall creativity and uniqueness is getting restricted. So it has its pros and cons. We are debating. It's still in the nascent phase. We have not really been able to understand the overall utilization of AI in the overall organization health and concerns. But I think a balanced approach of AI is very, very important in order to evaluate human beings, because at the end of the day, we are human beings and machines will not be able to evaluate us better than us. So that's
Correct.
how I put it.
In fact, I would like to add to that it is not actually AI versus humans or AI is replacing humans. That's what people have been feeling for so long. It is actually humans replacing humans, because AI is again replacing only those humans who have been maybe doing the routine tasks. So those routine tasks and activities have been taken over by AI, rather than some of the other activities or top level roles that have not still been taken over by AI. So it is humans replacing humans rather than AI actually replacing humans, is my perspective on that. Sir, would you like to add anything to that?
So I think specifically focusing on the innovation aspect of it, two parts I would like to add. One is if you want to drive innovation in a startup environment, one is there is a lot of change management which happens throughout the organization. So you need to set the tone for change management. And the other part is there's a lot of, you need to be able to connect the organization goals to the individual aspirations. If you're able to connect those two aspects, people are automatically kind of inspired to innovate and look at new and better ways of doing things. And this applies not just to startups. I mean, to give you my own example, it applies to even when you are playing a role in a bigger organization. So even if you are kind of setting up a new team, setting up, let's say, an HR shared services setup like I did in my previous organization, very new concept, never done before. But it was like creating a startup within the organization, because you needed to define the processes, you needed to define the objectives of the team, what we will achieve, and whether it was that or whether it was playing a new role where you play a HR mergers and acquisition role within the organization and trying to create a new sub vertical within HR, a capability within HR which can deliver for the organization. So even that is innovation. So the point being, innovation can happen not just in startups, even in established organizations within a larger context. When you're kind of setting up a team, starting up a team, building the foundation, adding a capability, even that area innovation can happen. So yeah.
I'm a very, very firm believer of the fact that any behavior that gets rewarded gets repeated. Are you guys with me? Any behavior that gets rewarded gets repeated, right? When we were small children and we would cry and our parents would give us a chocolate, what did we learn? That every time I cry, I'll get a chocolate, and therefore I would cry. Yeah. Similarly, what's the antithesis to that? The antithesis to that is any behavior where I get reprimanded, I will not do it. So in a startup environment, if your mindset or culture of the founders is, you know what, we are very frugal. We don't have enough budgets. We can't afford to make mistakes. And therefore, you got to get it right the first time. You will never, ever have innovation. Because innovation, most of the times, happens when you go wrong. Yeah. Edison once, very long ago, said that how many ever times I didn't get it right, I learned so many ways of not to do something till I got it right. And therefore, if a founder has a mindset ki galti nahi kar sakte, you can't make a mistake, we can't afford to get this wrong, you will be scared to experiment because you will have that pressure to get it right the first time. Whereas if a founder tells you, hey, it doesn't matter, go for it, try it out, creativity, even if you get it wrong, you will keep improvising till you get it right. And that's what cultivates a culture of innovation.
True, true. I totally agree that, enforcing the culture or creating or facilitating the culture of experimentation is something that startups should focus more on. With that, I think we are open for questions from the audience. We can take questions from the audience. Yes, we have a question at the back. Please hand over the mic to them.
Hello. So my question is for Gaurish sir. Sir, don't you think a smart person is a good, healthy competition for within the organization and push others to push their limits?
Please repeat your question.
Please repeat the question.
Sir, a smart person is good for healthy competition within the organization and inspired to push others to push their limits.
Zavasi, thank you. Thanks for your question. I would definitely hire a smart person, but I would also want to coach the smart person in terms of handling himself or herself. That's really crucial because the problem with the smart person is that you will start expecting that person to always, that person becomes predictable over a period of time, right from day one. So if I'm hiring a smart person in my team, since we spoke about leadership, I also need to make sure that that person is protected. And that's crucial. Because if I'm not protecting that individual and expecting him or her to come and deliver something and share ideas, to your point, then that person might just, and if the environment is not inclusive, if the environment doesn't encourage that individual to contribute, then it's going to be a challenge for him or her to thrive. And so for me as a leader, I need to make sure that I create this guard wall to make sure that that individual is protected. But at the same time, you need to understand with experience, you will learn how to watch your back. If someone's watching your back, great. If not, you got to watch yourself. And that comes through experience. But yes, 9 out of 10 times, I would definitely still hire a smart person, yeah, if that answers the question.
Next question.
Good morning, everyone. First of all, it's an honor to be present here with such accomplished industry leaders and ma'am for leading the panel so briefly. My name is Utsav Verma, and a little bit about myself. I have worked in a private equity firm. We were AIF6 registered SEBI firm with an angel fund of about 500 CRs. And my job was in portfolio management. So I interacted with a lot of founders, and I saw that most of them didn't even have an HR at that stage when they were coming for us. With them, they told me that they greatly valued the need of an HR and how important it is to start the structure of values in an organization and hire top-notch people. But as you said, sir, it comes with a cost. And considering the amount of capital they have, their perspective was that if we would give so much money, allocate so much money to one specific person, how would we run our operations? And that was the take I got from that conversation. And after I met you, Mr. Sahil Nair, and you basically gave this analogy that the presence of an HR in an organization is as important as Cerelac is to a baby. Now I'm in a dilemma that if I were to go, and I believe like a lot of my friends here from IIM Jammu have this aspiration to make a unicorn from IIM Jammu, if I would request you answer in the absolute terms, like whether we should hire an expensive HR from the starting and compromise our operations, or maybe after a while that we received a lot of money, we get, that's how like it will go. We'll hire an experienced HR and create the foundation.
I think, first of all, you've answered the question by stating the question, right? But I'll paraphrase that. I think not every HR person is going to be very expensive, right? You will have HR people out there who will have the right intent, have the right knowledge, and have the right mindset, who will be willing to work with a startup. And therefore, it's not about looking at it like a cost. It's about looking at it like an investment, number one. Number two, as I said earlier, you're not going to have everybody who's very expensive, and therefore you need to understand, and the way I break it up, right, is HR to my mind is paper, process, and people. It's like a pyramid, right? Paper is very important because you've got to ensure that you have all your compliances in place. And many people don't understand this, but it's not just startups, but I've seen even large companies. The moment you tell the owner or the CEO or the founder that you can go to jail if you don't have this compliance in place, suddenly they wake up. I can go to jail, because they think jail happens only when you have a financial fraud, not just an HR compliance fraud, right? So that's number one. Number two is process. And number three is people. As you go up the pyramid, even HR professionals mature, and then they become like good wine over the years, right? But you can get someone who has great grape qualities and not yet matured to wine, and they will suffice for the kind of startup that you're talking about. If you want to know more about it, I've spoken on similar lines on my TEDx talk, which is having a conversation with your 6-year-old self. So you can catch more on that, and that will hopefully help you. Yeah?
Next question. So anybody from the panel would like to address that?
Yeah, so if I understand the question right, you asking as a tag professional, how do I prioritize what I hire? Is that the question? Within the budget constraints. Okay. Now, I would take a step back and first think of what my priorities are when it comes to hiring. Rule one. So what does the tag function do? It enables business to find the right talent, not for its own sake, but for the sake of the organization, right? So as a break ice event, what I would do is I would probably first look at what are the priorities that are defined for a specific talent. And then when it comes to the sourcing part of it, given the budget constraints, if you were to look at it in this age where most of both the person applying and the person reviewing are digital natives, you would have more and more avenues that are already open, be it social media, be it direct channels like the career page. All of these are at play and they don't cost you anything, right? So those are probably a certain set of channels that you could use. One more thought that comes to my mind is using your own employees as brand ambassadors. That works. And that is, again, that gives out the relevance of how important a good org culture is and how important that is. to ensure that we get top talent at a price point which matches your ask, right? Yeah.
If I can just add my 2 cents, right? Can I answer your question head on? Head on, very simple. When I started off my career, I had a choice to make. Do I want to be a big fish in a small pond, or do I want to be a small fish in a big pond? I made a choice, right? I wanted to be a big fish in a Chotu organization. 3 years later, I wanted to be a small fish in a big organization because I wanted to join a brand, right? Then I made another choice. I said, now I want great exposure. I want to work with the best people so I learn how amazing they are. And now, for me, money is equally important, right? So not everybody's motivation will be money. For some people, it may just be exposure. For some people, it may be the dream. For some people, it may be your passion as a startup founder. You need to identify what are the motivators of people, because if you find someone whose motivation is money, even though he or she is kick-ass, person won't join you because their motivation is money. But if someone else's motivation is experimentation, or they got tired of a corporate job and they want to experiment, or they want to come and align with your vision and are okay with money because they made their money, they'll join you. So understand individual motivators. That will help you a lot.
Also, just to add to what Sahil said, very closely connected. When you are selling the opportunity to the candidate, are you only selling it on the basis of the money, or are you selling it on the basis of your talent value proposition, which has like 8, 10, 12 items under it? It could be well-being, it could be, like Sahil said, the opportunity to get the exposure to work with different kind of people. And once you identify that, you sell on the basis of that motivator of the within your talent value proposition pack. So identifying what motivates and then connecting the talent value proposition to the motivation of the candidate, that I think will help you, sell the deal.
Next question.
Hello. A very good afternoon to all of you, sir. My name is Harshit. I have been a software engineer in the past. So I asked this question multiple times whenever I come across HR domain. So I have recently worked in a HR tech firm. So my question is, are there any challenges or something that you feel is missing in the existing tech or the hiring platforms like Workaday or Lever? Or what actually you look in for a hiring platform whenever it comes to hiring in your organization, considering the fact that I see a lot of room for development in the HR tech domain?
I think, buddy, the answer is pretty simple. We're living in a world of Uberization of talent, right? We're living in a world where each one of us have so varied preferences. Forget each one of us. You yourself wanted something yesterday, you want something else today. And therefore, unfortunately, even the best of tech products are not ready to build this level of customization. And they have a stack, you go with the stack and then you add bolt-ons, right? Or you add third-party add-ons. But the irony is, are you allowed to give as much of flexibility to an employer or even an employee on the system to navigate the way they want? And I think most large companies, I don't want to take names, but the best of companies today are struggling with a dilemma to say, where do we stop? How much is enough? Because I can change a recruiting module, I can change a talent management module, I can change a succession planning module. But tomorrow, that brilliant guy sitting in that corner of the auditorium may say, but my problem is this. And you may say, but I never thought of this problem. Now, will you sit back and find value dollar or rupee currency to say, I will spend $10,000 to build this new feature because there are 100 takers? Or you're going to say, it's your problem. I'm sorry, our system is like this only, right? And I think that's the dilemma that many people are finding it very difficult to solve because where do you put your money? Do you put your money where there's going to be actually great ROI? Or do you do something that's good to do? Or do you see that the future is moving in that direction? And therefore, today, I'm willing to invest in what could be a great revenue stream for me 3 years later. And that's the problem with tech. The third problem, to my mind, which is one of the largest problems, is the time to implementation. I sign up on a tech project today. By the time it gets implemented, by the time I go through the whole change management process to get all the employees on board, the tech is outdated, right? And therefore, where do you draw the line is a question all of us are struggling with.
That truly answers it, sir. Thank you so much.
I'll just add one line. Tech, right now, we are looking at solving some of the process-related things. And we have reached a lot of milestones, one after the other. What we are still to cover as a journey is how this will add on to the experience part of it. We can automate screening, we can automate shortlisting, interviewing, coding, etc. We are even moving ahead to that AI is giving us if the person is real or made up, picking up behavioral characters out of that interview. But is that enough what we want? I don't think so. We are going to stop anywhere in near future, or we are not going to stop ever.
Also, just in addition to what you mentioned, ma'am, do you think really AI will replace all of the human resource intervention when it comes to hiring someone?
Never. We are not
Not
living
at
in a
all.
matrix at all.
Exactly. Thanks, Ron.
No matrix X.0 is ever going to happen. Don't worry on that. It's only about how you become better self of yours today.
So would you like that to happen?
Me as a techie would definitely love it to happen.
Oh.
But
that also includes you.
just talking about the HR domain when it comes to hiring someone.
Yeah. So here's the thing. The big irony is that we all question about AI is going to take our jobs. We know that there are new jobs that have been created. If the question is this going to replace some jobs? Yes, the answer is yes, and that's inevitable. That's the evolution. But we need to also focus on. So I spoke about upskilling. We need to focus on those skills that we want to build in the future. And to your point, if you have a better idea in making workday even more efficient, then why not? Yes. And the other point is that every startup has to prioritize, what do I invest in? Do I invest in a workday? Do I invest in something else? Because later on, at some point of time, most organizations struggle with is the integration of all these platforms. That's the other thing that the tech guys have to work on, saying how do I integrate that? And any legacy system, for example, things like Talio, for that matter, has its own challenges if I want to integrate that into an Oracle HCM or Workday or whatever it is. And that's the other dilemma that the HR folks work with, because the investment really sort of beckons, saying that a big question mark, saying how do I integrate it? The speed of implementation is the other concern, and that's why having the right HR people in place is very important, because it's still about human in the resources part of it. Makes sense.
Thank you so much.
So we'll take one last question.
Hi, good day to all. First of all, my name is Anid, and I thank the panel for being so engaging.
You are not audible.
Am I audible
Not
now?
loud enough.
Hi, am I audible more now?
Yes.
Yeah, sure. My name is Anit. First of all, I thank the panel for having such an engaging discussion. So my question is more on the topic of mentorship that was mentioned in the discussion, especially at the end. So when you are an HR professional, you have a lot of people beneath you who ask you for support and for guidance and stuff. But at the same time, while being a mentor, you also have job responsibilities that doesn't specifically can be categorized as a mentorship. So when you have a lot of people beneath you, how do we manage or balance out being from the perspective of an employer as well as providing mentorship?
Wow. So just paraphrasing the question, what you're saying is, how do I do two roles at one time?
Yes.
As a mentor and who I'm mentoring, sort of, let's say, people who work with me.
Yes.
Right. So slightly correcting you, I would not like to work people who are beneath me. I would like to work people who work with me.
Along with.
So that's the whole idea about respect for individual and inclusive. So words do matter. That's very important. That's why it's human. I mean, let's just take that in. Being a mentor is a part of every leader's role. You like it or not. It's up to the leader to take on that role or not. It's really a matter of choice. But if I were to manage a smaller team of 3-4 people versus a team of 20 people, my time is stretched, but the role remains. So I need to, when I take on that mantle of a leader, especially as a people manager or as a people leader, because it says people manager or people leader, with people comes that I need to coach, guide, mentor, train, stand by the side, or do whatever it is, do what have you, to make sure that I give them time. And that's what I need to prioritize. What managers struggle with, be it in HR or be it elsewhere, is to understand this whole concept that if I spend more time with the people that I work with, I could get things done better. It's about getting things done. But if I don't spend enough time with people, if I don't mentor them, if I don't share my experience, if I don't help them feel safe, it's about making people feel safe. And that's when people open up, right? I mean, you want to have a safe space. So if you get a safe space to express yourself, express and be yourself, that's what mentorship is all about, really. It's not rocket science at all. And that's a role that every leader needs to take on, whether you like it or not. And that does not mean that I shrug away saying, no, okay, that's it, I won't do anything else. That's the whole, with great power games comes great responsibility kind of thing, right?
Thank you. Okay, so I think we can take one last
let
question
him,
from
let
you.
him answer. He's like he's going to attack us after that.
Good afternoon, sir. It's an honor to gain so much insights from you. I'm stunned by the kind of image you have in my heart. So I have one question. If I have to start a startup tomorrow, what are some core competency I should be looking for in an HR? So, Dr. Nair, Professor Mr. Nair.
You want to repeat the question? These guys were distracting me with some shoulder
Sir,
massage.
no worries. Sir, if I have to start a startup tomorrow, if I'm starting a startup tomorrow, what are the core competency I should be looking for in an HR?
Brilliant. I think one, it's a given. The person needs to know their job, right? That's a given. मतलब अगर उसको अपना काम नहीं आता है तो please मत लेना. And with all due respect, there are a lot of people who don't know what they're supposed to do. Second, get someone who understands you, understands your vision as a founder, is aligned with you. The last thing you want is someone being a pain on the backside, right? Now, this role is very important. And if this person is not aligned with you as a founder, you're going to waste a lot of time just going back and forth. 3, do not get someone who will always say yes to you. Right? You will have a lot of people out there who will say, yes, 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 you're right, you're right, you're right. Disaster. Get someone who constructively challenges you, makes you think, puts you in a dilemma to actually get you to say, oh my God, I didn't think of this, right? And number 4, I'm saying this out very loudly, very clearly, on record, on camera. Get an HR person who has done business. Don't get just an HR person who's been only in HR. Because while they may be absolutely amazing and may have done a lot of business partnering and affiliation and all of that, but an HR person in today's world and in the future needs to do 2 things. बंदा समझने आना चाहिए और धंधा समझ में आना चाहिए. अगर बंदा समझ, and banda I mean both genders, okay? So don't only banda कह रहे हैं. Banda means all genders. बंदा समझ में आना चाहिए और धंधा समझ में आना चाहिए. And if an HR person doesn't understand dhanda, he will speak a different language, you will speak a different language. So get an HR person who is create a done something online, whatever, but dhanda kiya ho, you'll rock. The person needs to understand HR, right? For example, if you have a situation, and Gaurish will definitely add after this, but if you have a situation where, let's say you grow your team, right? And your first year startup, 20 people, second year startup, 40 people, third year startup, 100 people. Now, at a certain juncture, if he's not come and told you that, hey, you know what? We need to maintain PF compliance, Provident Fund compliance, because he himself didn't know, or he or she did not know. It's a big lapse at your end. So which means they need to understand the law of the land. They need to understand some things are good to do, some things are must do. If they don't understand their work on what are the must do's, you'll get into problem. But Gaurish, do you want to add? Anybody else wants to add, please?
So there are three things in sort of to get to know calm kind of thing. One is knowledge. Knowledge is really important. Knowledge is number one. So you should know your domain. You should know your field very well, and that's extremely important. That's where the calm comes from, really. If you don't know that, then that's going to be a challenge for you. So if you were to draw a function of calm, or it's a function X of what exactly do you need to know, it applies to all, not just HR. One is your domain, so you should make sure that you build knowledge really, really well. The second is your experience, and in that order, if you look at a capital letter of knowledge, that's K. That's the biggest in terms of that. Then experience and then practice, in this order. But knowledge will always eat experience for breakfast, because if you know stuff, that's the most important thing, right? When people come to you for queries, they expect you to know stuff. Like in organizations, people don't think about, are you a specialist in learning or in talent acquisition? They will ask you any question at all. So if you know when you're in the HR fraternity, it's about building knowledge. It's about understanding what is it all about, and be ready to be stopped and asked with any question. That's how you'll get to know your calm well, basically.
Thank you, panel members, and thank you all the students for your interesting questions. So to summarize this entire discussion, if I am allowed to make certain concluding remarks, obviously HR function is equally important in a startup as it is in an established organizations. Now there is no doubt about it, and actually investing in HR early on in case of startups is not just advantages for the startups, but is also very essential and beneficial for the startups. And we had a great analogy explaining that a mother has to eat healthy food when the child is in the womb and not later. So the sooner is the better. And also, as India is developing its entrepreneurial ecosystem, it is actually our shared responsibility to provide guidance and mentorship and guidance to the budding entrepreneurs. And we cannot forget that HR rarely earns money, but it does save and spend money. And when it comes to gaining investment, leadership, business plan, your skills and competence are equally important to get the investment. And also, we cannot overlook the importance of having a strong talent value proposition, and also clearly communicating it to the audience. So these things become very important, and hopefully this dialogue has actually contributed in that direction, has provided some insights and inputs to our students in that direction, by underscoring and addressing the importance of aligning HR strategies with the unique demands of the ecosystems. And with those concluding remarks, I would stop, and I would once again thank our panel members and all my dear students. Thank you all. Thank you so much.
Special thank you to for moderating this event. Your collective wisdom has not only enriched our knowledge, but also ignited a passion for creating impactful HR strategies for startups. We are truly fortunate to have this opportunity to learn from the best in the industry. On behalf of the Industry Interaction Cell and the entire fraternity of IIM, I extend a heartfelt thank you to all the panelists.
Hello. Hello, everyone. You are requested to be seated.
IIC members, please. IIC members, please ensure all students are back in room. Audi fast. We are about to start with our second panel.
प्रसन्नजीत थोड़ा मॉनिटर घुमा देना स्टेज वाला प्रसन्नजीत 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 हेलो प्रसन्नजीत मॉनिटर घुमा दो स्पीकर छोड़ हेलो हाँ ठीक प्रसन्नजीत प्रसन्नजीत रुक जाओ स्टेज स्पीकर
Everyone is requested to kindly settle down. Starting with the panel in the next 2 minutes. Kindly be seated. Today, as we delve into the exciting future of work, we are not just witnessing change, we are discussing it. Today, good afternoon, everyone, esteemed panelists, honored guests, and aspiring future leaders of the business world. I, Devanshu Mehra, along with my co-anchor, Rohit Shikre, take delight in welcoming you to the second panel discussion of HRC 7.0. The topic of this panel discussion is the Gen Z way, understanding a new generation of workforce.
The workplace is evolving, driven by forces that are reshaping the core of how we work and succeed. At the heart of this transformation lies a new wave of talent whose perspectives and values influence our work culture's direction.
Today, we are privileged to have a panel of experts who will share their valuable insights and observations on the Gen Z mindset, how their career trajectory ensues, and the skills the youngest workforce generation. On the stage, Dr. Baljit Singh, Co-Chairperson, Placement Office, and the moderator for this panel, Dr. Ashish Kumar, Chairperson, Student Affairs, and Assistant Professor, Finance and Accounting at IIM Jammu.
Our first speaker today is Mr. Anand, a distinguished HR professional with 20 years of experience in total rewards and talent analytics. His impact on organizations is profound. As the Vice President of Human Resources at Landmark, he brings extensive expertise from diverse industries, including retail, telecom, engineering, QSR, and financial services, with a deep understanding of compensation design, benchmarking, and performance management. Mr. Anand has been instrumental in shaping strategic HR initiatives. We are honored to have you, Mr. Anand. Please join us on stage.
Joining our panel next is the insightful Ms. Lavita, General Manager of HR at Jindal Group, who brings over 2 decades of extensive experience in talent acquisition and leadership development across industries such as renewable energy, display, chemical, and power. Her impressive career trajectory began as an admin office assistant and has grown into a senior HR leadership role, reflecting her deep expertise in talent management, succession planning, compensation, and performance management. We are honored to welcome Ms. Lavita to our panel today.
It is with great honor that we welcome our next esteemed panelist, Mr. Snehal S. Nandi. With a robust career spanning over 14 years, Mr. Nandi has established himself as a leader in talent acquisition. Currently, he serves as the Director of Talent Acquisition at Dexian India Private Limited, where he is celebrated for his remarkable ability to drive continuous improvement initiatives, optimize recruitment strategies, and successfully lead large-scale programs. Mr. Nandi academic credentials include a master's degree in e-business from NMIMS Mumbai. These are the testaments to his dedication to continuous learning and professional growth.
Now, please join me in welcoming Ms. Simin Askari, a distinguished expert in human resources and business excellence. With over 3 decades of experience and a strong academic foundation in economics and business management, Ms. Askari has made significant contributions at HCL, the Times of India, and the Apollo Group. Currently, as the corporate head of HR and business excellence at the BS Group, she leads strategic HR initiatives and drives business transformation. Honored with the Women Super Achiever Award in 2010 and the Women Leadership Award in 2014, she was also recognized as one of the great Yodhas of Indian HR in 2017. We are privileged to have you, Ms. Simin Askari, with us today.
The next on the panel is yet another revered speaker, Ms. Deepti Mehta. Ms. Deepti has rich and diverse experience spanning over 21 years as an HR leader with a proven track record in driving strategic HR initiatives across diverse industries such as IT, telecom, and consumer durables. Her expertise extends to organizational design and development with a focus on creating structures that align with business strategies, enhancing performance, and building employee capabilities through targeted learning interventions. We are honored to have you here, with us today, Ms. Deepti Mehta.
The next on our panel is Ms. Apurva Manikar. Ms. Apurva is a learning business partner at one of the leading global financial services organizations. With over 13 years of experience, Ms. Apurva is known to be a seasoned and reputed HR professional, linguistic expert, and certified facilitator. Skilled in training and development, performance management, and HRBP roles, with nearly a decade of experience in HR, Ms. Apurva is looking to create a reasonable difference in the lives of people and organizations. We are honored to have you on the panel, Ms. Apurva.
Next up, we are thrilled to introduce our panelist, Mr. Ravi Rangaraju. Mr. Ravi is a seasoned HR leader with a proven track record of driving business growth through people. At Thomson Reuters, Mr. Ravi has been instrumental in designing and implementing impactful HR programs that align with global business objectives. He manages HR strategies for nearly As an award-winning public speaker and distinguished Toastmaster, Mr. Ravi is dedicated to leadership development and mentoring emerging professionals. Please give him a huge round of applause as he takes the stage. Now, we request Dr. Baljit Singh to felicitate the moderator of this. Now I request Dr. Ashish Kumar to introduce the topic to the panel and take the discussion ahead. Thank you.
Thank you very much. What we are going to talk about in the session is the generation which is sitting in front of me right now, the Gen Z, right? Now, what is the difference of your generation right now is that your generation is not looking, primarily if I talk about it, is not looking for the financial stability and all those kind of things because your parents have given you that kind of financial freedom. When you go into the workforce and all those kind of things, what are your expectations and how HR is going to manage those expectations? Your generation is something which is, frankly speaking, if you ask me, is more oriented toward we are doing will be accepted by the people who are we're gonna talk about and all those kind of things. In that kind of a setting, the HR role is evolving because if I talk about what we hear, the HR is coming from the baby boomers kind of a generation and all those kind of things. Now, if this kind of a workforce comes into play and you have a team lead, which is a baby boomer kind of a mindset on all those kind of things. Maybe the dynamics of HR needs to relook at how they manage the expectations of two different mindsets of the people, one with a different kind of ideologies and cultural backgrounds and all those kind of things, and this generation coming up with an entirely different set of their cultural and social upbringings and all those kind of things. So what maybe I'll begin with this. I'll request everybody to make about opening remarks for maybe 5 or 7 minutes and something, and then we'll take up the discussion forward, right? So we'll begin with Anandji.
Thanks, Ashish. Thank you so much, Dr. Ashish, for this. And thanks to I would say the IIM Jammu and the team over here who has kind of held this entire event. It looks really, really big event, which is organized by all the students. So hats off to all of you. That's really great. So can I have a round of applause for all of you? See, that's the beauty of, starting the thing. When you can say anything and then you can get it, people clap also for you, right? So that's why I kind of I chose to sat over here. Okay, so getting into it, a bit more serious thing. When we were discussing outside this room that what is that you have to say, and then I think what Dr. Ashish said, you people know yourself much better than any of us on this side, because our children will be of your age, so we know only whatever we see from there, or maybe some of the workforce that we manage in the offices, and that's the job that we do, right? So let me take a topic a bit more, not with respect to this, but bit more digressing over there, is if you look at it from, say, and let me start from the day that you people were born, maybe at around 2000 is what I can assume that you people would have been born, one year plus minus, that's what it would be. And if you look at it from UN study standpoint, at that time, the Indian fertility rate was around 4. And fertility rate is what two people produce, right? A couple, how many babies they produce. And the average age or longevity that India had was 48 years. Today, if we say 2025, it has moved by almost, say, 10 to 15 years. When you will be of our experience, it will move to approximately 70 plus years. That's the UN data, it's published data, so you can see that. So why I brought that up to over here is, if you look at it, the way the life expectancy is going up, the retirement ages, which are today at around 50, 60, whatever, 58, 60, the number of people getting into workforce will reduce, right? Our average age is going up every year. When I say ours, it's India's average age is going up every year, which means that today we have a very, very easy job where we can employ all of you and put you into work. Yes, we have your tantrums also that we have to kind of take care. But yes, at least we have a workforce which is ready-made, available to us, because the average age is around 27, right? In hiring, because if the retirement age remains there, you will have a challenge from where you will get people. And the moment you increase the retirement age, the impact or the challenge that you people will face is that you will have multiple generations working for you, right? We have very few baby boomers today in the offices. We have most of the people, and this Gen Z is approximately 30% of the workforce today, when we are talking. But it will go much multiple way in another 10 to 15 years, right? So you and we, I would say it is more of you who would have to work with various multiple generations, and hence each of the generation will have their own ways of working. The Stanford, there is a Stanford report from the Stanford Institute of Longevity, in which they have said that US life expectancy will cross 100 years. Will cross 100 years, which means that the retirement in because they will have to put it much more. So now what that report says, how actually you can work with the multiple generations and how you will kind of get into and have the baby boomers and the other categories, retrain them and mentor by all of you, how they can use technology better, how they can use things better in a way to make sure that they kind of exist and they can work till longer. So coming back on your topic, which is the Gen Z, what Dr. Ashish said, that your expectation, what we are facing today, I represent a company where 80% of the people whom we employ are from minimum wages. 80% of the people would be earning minimum wages. And you know what is the minimum wages of Jammu? Anyone? It is around 5,000 to 7,000 rupees per month. How many of you would be getting more of the pocket money than that? You can assume, right? And that's the minimum wage on which those Gen Zs work for us as a company. And it is state by state, and obviously we can't employ people at around 5,000-7,000. The company pays a bit more, but that's the generation that we deal with. But the expectations are similar. They might not have first-hand iPhones today with them, but they also have good quality phones. They also understand technology much better way. And in these stores, when you go, when you talk to these people, the aspirations are similar. It's not that the aspirations are totally two different things. The aspirations are similar that they bring in. And to nurture that aspiration and make sure that they grow and they come out of this minimum wage bracket is what is this company does it. And what we do is, with respect to each store, we try to put 80 to 90% of the store managers grown through within. And that's how we try and manage these guys. So I just wanted to give you a bit of glimpse how things will be different when you people face it and what we do in the company. Maybe future, further discussions, we can take it forward.
When I was listening to Anandji, he used one, I don't know how many of you have caught that word, was tantrums. So that means, think about it. Why I say so is that why he used that word could be, because if I look at your generation go out to eat outside. You don't straight away eat, you first take a picture. Then you post it. Because for you people and your generation, where you're eating is more important as compared to what you're eating. And in that kind of generation, when it comes to the workforce and all those things, their expectations are entirely different of what the generational before and the team leads are. So that is the kind of mindset with HR is thinking about, that we have to manage different kind of workforce in their organization. When Anandji talks about that they have multiple things, is you have to understand one simple thing. Many of you aspire to become entrepreneurs. You'll have to work with the people having the same mindset as you are. When you have the same level of thinking process of those so-called tantrums, the person who's going to work for you will have the similar tantrums. So how will you make sure that you get the work done from that kind of a workforce is something which will become challenging for you as you go forward and all those things. So I'll request
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. So I'm Lavita and I represent the BC Jindal Group. And I thank Dr. Ashish and the IIM Jammu for hosting us here. I'm really privileged. Really very interesting topic, because this is what it is. All of them, how are you feeling today? How's the Josh? Is it high? I can't see. How's the Josh? I think so. This is what the Gen Z is all about. They want to be high all the time. So what we are looking for in Gen Z?
I'll stop you over here. They might take a different definition of it. For them, the definition of high is entirely different.
So guys, this is what the enthusiasm, the aggressiveness, what we can see in Gen Z, this is what the organizations are looking at. And I believe I'm coming from a manufacturing organization. Here, when we looking at the Gen Z, we see they have a mindset wherein they are looking at different things at a speed. And even the organizations which are looking at Gen Z, they realize that they have to speed up to this Gen Z and they have to bring in lot of digitalization or they have to bring lot of systems which actually allows the Gen Z to represent themselves. Also, they can feel valued in the organization. Organizations are trying to build a culture wherein in most of the manufacturing organization, you will see there are baby boomers, there are Gen Y, Gen X, and then there are Gen Z coming in. But there is a lot of cultural gaps. So what is the organizations that they are trying to do with the Gen Z when they are trying to bring in these people is they are trying to think differently what the organization can put on the table. Today's Gen Z is much more than a job. They're looking for a total engagement, total health and wellness. They are also looking for a financial longevity or stability, but the organization have tried to understand and hence they are trying to bring in certain policies which can, when we bring the talent in, we can match these kind of expectations into the organizations.
Right. Okay. So what I can hear from Am is that if you start talking about something like our generation, for maybe our generation, work-life balance definition was entirely different. When we talk about it, maybe people sitting on the kind of panel can think about what I'm talking about, or the people sitting in the front row can think about what I'm speaking much. For this generation, entirely different. I had a friend of mine who was working, and one of the Gen Z employees under that colleague, so she had a very kind of a deadline to be met in a day or two. And the Gen Z came, no, I can't work today after lunch because I have a pet appointment. And that person was very clear that I'm not discussing it, I'm informing you. I'm not going to stay. So if your work is so important, you should have told me before, otherwise I booked my appointment. This generation looks for the work-life balance to be the most important thing. This is a generation not unlike us. When we were growing up, we didn't have a voice in the house. The parents used to decide on all those things. Nowadays, this generation has the voice in the house in making different decisions and all those kind of things. So if that kind of a person comes to your company, how will you manage, and what are the perceptions which you have about these kind of things? If you can talk about that.
Hello, I am. Okay. So first of all, thank you so much for inviting me here. Me and my parents had a dream 15 years back that my son will go and choose any of the IIM. Unfortunately, I couldn't make it, but today I could make it in another way. Great. And so the topic what Ashish sir has come up with, it's a debatable topic. But me being a positive soul, let me look at the positive side. And I have a reason behind it. So what is Gen Z? You yourself know, maybe you'll keep coming aware about all those stuff. And it has been well narrated by two individuals. Let me give a live example. From last 3 years, I have been only working with Gen Z. So the company where I'm associated with, it's already established company, but the unit what I took it, it was very new, I would say. So when I took it back in 2021, there were only 3 recruiters, 1 director, and me as a director. That's it. From there, we kept hiring all freshers, all fresh, a grad, maybe 20 years, 21 years. That's the average age what we had. So all Gen Z, right? Born between 97 to 2012. We had a dream. We had seen the dream until 26, 27. I'll tell you the figure. And in this recent 3 years, we were already halfway there. We had a dream to make 100 crore business by 26, 27 with few member of people. We are a close unit of 60 people. If I live for 14, 15 out of them, which are like of my age, out of Gen Z, 45 people, all Gen Z. They taught me patient more widely. They have taught me how I should understand them along with my people, my director and leaders people, right? So I feel Gen Z is more fearless. They don't think much, just give us the task and we'll work upon it. The only thing what they demand is give us the logic. Why do you think you are giving us this target? That way. Thanks for agreeing. Great. So with a bunch of 3 people, 4 people, I would say we started in 21. We had just a couple of accounts. From there, we have added around 20 odd accounts. I have a recruitment team size of close to 50. From 1 crore business, this August, we have touched 50 crore business. Just 45 people. So each individual in my team owns 1 crore rupees. That is what they are demanding. Trust me, I'm not overpaying them. I don't have budget, it's not the case. They have understood the logic, what we are worth of, and from 50, we have to go to 100, and we want to be a contributor towards it. This is what the logic, what individual is looking for. Maybe the generation before that, they would have just stick to it. You know, if I talk to my family, they say, stick to a company of 15, 20 years. But now I ask them, why? Are they defining my achievements, my vision? If yes, I'll stay back. If not, maybe I have to look for a change. So maybe I'll hand it over here. We'll answer more of your questions later.
Yeah, sure. So that means what you're talking about is, as compared to the previous generation, maybe loyalty is becoming a two-way instead of one-way kind of an expectations.
Absolutely.
Are you loyal to the employees is also becoming important as compared to they being loyal to you. So that's what.
For me, loyalty is not just the stability.
Okay.
It is way beyond that.
Right.
You have to make your people a part of that vision. आप सिर्फ 4 लोग लीडर मिलके डिस्कशन कर रहे हैं, आपने अपना गोल सेटअप कर लिया, आपके पीपल को पता ही नहीं क्या गोल करना है. So when we discuss, we all are part of the discussion. We feel everybody's owner. आप इसको स्टार्टअप ले लो, एस्टैब्लिश यूनिट ले लो, जो भी है. But 1 crore से 50 क्या मतलब? We think we have done something.
Yes, agree.
Yeah.
Agree. So why, if I talk about this, the term we used was initially was fearless. Now, why this generation is becoming fearless is what I initially said was because they don't have any financial kind of burden as such, because the grandparents might have given them the house, their parents might have given them the financial assets, and they have brought that kind of financial stability in the house, which they need to think about that. So that brings them that fearless, okay, I can live whatever. And at times it could be possible that some of them are sitting over here or may do something in future. They might live, their parents might ask them to live the dream through, that this is what they wanted to achieve, and because of any reason they couldn't do it. So that is also a possibility. So in this kind of a scenario, and when you have, if I talk about maybe Siman ma'am, if you have a MD who is from their grandfather's age, and you have a Gen Z employee coming up and in the house, they don't listen to the grandparents, how do you expect the MD to maybe make them come in the same way? Like I can relate to Snail because of his looks and all those kind of things. He looks like a Gen Z right now. So that's an entirely different, so he can very easily relate to that part. So how does...
I definitely don't have that advantage.
No, many people don't have that advantage. So, but how does a senior person who has to at times keep, like if I talk about maybe stakeholders' expectations and all those kind of things, which this generation may not that much related to, because for them, like he said, understanding what am I supposed to do and why am I supposed to do it? So how do you manage from an HR perspective in this kind of a conflict also?
Okay, so first of all, hi Gen Zs. Good to have, good to be sitting here and talking to you all. I was, accompanied by 2 of your colleagues on the way, and they said this is a very well-awaited panel because we want to understand what the older people think about us and how should we respond, right? So why is it that when we talk about a generational difference, like, it was the same when the millennials were coming in. I'm sure it was the same with Gen Y, Gen X, whatever, baby boomers, everyone. Whenever we talk about the next generation, it's always as though these guys have come from some different planet, right? We always talk about, bilkul different hai, thought process different hai, how are we going to manage? I really don't think so. And sorry, Dr. Ashish, but I am not going to agree to your statement. And I saw a lot of people going like that when you said they already have financial stability. No, there is definitely a huge amount of stress, I would say, when it comes to finances. The only difference is, I think, the perception of what we felt was enough for us in terms of salaries is not what is expected today. And I think a lot has to do with the environment, with the way we've been brought up, with the way we as individuals have spoiled our children by providing them everything so that that becomes the new normal for them. And they need to maintain that lifestyle. And for that, they need to have a certain amount expectations from the employers that they go in. Now, when it comes to the expectations of the next generation, that is Gen Zs, I feel the primary thing is that they want to be treated as adults. They don't want to be treated as children. They don't accept anyone actually treating them like a child. So if you have a baby boomer or an MD treating them, ke, okay, maine keh diya to kar do, nobody's going to understand that. I come from an organization, we just celebrated 95 years of our existence. So that means I have at least 4 generations working side by side. And believe me, this is a life I'm living every day as the head of HR, because I need to coach my people how to talk to two different generations, how to manage expectations, how to keep them motivated. Generation Z is no different than what we were in our times. Maybe the kind of, as I said, remuneration expectations, the flexibility expectations probably has gone up because that's the entire ecosystem that we are living in today. These guys have been born with with technology in their hands, right? We struggle with it even today, right? If we do not have communication fast enough, they will start getting bored. So if we have tools and means to make them productive, they will be productive. Now for you, like obviously we are here sitting and talking, what is it that we understand of Gen Z? But I think what is also important is you should understand what does an organization expect from you, right? If a person goes to his boss and says, I'm not going to work because I have a pet appointment, I'm sorry, you will be shown the door. And that's the hard reality, irrespective of where you are, how great the organization is, right? If you have a certain task in place and you need to do it, then you need to do it, right? Irrespective of what your aspirations are, what you think about work-life balance, whatever. The organization's goals come first, primary, right? So you need to understand that as well. Organization has started becoming very flexible in terms of meeting everybody's expectations. So there will be flexibility, there will be work from home, there will be, I don't call it tantrums, but I would call it meeting what you really aspire for, or what is it that you really cherish and value. There will be organizations that will value your contribution and therefore reciprocate in various ways in terms of compensation, benefits, that you will also want to sort of stick around there. So while it is important for organizations to understand what Generation Z is all about and how do we manage and motivate them, it's also important for Gen Zs to understand what is the corporate world out there and what is it expected from them, right? So do have realistic expectations in terms of obviously what a company is providing you. The roles are very important. Obviously, salaries are important, and I understand money is important for everyone, but that's not the end of it. So do look at what is it that you're getting in at the end of the day? What is the organization that you're going in? Stability, again, a lot of youngsters that I see would like to move jobs because they were getting another, extra 20% hike in someplace else. But making these quick changes at the beginning of your career are going to cost you a lot at the end, because then you will be just seen as job hoppers and not as stable people. So again, these are things that I am just giving you as a word of caution, because this entire audience is going to be sitting in for their campus placements, and they should understand what is it expected from them. Yeah.
No, just wanted to kind of put it that this generation does not only look at salary. Like if I talk about from the financial stability, what I meant was that this generation is not only motivated by the monetary compensation. So they're looking for that simple extra also, that how maybe the office will treat them, whether their voices will be heard or not, all those kind of things. So they're not something that, okay, we'll do the task because it is given to us. Like you said, that it has to be done, it has to be done. So that is something which they're changing on. Ravi, your remark, please.
Hey, can we all stand up, please? Can we all stand up? Gen Z, please. Okay, can we all stretch our arms? Yeah, please. All Gen Z people, please stand up. It's our mindset, man. Come on. Just stretch, stretch, stretch. Okay, bend down, stretch. Okay, stretch to your right. Don't bash your friend. Stretch to your right. Stretch to your left. Okay, now at the count of 1, 2, 3, you will say yo. Okay? 1, 2, 3. Wow. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Excellent. Please give yourself a big round of applause. Please be seated. Sir, first thing, Gen Z doesn't like monotonous things. So we need to give them a break in between. Yeah. We made you sit for 2 hours earlier without giving you a bio break in between, and then you're saying, come back and sit. I know the reality. I had to rush outside. Firstly, I would like to thank IIM Jammu for inviting me here for the second time. I was here last year in the other facility out there, the makeshift hall that was there. You guys didn't have enough of me. You guys didn't feel bored, so you called me again. So thank you. Heartfelt gratitude. And I must say one thing about Gen Z, sir. The kind of ownership that these people have. I saw a practical example today in campus. Where is Bhagya? Bhagya Lakshmi? So she was taking care of me since yesterday, right from the airport to here, ensuring that everything is taken care. I don't know, she slept only for 2 hours, 3 hours, like many of you all over here. That's not it. 1 second, hold on. So today morning, one more friend of hers comes and said, sir, I'm representing Bhagya because she's sitting for a placement discussion. But I'm here to take care of you. So she deputed me. Now look at the amount of ownership that these guys have, right? To take care of a guest that if I am not there, I will depute somebody. If there is placement discussion going on, I will say, okay, I'll go. My placement is important, offer is important. But then she has taken that pain to depute somebody on her behalf and come. Doesn't that require a big round of applause for all of you all for the sense of ownership? Now coming to Gen Z in the workforce, I really like what Simin said, right? See, when our grandparents thought, okay, their kids are, oh my God, gone. Then our parents said, we are gone case. Now we are debating here, you guys debatable, let us see. But no, future is very bright because when our Prime Minister talks of Viksit Bharat in 2047, it is you people out there who will take India to great heights. So I believe the future is very bright. It is just that we as organizations need to make a little changes in our strategy. We can't live in the old times. So somebody said, I can't work today because I have a pet appointment. It happened to me last week. One girl said, I'm very depressed because my dog has kidney failure. And she has to take care of it for 2 weeks because doctor said in 2 weeks, something will happen to your dog. I mean, some people feel like laughing, but then that's the reality today, boss. Today, the fertility rate, as he said, has dropped down from 4 to 1.2, but today, nobody's having kids. They're becoming pet parents. And they're treating kids, pets, more than their kids. So that is the reality that we as organizations need to adopt. And we need to make a strategic change. It calls for a thinking and mindset. If we are back in the old days only, for example, I hesitate to ask for leave. What will my boss think? I'll hesitate 10 times. But today, generation is not like that. When I told my daughter day before yesterday, I'm going to IIM Jammu campus for a meeting. I'll be missing you, Baba. She's 13 years old. She said, bruh, what is this? Yeah. Go, man. Go live your life. Don't have FOMO. Go live life and come back. I mean, that's the confidence that today's kids have. And that's the confidence you all have. So I beg to differ that Gen Z and all of that, yes, we need to make minor adjustments. One thing that we expect from you all is when you graduate and come over, ensure that you have good communication skills, good presentation skills, so that you adopt to corporate culture. So we have systems in place, don't worry. So for me, the future is very bright and you will make a big difference. Good, thank you.
Ravi sir, what you have done is one simple thing is, they did something without realizing that they are being asked to do something without why they are doing it. Did you realize that? He asked you to do something, you all stood up and started doing it. Am I right? Nobody questioned at that point of time why. But when you're sitting over here, you question why. So we have to make them stand outside and do some stretching, then come in. That's what is required, and we'll think about that also. Okay, please.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Deepthi, and I represent a company called Interface Microsystem. I think fellow colleague Ravi has made the, right now as Lavita said, Josh is on, Josh is high, whatever. Okay, so I have 2-3 things which I wanted to just highlight upon. One, I work with this organization, and this organization is 40-year-old. And as Simin has said, she's working with 5-6 generation together. I am working with 4 generation together. And, some people, they have started their career from this organization, and some people have are just joining in, like you people and, people, those who have 1 year of experience, 2 years of experience. But Gen Z has done wonders for our organization. And I'm really proud to say, 3 years before what we were in terms of turnover, within 1 year, the Gen Z, how much, can you just guess how much contribution they have done it for our organization? My organization Interface, and it is an automobile sector. Any guess? Any guess anybody can just say? How much? Huh? Tenfold, okay. That is that. Okay. So we were around, 400 crore organization 2 years before. And today we are sitting at 1500 CR, right? And the aim is to go on. And this has really happened with the contribution of the new people and new generation which we have added. Why I'm saying so is this particular sector works with cross-functional team, which we call CFT. This is very new for me because I'm also 1 year old in the system here. So what happens here is, we work together with different generations because, what we do as a business is, like, we are in automobile and our major clients are Tata, Volkswagen, VW, and so on. The car which has to get launched by 2035 is there in my premises today, right? We are working on that technology and the kind of, technological change which are happening. Just 3 months, there is a change. The ADAS system you might have seen. How many of you know ADAS, right? So this has been done by our engineers. Our company has done this research, and this has been followed across. So why I'm explaining this is, for us maintaining this particular generation live, it is very important for us to hire more of Gen Z, right? Because we have baby boomers who has experience, but the kind of fresh ideas and technologies you people bring it on board is pretty important. Another thing which I just wanted to say, wherein people were saying micromanagement, this, that. I agree to Ravi's point, what he made. I think the task which we give it to you guys, the kind of ownership which this generation takes, I think I haven't seen in 20 years of my career, to be very honest. You guys do wonders. And there is a present example, like, I was just sharing with them. Our kind of technology, auto technology is not there in India. So what we have to go is, we have to buy this technology from Germany. So it is very difficult. It's very expensive technology. One person getting trained is 1 CR minimum, which we have to pay. So what we are doing here is, we are sending Gen Z, and they are doing that training, and they are training the other people, which are, generation X, baby boomer, Y, and the kind of, the research and innovation they have been doing, guys, it is wonderful. And I want you guys to do more research, come with the live projects, which I'm sure your summer internship placements are on. Make sure that do that research and come back to us. We are looking for and we're seeking this sort of, intelligence which should come from you guys, and which we can implement in the organization. That is very much required. Third is, we run a sounding board in our organization. So there is no more hierarchy. It is very, very difficult, though, of course, taking care of the lateral talent, which is typical. Hamare bina koi nahi kar sakta, ye ho nahi sakta. But there is Gen Z coming in, making sure that they're working together with them and making the things together and making the things work is pretty good. Once I say sounding board, what we are practicing here is the gig. I'm sure all of you must have seen the gig workforce also. So guys, gone are the days you are working in one organization only, typical things which you are doing. Today is the chance for you to work for 3-4 more organizations together, different kind of projects wherein you think you can add value. We believe in, developing the strength of the person rather than working on an area of improvement. Of course, agility, your value system, everything comes in place. Of course, you are also here to earn money. However, I personally feel the kind of ownership which this generation takes, I haven't seen in others. And that has been the USP of our organization. We have gig workforce, no more techies. They are not BTech. They are simple at times. I was also surprised to see one guy is a BCom, and he has done some course on artificial intelligence and embedded. There's a technology called AutoSAR. I don't know how many of you are from auto background who has done it, and electronic telecommunication or electrical background. So there's a technology called AutoSAR, which is not there in India. There are only 15 to 20 people in India, and this guy is working with us, simple BCom. He has done this technology. I'll just give you the number also. 3 years experience, used to earn 9 lakhs in some of the company. He did this course. He made sure that he worked with us. He developed that product, and it is there in Tata Mahindra car, SUV. And currently, he's been offered in Germany the package of 2 CR as far as India market is concerned, 2 CR. It is not, there's nothing which you say it is impossible. There's nothing which you say you have to have technical background. If you have some vision and mission in your mind, I want to reach there, I think sky is the limit for you. But however, of course, as Simin said it very rightly, there are ethics, there are value system, there are some clause which we have to follow as far as corporate is concerned. And I personally feel the generation is not demanding much. They are demanding the flexibility at work, right? They give us the more productivity. We seriously, being in a manufacturing company, we're not even counting how many hours they're working. If there is a work, guys are working day in and out for 4 days, 5 days, they don't even go home. That is a kind of commitment which is been seen in your kind of, generation. So this is my, one point which I wanted to tell all of you is make sure that you are not only studying the what is written in the books. Make sure that meet with industry expert, do more and more case studies, read more, and come up with the fresh ideas. And sky is the limit for you for the job opening. There is no dearth at all. Gone are the days AI will take our jobs. Nothing is going to happen. Ultimately, whatever algorithm also we are putting it in AI, it has been done by humans, right? So make sure that you are there and you have a bright future. This is what I wanted to say.
Okay, Deepti, that's great. But I would like you to kind of quote that example also, which you were discussing about, because that example of yours is something which maybe the older generation and older system was that tick the box kind of an approach. That our management is, have we ticked all the boxes or not? You're not supposed to speak in front of X person or Y person. So if you can quote that example which you were discussing during the initial one down, please.
Okay, so I was just discussing one example. So we have CTO, the Chief Technical Officer, and in our engineering kind of setup, this is a topmost position which is there, right? So one of the new employee who is joined with us, and he said, "How is it going?" So he said, "Nothing is going perfect. I personally feel you need reverse mentoring. You do not know how to handle people." So it was a shocker for all of us because CTO, he's working on a lot of innovation projects. What if he leaves the organization? What will happen? But the guy took it so positively, and what they did is after office hours, like after 6:30 p.m., they were sitting together, and this guy has taught him, couple of things, and those things were how to manage your team, how to give flexibility, how to use Canva. these small little things. And I was just sharing. Gone are the days wherein people were not challenging. And I really want you guys to come up, communicate, and challenge. Take risk. That is there, but challenge the certain people. There's no hierarchy, no more hierarchy in the organization, right? Our MD, one day he said, to one of the new joinee, like, you have to complete this task. And because he himself was working on that project was very, very typical, very, very difficult. He said, you have to work on this project and we have to give it tomorrow. Can you believe the guy, what he has answered? He said, I won't be staying back. The work which has not been done for 2 years or 2 months, you expect me to do it in 2 hours? I'm sorry, I cannot do it. This is the kind of, generation gap. But yes, MD also understood. First, he was very furious. What is the kind of culture this HR is getting? This is what it is happening. I don't like this. We have worked like this. But at the end of the day, after 7 days, that project was delivered. So that is what then he went ahead and said, it couldn't be done in 2 hours because we have to do a quality check as well. We do not want to do a tick the box. So this is what this generation brings it on table. It's not tick the box, which we generally typically in our time we used to do. If there's a presentation, if we have to make it, we used to make sure that we are spending 4 hours, 5 hours, and we're just going ahead and presenting it. You guys take time, you think about it, and then present it. But there's a productivity. There's something which is coming out of it, is something which we see in this kind of generation, which is there. And for us also, big time. I believe in this. I am relearning many things. I'm learning new things. And if you ask me, like, I have a team of 50 odd people, and I generally believe and work with a very young generation. And, people, those who have 4-5 years of experience, they are there in my team, not 15-20 years of experience is there with me. So it is like, because we have to learn, there is a mixed set of experience. There is that we have to make sure that we are bringing it on table. Of course, the experience matters, but at the same time, technology also matters. At the same time, your kind of intelligence, what you put it on table, that also matters. So this is where we stand.
So if I have to just kind of put it at this generation needs to have the self-motivation kind of things. The external things kind of things, maybe, that's something which you have to, Apurva, if you can make your initial remarks, please.
Sure. So I think, all right, what do I say? I mean, everybody's taken up all the points. But I think this generation has a challenging approach. So they challenge a lot, which is fair because we need that. Like, for years together, there have been organizations that are doing a lot of processes without having any questions asked, like basically a no questions asked kind of approach. But with this generation coming in to our organizations, we are challenging everything. Every process is getting challenged. So that's a good thing. And so for me, I think I'm a millennial. 90 born, so I'm a millennial. And I've seen both the generations. I've seen my father do all the book of works of accounts, and I have seen the Gen Zs working on, it's that training. It's, you don't have a mobile app for the training. How come? So I've seen both the generations. And we somewhere fall in between, and we have a tougher challenge. Nobody's talking about us. But to manage both the generations. So yeah, and we've seen ages where we used to work in organizations with monitors, CPUs. I hope all of you know what that is, to a phone culture, to a WhatsApp culture. So that's, I think there has been a lot of technology change, and we have a long way to go.
So Apurva, you're talking about that we are the generation whose parents felt that we were useless. And now the younger generation feels like, okay, we don't know anything. That is the kind of thing we have to manage out both the sides and all those kind of things. Right. Thank you very much for your initial remarks and all those things. So I'll begin with my first kind of a question. Now, if I talk about, although they clapped on that part but I still believe that this generation has a very stable kind of financial security, but their social anxiety is very high. So if I look at that way, maybe the money which they feel like is not sufficient is because they need to have a social status or a symbol and all those kind of things. That is what is driving their anxieties and all those things. So if that kind of workforce comes and all those kind of things, how does HR has evolved in the recent times to manage those anxiety kind of an issues at times which come up. Anyone can please take it.
So just to, before I kind of hand it over, I think this generation is much more vocal than any other generations. That's the only difference I find, because anxiety issues have been there even in the past. There have been multiple cases of different, I mean, you talk about a topic and it has always been in the history, but we've never spoken about it. This generation is pretty vocal, and I think credit goes to them for that.
Yeah, I agreed on that part. Whether those issues were there previously also, but this generation is not someone willing to hide those issues. They're being vocal and all those kind of things. So how do HR manage these kind of things?
So I believe today there's a lot of information overload which is happening. If you look at so many influencers out there, they believe that you need to make your first crore when you're 26. You need to make your first property when you're 28. You need to have the second house, third house. This crore has to become 5 crores, 10 crores. And they sell all these online courses for 99 rupees, which never work, by the way. Right? So what that is creating, because of all these people, they make money because of your clicks. But they don't realize they're creating a society which has that FOMO, fear of missing out. That success means only this first crore by 24. I mean, then what by 30? Then life is gone, is it, by 30 if you don't make it? So today we are facing similar pressures in the organization where youngsters, they believe that, okay, success means this. They're putting a timeline to success. I need to achieve this by this. Otherwise, in my peer group, I'm considered a failure. Let's say one of you get a prime offer, like she said, the 2 crore offer. Let's say you don't get it. You get an 18 lakh offer. Now, it'll pinch, isn't it? It will pinch. So today in organizations, there's a lot of focus on mental well-being, and we're creating a lot of, we are partnering with a lot of vendors who can offer that counseling support in the organization. Because see, we are not experts. We are HR people, but we're not people experts. We're not psychology experts. We're not counselors. So they need guidance. And then today, how many of you are hostelites here? Raise of hands. Yeah, good. You should ask why. Okay. How many of you are not staying in Jammu, who are all relocated? Everybody. So look at the amount of pressures you guys go on, right? There's somebody at home, not well, you're here, you have to take care of yourself, you have to manage a lot of things. So today, the kind of pressures that these youngsters go is very high. So I think that well-being, then mental pressures, as organizations, we're giving a lot more importance there. So if I have to talk about my own organization, the entire organization shuts down 3 days in a year for mental well-being holiday. We are a global organization spread across 150 countries, 26,500 people. On a working day, entire Thomson Reuters shuts down business because of mental well-being. On that day, no emails, no MS Teams. You are free to do what you're going to do. Focus on gardening, focus on pets, do some YouTube channel, whatever you want you do. Focus on your skills. Or just chill, time off from mobile. Just go relax with your parents or your loved ones or your friends. Imagine the cost of doing business on that day, sir. 3 days that Thomson Reuters does not do business. But then for us, mental well-being is important, because only when somebody is mentally and physically fit, you will come and do work for us. So I think that is what companies are focusing more nowadays. Very soon.
Okay, so like, you heard that it is mental wellness is given a focus overall with all the organization. Like what we do is we have 25,000 employees, and for them, there is an open helpline which is available to all of them anytime for them as well as their dependents. Anyone facing any challenge, because the moment you have store people, it is totally different kind of challenge that they face, right? So mental well-being in one thing which is going on. The other thing which I wanted to kind of add over here is most of us discuss and divide or think success as the money earned, right? That's what we generally, or society talks about it. My way is totally different, and the way I say that is, you should focus on the product, which is us. If you focus on product, which is yourself, into it, you should know what you are doing, you should know how you are doing, and get into detail. The byproduct, which is money, will automatically come to you. It is only a byproduct, and if you consider your product and then the byproduct comes automatically, the stress levels will go down, right? It's I would say, it takes, you might understand it a bit later, but I am very clear that if you concentrate on a thing which you are doing right now. Like all of us said, whatever you are doing today is amazing and you need to learn in much more detail. And once you learn that, you get hired, you keep on learning. And this is what this generation keeps on learning. That's a big, big positive about this generation, that keeps on learning always. And that's what kind of keeps you going for much longer period than any of the earlier generations. Thank you.
The problem with comes is that they learn too many things and then you have to go for unlearn. Is because anybody can shed light or maybe with some example or something. What happens with this generation is when they go kind of a mindset and all those kind of things. So have you ever faced any kind of a conflict which comes to you and how you manage that out? Because this generation has an entirely different kind of expectations. That generation has a different kind of expectation. So how do HR handles those kind of conflicts at times?
I'd like to take that answer because as I said, a 95-year-old organization, they're bound to be conflicts. They're bound to be different generations with different expectations, youngsters feeling that, they're not being heard enough, and the older guys saying, "Ye sunta hi nahi hai." So it's like an everyday thing, This is
more like a family kind of view.
So this is the life that I live every day, But fortunately, it's not something that one can't manage, right? All one needs to do is to understand where is that person coming from. Now, when I hire from you this campus for the ACE group, right? They come from, and they are very bright kids, by the way. You have really great seniors who are working with us. Before them came in, their expectation from the work is very different. They want to have independence. They want to be given some sort of an authority. Whereas, a lot of my HODs are in their 50s and almost 60s also in certain cases. They don't want to give that freedom because they feel that, direction nahi mila. Abhi to bachcha hai, abhi kya batayega? How are they going to do the whole work? Why am I not involved? So I need to actually go and coach my HODs on how to deal with their expectations. So one of the roles that I have taken upon is more comfortable than the guys who've been there. So the legacy guys are there, okay? They've been with us, they've served us well, they've been loyal with us. We've had people who've served 30, 35, 40 years as well, But now is the time when I need to ensure that there is continuity of the business, and that can happen only when the Gen Zs are more comfortable. So Deepti talked about reverse mentoring. We have exactly the same thing in a structured way in our organization. That means that any new thing, so one of my business heads, he was so excited when he learned one statistical tool from one of the acers, and he was like over the moon. He never thought that this was even possible. So for people at that level, the conflicts are of a different nature. It is more to do with discipline. It is more to do with why is the person not understanding what I'm saying? Why is he not following a hierarchy? Why am I always after them? My two-bit here is when I'm introducing the new batch or when I'm introducing the new guys to their team members or the departments is that you don't need to breathe down their necks and they will deliver, and just be patient on that. So a lot of time conflicts arises because of that misunderstanding that this person is not going to understand what I'm saying. And if you do explain it well, then those conflicts are very minimal.
This just and to add on to that one, because this generation, as compared to the previous generation, is not bound by something like a time bound or a structured career and all those kind of things. Now, this generation is more oriented towards if I'm delivering, you said, Ismail, that if they deliver, they want that to be recognized at the very fast pace.
So here also,
how do you manage in case the reverse happens?
Yeah.
A Gen Z goes up and somebody with a previous mindset becomes a team member.
Yeah.
So how do you manage that kind of
So that
conflict
happens that's a reality of life. If you're capable, doesn't matter what generation you're from. Okay, if you're a Gen Z, you can climb, right? The I would say the magical combination here is when you're able to explain a career graph to people and you're able to define career paths very clearly. You must tell, it doesn't matter, you may be brilliant, but that doesn't mean every year you're getting a promotion. There's an organization that we have to run. There are 10,000 odd people that I have to, those expectations also have to be met. Just because I'm pleasing someone, I cannot displease somebody else. So those expectations need to be set right both ways, right? If a person joining in is clearly aware that if I do X, Y, Z, if I am upgrading my skills to A, B, C, then I will reach here, no matter what. It doesn't matter who is above me or below me. Even if the other person is sitting with 8 years of experience, I will too can just simply go there. So there are fast tracks and there are career paths which are clearly defined.
Okay, anybody else wants to take on? Yeah.
Yeah, so I'll just add what Simin has said. In our organization, so there are 2-3 set of philosophies which we are following. One, what we do here is we work on the tool called Strength Finder. I don't know how many of you have already done that. I'm sure you might have heard about it. So what we do is, because as I said, here in this sector, the cross-functional teams works together. So you need experience, like say, for example, it starts from innovating a project, right? Innovating a product. So wherein your engineers, your software team is there. Then after that, there's a testing which happens. After that, there's a quality check, and then it goes to production, and then it goes live, right? So all teams have to work together. Similarly, the supply chain also be a part of it because they will bring the material and everything. HR has to be a part of it just to understand what kind of technology they are working and how I have to train my workforce. And then financial people also work. So it is a mixed set of all the functions working together. So what we follow here in this organization is we work on a strength finder, wherein we leverage the strength of each and every employee of the organization. Experience doesn't matter, you have 2 years of experience or you're just fresh or you're working as a contractor with us, right? And that has worked, that has worked so well for us. It has done wonders for us, right? So nowadays organizations are following that particular thing, wherein everybody is now, their sentiments and emotions are not getting hurt. They know I am good at it, and hence my organization is giving me an opportunity. I need to deliver that product. And once the product is done, it is not you have done more, you have done more. It is an equal kind of. It has just changed over a period of time, just in a years and in a half of time. Because otherwise, as she said, and you also mentioned, yes, I have people, those who have 20 years of experience, and the leader of those guys is only having 5 years of experience. But they tell them, this way we can do it fast. The product can be delivered fast, and this is how we have to work on. And this is the way now. The productivity matters, guys, right? Make sure that whenever you're going, don't get scared. I'm fresher. I have 1 year of experience, 2 years of experience. You should know one or no, this is what I can do better. Rather than working on your area of improvement, work on your strength, which is there, and make this vision in your mind that 2-3 things I'm sure you are good at, and go ahead for that particular skill. And I think that works wonder in corporates. And of course, as she has said, you guys are vocal, you are there, you don't have any kind of fear in your mind, and which is so good. Nowadays this is needed, and I'm sure whosoever is here, whosoever is there, can speak English, Hindi, everything, right? I'm sure uske liye to bolna hi nahi padega, right? Communication is the key, and make sure that, guys, you communicate. And as I said, the industry experience, you should talk to industry leader. Make sure that you are doing live studies rather than only reading that 4 Ps or whatever we have studied. I don't even remember, right? Make sure. Oh, she's saying it is 6 now, so that I wasn't
think it
aware
is 7 if I'm
of.
not wrong. How many?
Yeah.
if I'm not wrong.
So yeah, this is where. How many? Now 7. Okay.
Yesterday. Yeah.
Okay, let me open the house for any questions from the audience, please. You can pass on the mic. Yeah. Just have last 15 minutes. I have some questions.
Hello. Hello, panelists. I am Swagato. I am from Healthcare Management batch of IIM Jammu. My question is that is all talking about Gen Z. So how HRs leverage Gen Z passion for the social responsibility and the climate action, which is too much relevant nowadays, and companies are getting like net zero targets and carbon emission reducing targets. So how the Gen Z passion for social responsibility helps to achieve that target in an organization level? Thank you.
So what he's asking for is that this generation is more vocal about the ecological and all those kind of things, settings, and their preferences and all their likings. So how does the organizations are addressing those concerns so that the Gen Zs understand those kind of missions and visions also? If anybody can talk about it.
So, with respect to that, let me kind of brief answer. Yes, we are aware of, and one of the things that we have done as Max is we have launched a fabric or a denim which consumes much lesser water to produce, and it serves both purposes. One, this is Gen Z who are my customers. This is Gen Z whom I need to employ, right? So whatever we do as a company, it will serve two purposes for us. One, I am able to employ because, like everybody said, you're not going to come only for money. We all know that. You will not come only for money. You will have your own targets as well, like you said. It's a very pertinent question. So this is how we have kind of solved it. One such example, I thought I will just give it to you.
So I would like to just add a little bit to your question here is organizations are attracting youngsters by actually talking a lot about the CSR or the work that they are doing on the environment front. If you see anybody's websites, you will see a whole lot of things happening, right? Organizations have also started doing employee volunteering because that is something that is close to your heart. You would want to contribute to the society at large. We as an organization, we are the platinum lead certified green building in the region, and we have a huge lot of, I would say, activities happening around, and we are constantly talking about it because we know that this is something where the youngsters are really looking at. So till about a few years ago, CSR would happen, but it would be at one little corner. Nobody was talking. Today we install, for example, electrical vehicle charging stations in the office. We put it on the post. We do some packaging development, which is reducing the wastages. We put it on the on the website. So that's how organizations are trying to sort of attract youngsters.
Has become more like an engagement program.
I'd like to add here, similar like Simon said, my organization is also very old, like it's a 70-year organization with multiple different businesses. But yes, as we are also into CSR and multiple activities, and I believe most of the panelists who are here, most of the organization, they are very, very looking at the environment in a responsible way. And I think so, even whichever businesses we are trying to get into, which is futuristic, are more environment friendly or sustainable, because that is the need. And even I think so, the newer generations which are coming in, they will also look forward to these kind of ideas or
Right. Any other question, please? Yes. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, good afternoon to one and all. This is Ananya Tiwari. I'm a first year MBA student. So there was a discussion regarding the mental well-being and about like Gen Zs are super dedicated regarding their work. So last year, I read an act of Australia, which is right to disconnect. That means after a certain working hours, the employees have the right to disconnect and not to connect with the boss regarding their works till their next schedule. So it's just an when can we adopt to this right to disconnect in India's corporate culture?
She want to ask if she doesn't pick up the phone of the boss, how will the boss react?
See, it has got to do with our DNA, because when at work we think about vacation, when at vacation we think about work and answering emails. Whereas other countries, when they're at work, they're at work. Germany, 8 hours of work, 8 hours of work will happen. After 4:30, they will leave, they'll focus on their well-being and all of that. So I think firstly, we'll have to change our mindsets about these things and set priorities for ourselves. Today, it's not the normal follow the sun kind of a thing. And it all talks about engagement and education in the organization, that this is what we need to do. For example, something that we do in our organization is we make US people understand the India culture. That, hey, for you, it is a 2-hour stretch. Why can't the person be available till 11:30 EST? Now, 11:30 EST means 12:30 night in my time here. So we need to make them understand. It's not that they want you to do that way. It's just lack of education. So when you educate people saying these boundaries are important, and when it comes from the leadership, saying we need to make this happen, the change will happen, although a little slower. But then it is in our DNA that we will do the opposite only. So we need to change first, and then the society will change.
Thank you, sir.
Can I add? Yeah, please. See, with respect to whatever, it's answer to you actually. Okay. So with respect to whatever good things we have talked about, right, irrespective of geography and the corporate culture, from day one, your word doesn't get valued. Would you agree to this or not? You have to do something to get yourself heard, right? See, one thing what I strongly believe is change is constant, growth is optional. Decide what you want to do. Okay, so work upon it.
There's one thing which I can say, because I also worked in industry previously, was maybe the US people or the Western world people understand those boundaries quickly as compared to maybe the, no, that's what I'm saying, my own experience. Maybe you might have a different one, but at times I've seen they are comparably more adjusting to those kind of requests as compared to maybe the Indian kind of, could be changing. It could be possible that now the trend is changing, all those kind of things, which is good for them coming up. Any other question, please?
I have to differ here, because yes, the Western world does respect boundaries, but when it comes to them, not when it comes to us. Okay, ask him. I'm sure he would be sitting 12 o'clock in the night working because he has to deal with the US clients. They don't give a thing about what is your time, whether you're on off or not. Frankly, it is like that. But that's why what we have made ourselves available.
Actually,
You
I
know,
think so.
why are we available on our off time? Why can't we just switch off? हमें डर लगता है boss ने phone कर दिया, तो if we don't pick up, तो क्या होगा? Today I am on an OD, okay? I am actually on work, right? But my phone is constantly, ringing, and I am not picking up. But I'm sure tomorrow he's going to say like,
why didn't you pick up?
Why did you not pick up? So we have made it like that.
That's what we have.
I think so. It's a Indian mindset.
Yes.
So what happens is whenever there is a call from anyone, we feel we are obliged to take that call. So, but I think the Westerners, they have, as this one had already answered, that at 5 p.m. Friday evening, their phone is shut down. They will care a damn to take the call. Their work is over. They will only answer on Monday morning. Or they will straight away say, we have sent a mail, we'll reply on Monday. That's it. So I think so that culture for us to adopt is going to take a longer time, because the Indian mindsets are not ready for it still, I believe.
Maybe this generation, when they come into workforce and all those things change it. Yep, you had one. I think I'll take that as the last one, please.
Yes, sir.
One last question, because the time is, he's already behind me that putting the kids, right? That we have to close on time. So please. Oh, he was the first one. I'll go. I have to go to him. If time permits, I'll come back to you. Okay?
Good afternoon, Ravi sir. It was a very insightful session. I want to ask, after graduating, after completing my post-graduation from here, I'll be deployed in some company working with some upper management. So how do I ensure to reduce the friction across different generation I'll be working with? What communication advices you will be giving me? Thank you.
So he wants to know what he should work on right now to ensure those frictions doesn't take place, if I'm right? Yeah.
There are only two things free in this world. One is air, the other is advice. For the last 4.5 hours, you've been listening to advice sitting in this AC room. But the reality outside is very, very different. Now here you're in a very protected environment, talking about all these strategies and all of that. None of them will work. Right? None of them will work, I will tell you. You will have to learn through experience. You will have to learn through grit, determination, and hard work. And you should have patience. Success will come your way. Unbounded success will come your way. Learn to have patience in the organization because society is not as we want it to be. So we need to work our ways through. See, when there's a traffic jam, you need to find an alternate route. I just can't keep banging my head that, hey, traffic jam, traffic jam. I need to find an alternate route. You need to work through, very importantly, work through people, understand people, build your network, build your relationship, and wait for the time. Once you prepare yourself, things will happen with you. So practice patience, it will happen.
And don't forget, it happens only in India. Right?
Just a motivating thing for you, right? Don't confine your thoughts कि मेरे को ये complete करने के बाद job ही करना है. You can open your ठेला, that's fine.
Hello.
Yeah.
Today, the Momo shop
That's
guy is
fine.
earning 25K per month, whereas software engineer is getting 2.5 lakhs per annum. So
Correct. See, I have a plan, I'm 14 years into this corporate world, 2 more years to go. मेरे को यही करना है actually. शायद 2 साल के बाद अगर मैं यहाँ हूँ तो सच में मेरा ठेला होगा. Okay.
Yeah, we have time, so we can take your question, please. No, that boy. Let's go by the order.
Good afternoon, panelists. First of all, thank you for making me and most of my batchmates being comfortable that corporates do understand our generation. Hi, my name is Aditya. I have a question for Ravi sir. Sir, from point of view of your company, how are your companies having job retentions over employee retentions over Generation Z, who is mostly into job hopping culture over work-life balance, as well as having median salaries?
okay, good question. See, there are certain things you can control, certain things you can't control. We try to focus on what we can control. First is what people want is when you join a job, your onboarding should be right. You need to understand the purpose of why you're doing what you're doing. So we focus on goal setting the right way. Then what should I do to ensure I'm doing my job effectively? Skill development. Then what kind of career paths I have in my organization, not only vertically, laterally as well. So I think if we do these things right, we ensure that people will stay with the organization. And today firms pay competitively. So I will not say we are the best paymasters in the industry. Even if you come for placement, don't say I'll not join you. Okay, we pay well, so don't take it otherwise. We pay competitively, but we also offer you an environment where people don't breathe down your neck. You are allowed to make mistakes. We have a fail fast kind of a culture. But then attrition tends to happen. Attrition is good because we need fresh blood. Otherwise, I can't offer you a job if people don't quit the company. So attrition is good, but we do what we can. But despite that, things happen. That's okay. We take care of it one thing at a time.
Yeah, I'll take the last question of yours, please. No, you're not. No, you're not.
Hello.
Yes.
Yeah. Thank you for this opportunity, sir. My question is to Ravi, sir. Hello, sir. I'm happy to see that the company I worked for is here in IIM Jammu. I worked for Thomson Reuters for 22 months, and I can say that I had the best learnings and best time there. So my question is, what are the strategies, organizational strategies that you're applying for attracting and supporting young professionals in TR?
So you will have to tell me that you worked with us for 22 months. So what attracted you to us in the first place?
Sir, I basically love the work-life balance in Thomson Reuters, which is something really admirable. And the thing they give the importance to our personal lives along with the professional life is something really admirable. And I can say that that was my first company after my graduation, and I had the best learnings there. And I can say that the company is full of supportive people instead of, it's not like dominating or something. It's all about learning. So I can cherish that moment ever. Thank you.
Those are the strategies.
I think she
and
had
come back
answered
after
the-
MBA.
you
Don't go
answered the
anywhere else.
question.
Come back after MBA.
Sure, sir. Definitely. I would love to.
That's what it is. Now, Baljeet sir, there is one simple thing. When Thomson Reuters comes, you have to be ready with the EOIs and all those things. It's going to be over. Yeah, here you go.
Sure? No?
Sir, I have a flight to catch.
Okay. So you want few more questions to come up? Okay.
You're putting a dilemma for them that you're giving them maybe the devil's alternative and all those things that they'll not take. Okay. Right. So thank you very much. I think if I have to summarize, about what the future is. They should not have fear that they will not be heard in their organizations when they join and all those things. They need to be more vocal in terms of, although they are already, they cannot have the silence and all those things. They need to have they're fearless already, but when they join the organization, they should become more fearless and all those kind of things, because the other side is also waiting for you people to join, and keeping that in mind that your generation can make drastic changes to their functioning, which maybe require some kind of a change and all those kind of things. But those changes should not be something which can have that kind of a negative impact also going forward. So thank you very much to panelists for the detailed discussion and enlightening discussion. And
Sir, I
thank you
have
very
two
much to the
requests.
audience.
Sir, I have two requests.
Yeah, sure.
One photo with the panel and one photo with the audience we want.
Sure, sir. No problem.
As we come to the okay. Everyone kindly settle down. So, yes, sir, yes, sir.
The lunch is until 3 p.m. Lunch is until 3 p.m. All right. You have to come back sharply at 3 p.m. Attendance will begin at that time and entries will be stopped. And penalties are severe this time. So please be on time.
बात करो इसको। नहीं ना, ये नहीं है। हाँ ठीक है ठीक है, यही है यही है यही है। हो गया? क्या करना? क्या करना? हेलो, बंद करना? हो जाएगा बंद हो जाएगा। एक बार चेक कर लो, चल बोल के बोलो। हेलो हेलो हेलो। हाँ ठीक है, आ रही है आवाज? एक मिनट, आप बोलो। हेलो बोलो। हेलो 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 हेलो। बड़ी कम आवाज आ रही है तुम्हारी। कम आ रही है, थोड़ी कम। थोड़ा जोर से बोलो। हेलो 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 हेलो। ठीक है ठीक है ठीक है ठीक है ठीक है। बंद कर दो, सबको ही बंद करके रख दो।
check.
everyone is requested to occupy the front seats. Students, everyone is requested to occupy the front seats. Everyone is requested to please be seated. We are about to begin. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests and fellow participants. I, Anushmita Bose, along with my co-anchor Vaishnavi Bartwal, take pride in welcoming you to the third panel discussion of HRC 7.0. As rightly said by C. Everett Koo, healthcare is vital to all of us some of the time, but public health is vital to all of us all of the time. This quote perfectly encapsulates the essence of our discussion topic, the primary goal of the healthcare industry, profit making or public health.
The healthcare industry stands at a crossroad where the primary goal must be reevaluated. Should it prioritize generating profits or focus on public health? This critical juncture demands a careful examination of our values and priorities, as well as the long-term impact on the society. Today, we aim to explore this fundamental question, seeking insights and perspectives from our distinguished panelists. We would now like to invite the moderator of this panel, Chairperson MBA HAHM, Dr. Harsha Jariwala, Accounting at IIM Jammu.
Allow us to introduce the distinguished members of our esteemed panel. Introducing our first panelist, Mr. Kanishak Gautam, a distinguished professional with over a decade of experience in public health programs and hospital design across Central and South Asia. Mr. Gautam is a pharmacist by training and holds a master's degree in healthcare management from the International Institute of Health Management Research, New Delhi. He is a key member of the health financing and digital health business for IQVIA Public Health. Notably, Mr. Gautam led IQVIA's project management unit for health benefit packages at the National Health Authority, where he was responsible for the design, conceptualization, rollout, and rationalization of health benefit packages from version 2.0 to 2.2. We are honored to have Sir with us today, and we eagerly look forward to his insights and expertise. We welcome you to the stage, sir. Now we invite Dr. Harsha Jariwala, ma'am, to kindly felicitate our guest. We welcome Sir Mr. Kanishak Gautam to the stage.
Our next panelist firmly believes in the philosophy that one's success is influenced by the company one keeps. She embodies the principle that the people you surround yourself with can shape your future. Ladies and gentlemen, let me introduce you to a distinguished professional in the field of talent acquisition, Ms. Kruti Pancholi. Currently serving as the campus lead pan-India at CIPLA, Ms. Pancholi brings with her 14 years of rich experience, having worked with top-tier organizations like KPMG India, Reliance Retail, British Petroleum. Ms. Pancholi has honed her expertise in talent acquisition. We are honored to have Ms. Pancholi with us today, ready to share her invaluable insights and expertise. Please join me in welcoming Miss
Our next distinguished speaker is a visionary leader in the healthcare industry, Mr. Raghava Rao. Mr. Rao is the co-founder and CEO of Chamomile Healthcare Ventures, renowned for advising healthcare CEOs and board of directors on transformation and value creation, blending technology with hands-on experience to tackle the toughest operational and clinical challenges for healthcare providers. Mr. Rao is a trusted advisor, often sought for board advisory roles and insights on the future of healthcare. He is also a member of the board of advisors for the EPHM program at IIM Calcutta. We are delighted to have him with us today. Please join me in welcoming him to the stage.
As John C. Maxwell once said, leaders become great not because of their power, but because of their ability to empower others. Our next panelist exemplifies this principle through his dedicated focus on behavioral science and strategic HR initiatives. We are pleased to introduce Mr. Vishal Sharma, Global Head HR, Manufacturing Operations, Supply Chain and Quality at Glenmark Pharmaceuticals. Mr. Sharma focuses on helping businesses thrive by closely working with CEOs and business leaders, driving HR strategies for long-term growth and sustainability with over 2 decades of professional experience. We are honored to have Mr. Sharma with us today. Please join me in welcoming him to the stage.
The key to success. Next panelist exemplifies this principle through his strategic vision and impactful HR initiatives. Mr. Amrit Lal, currently serving as the HR business partner and head of talent acquisition at Becton Dickinson, has played a pivotal role in enabling business leaders to make informed decisions through HR insights and interventions. Before his tenure at Becton Dickinson, he had led talent acquisition for high-value expansion projects and oversaw HR shared services. We are honored to have him over here with us today.
Our next distinguished panelist brings a wealth of experience and a dynamic approach to human resources. As Steve Jobs once said, great things in business are never done by one person. They're done by a team of people. This perfectly encapsulates the ethos of Ms. Sugandha Jain. Ms. Sugandha Jain, Director and Strategic Partner at Edroa Healthcare, is a thorough HR professional who thrives on building great work culture while driving company vision. We are honored to have Ms. Sugandha Jain with us today.
Next on our panel is our reputed guest, Mr. Vicky Kothari, Head of Supply Chain Business at Afford Plan. With over 15 years of experience in the healthcare industry, he's a distinguished healthcare strategist who is recognized for his proficiency in the establishment and optimization of healthcare facilities, as well as his guidance of pharmaceutical and medical device companies in the development of robust go-to-market strategies and the enhancement of market penetration. We are honored to have Mr. Vicky Kothari with us today. Welcome. Now, I would kindly request Dr. Baljit Singh to felicitate our moderator, Dr. Harsha Jariwala ma'am. I would like to kindly request our moderator, Dr. Harsha Jariwala ma'am, to spearhead the discussion now.
So good afternoon, one and all. So it's really a very challenging task for all of you to keep you awake after the heavy lunch. We hope we will be able to keep you awake all this 1 hour and 30-minute session. Going ahead, first of all, I would like to welcome all of you on this beautiful campus of IIM Jammu. Now coming to today's topic, that is primary goal of healthcare industry, profit making or public health. So let us talk something about public health first. So what is public health? public health is something to prevent the disease and to promote the, to secure the health of the citizens of the India, to promote the health of the citizens of the India. Now, when we talk about providing these healthcare services, we should be very sure that these services should be accessible to each and everybody. So it is not for the elite, but it is for everybody as per the SDG goals. Third goal of the Sustainable Development Goals talk about health and well-being. So let us talk about something on health and well-being. When we talk about providing and ensuring these services that is accessible to all, whether we should focus on the profit. Now, when we talk about profit, as profit maximization is one of the core objectives of finance. And when we talk about profit, is it a vague concept? Because which particular profit we are talking about? Are we talking about the gross profit? Are we talking about the operating profit, that is EBITDA? Are we talking about the profit before tax, or are we talking about the net profit, that is? And this ultimately promotes the sustainable growth of the organization. So when we talk about ensuring the public health services to the people, should we forego the profit, or should we also consider profit for the sustainable growth and development of the organization? So with this line, I welcome all of you to keep your opinion and views in front of the audience for the rest of the discussion. Yes, sir, please. So I would like to request Mr. Vishal Sharma ji to please start with the discussion.
Thank you very much for coming. So I don't know, when we talk about healthcare and we talk about profit, suddenly profit looks like a very taboo word. And which it should not be so. A small country like Israel, with a Delhi of 22,000 per 100,000 cases, Delhi incidence, your disability adjusted years of life, which is basically saying that, a death which comes before your time, or the years you lost because of various diseases. It runs a very beautiful and profitable healthcare enterprise, and 90% of it is run by private sector. Now, when we talk to people at home, we look at profit as a taboo. Now, I think data point will help. We are a $400 billion healthcare country. Average per capita health spend is around $212, while neighbor China is $1,000. We are the country with high, close to 50%. And 90% of us do not go for medical checkup unless we have to. So the problem is not per se profit. The problem is, one, that the healthcare needs some adjustment. Two, the quality of healthcare which we are getting. So if I go for a small test, let's say HbA1c, because I'm a diabetic, one hospital would charge me 1,800 rupees. Another hospital charge me 170 rupees. Now, as a consumer, I'm not sure where is the difference except the infrastructure which is being provided by a large hospital chain. So if I'm a quality focused country where I understand that for any checkup, any medical health issue, I'm sure what I'm paying for is getting delivered to me as a patient. Or I can just refine saying that we are a very patient-centric country in terms of our healthcare. As a consumer, I am adequately satisfied that where I'm putting my money is getting benefited to me and to my health. Now, without profit, I think the whole system will collapse. Maybe one area where I can, talk about in terms of the money coming from which source. let's say if it is private equity, possibly then the sole motto remains that how soon we get out and how much multiple we make. So if we understand where the money coming from, we can look at making profit not so much of a taboo. But for a good healthcare system to survive, and I'm talking about, let's say, your pharmaceutical market, your device market, your hospital chain, your analytics, everything has to be sustainable. Then this kind spent on healthcare is $212 per year. And we are insurance-wise not even up there. So we have a very paradoxical challenges in our country, but without profit, maybe not the most obvious motive, but without profit, I don't think this healthcare industry would survive. And the second point is the way our disease patterns are changing. I think this requires another set of understanding how, as Indians, we are going to live with our health. The number of cancer cases in India, number of respiratory cases happening in India, and serious respiratory cases. We were diabetic capitals. Now I think this pattern is changing. So there's a huge amount of pressure on us as human beings in India, where we are dealing with multiple challenges, and also we don't go for medical checkups, right? So when the healthcare becomes reactive, I'm sure there's a lot of more money which you need to spend than if it's a preventive measure, if you go for your medical checkup.
Thank you, sir. So, sir has given a very good thought pause for us. So, is it something like government is spending too much on the healthcare? Companies are innovating with so many solutions, but are we really conscious about our health? So, what is your opinion? If I'm asked the students here, so yes or no, are we really conscious for our health? Side. So let us go ahead. So now I would like to request Dr. Vicky Kothari. Please throw a light on this about your opinion as far as the profit making or public health is concerned for the healthcare industry of India.
Hello. Hello. Can you guys hear me? Hello. Good afternoon, everyone. And I'll just like to start on the note the question which ma'am asked, are we conscious about our health, right? I can say that 90% of people sitting in this audience are not conscious of their health. But no one wants to put a hand up and say, I'm not conscious of their health, right? It would not align with our self-image to say, I understand that health is very important, but I'm not conscious about it and I'm not doing something about it. So I think the points which were raised earlier were very valid, that the discussion at times becomes very polarized, and yes, the profit becomes a very taboo word when it comes to healthcare. It should not be so. I think India has one of the finest healthcare facilities. We export majority of the drugs which a lot of countries in the West consume. Healthcare, I would say, is still affordable in India. You still have pockets of quaternary care and high-end facilities where you might end up spending a lot because of the kind of facility or because of kind of treatment that you need to undergo. Having said that, with the way disease patterns are changing, unless and until innovation takes place, the physical healthcare infrastructure is not going to be able to cater to each and every citizen of the country. And when you actually extrapolate it, even in the world. So I'll give you a very small example. A very close friend of mine, childhood friend, he moved to Canada about a year back, and his driving force behind moving to Canada was that there is free healthcare and free education. Now he called me up about a week back and he said he has some shoulder injury and he's gotten an MRI appointment which is 2 months down the line. And I was like, in India, you could just walk in and get your MRI done, right? So as people, if I want to get treatment done right now, then it will come at a cost and somebody will have to build infrastructure for it so that you can go and access it. If we want state to sponsor where we are not paying out of pocket, where we are looking at it from a public health standpoint, then the government is going to be able to do only so much. And whether we take UK, we take Canada, or any country where it is state-sponsored healthcare. I'll skip Israel for now. I understand it's a very good health system, smaller one. But in general, wherever it is state-sponsored healthcare, there are delays, there are long queues. Yeah, I mean, if you want to get a cataract done, you'll be waiting for 6 months. How many of us want to wait for 6 months? I think the right question to be asked is that how do you balance the goal of creating sustainable businesses that can keep on reinvesting into innovation, bring new products, technologies to the market which can improve access and at the same time decrease the healthcare service cost for a consumer or a patient, because unless until there is an investment, really we will not see any progress. So even when COVID vaccine had to come out, which I think all of us saw during COVID times, billions of dollars had to be put in. And COVID vaccine was actually given at, I would say, zero cost to most of us, all of us, right? And governments across the world bought over doses to give to their population free of cost. So it's not that government is not doing it, but as individuals, healthcare is not a discretionary spend. Healthcare is a forced spend on us. And when it is a forced spend, we tend to look at it, क्यों करना है, इतना महंगा है, right? And I hear conversations with my friends who would be very happy spending 10,000 bucks on an evening out watching movie dinner, but if they have to pay 2,000 rupees to a doctor for a cardiac consultation, they'll cringe. So that mindset needs to change, I think. And as you guys go out in the market, as industry speaks about it, if you don't change that mindset, then we'll always find that industry and its customers will be at crossroads, and you'll be, instead of driving innovation, collaboration between two important components of the ecosystem, they will always be at war. ये क्यों इतना महंगा है, ये क्यों इतना महंगा है? But fact of the matter is, when somebody is ill, we'll go to a doctor and say, जितना पैसा लगे आप इसको ठीक कर दीजिए, right? So we can't and we shouldn't pick a side which is comfortable to us on that given day and time. To pick a side which makes sense in the longer run. So I would say profits are important, And what is equally important is those profits being reinvested into driving technology innovation so that healthcare becomes even more sustainable and affordable to the population. I'll stop at that for now.
Thank you, Dr. Vicky. So Dr. Vicky has mentioned a very a good points related. Today's time, it is not about only competition or the period of monopoly, but this is the time where it calls for the cooperation and the collaboration if we want to succeed in the industry. So this is the time where each and every stakeholder, be it government, be it public sector domain, be it from the public sector domain, be it from the private sector domain, or be it from the academic institutes, they should collaborate to go ahead to provide the best healthcare services with a sustainable profit objective. So let us go ahead and in addition to that, now I would like to request Kanishki with respect to talk something about the investments in the healthcare and the healthcare financing.
Hello. Thank you so much, ma'am. The worst part of speaking after people know so much is that it takes away the joy of speaking at all. Try my best. Guys, can you hear me? No? Hello. Yeah, this is okay. I tend to speak a bit slow because I tend to speak a bit slow because I have a habit of speaking very fast. So I was saying that the downside of speaking after both of them is that the joy of speaking has gone. I'll be maintained for you guys because I'll try to repeat the similar points. Being sustainability out of it, we can talk about profit and non-profiteering, but the key is going to be sustainability. If you don't make profits as an organization, you'll not be able to sustain. We have seen organizations who ran out of profits and they have not sustained in the longer run. And looking at the where more than 70% of the care is being provided by private stakeholders, we can follow this thought with a morbid curiosity in terms of where we can go in terms of taking healthcare or seeking healthcare from the government perspective, but eventually we'll be doomed. So how I see this happening is that at least from my perspective, that in terms of ensuring a sustainable healthcare ecosystem, we have to make sure that the private sector grows in the country. And the growth is bound to happen only when there is profit. Profit would lead to more investments into different sectors, and that profit in turn would lead to better access. Now, we can start talking about it from a perspective that a private healthcare body can invest into medical education, can invest into paramedical education, and build the human capital from there. Or they can bring in more infrastructure, more equipment, as well as more avenues of accessing those healthcare opportunities which are required at the very end level. Two very small examples I'll run through. How I see this is very, very important, the profit part of it. Like sir was saying earlier, and the health insurance part of it, the penetration of health insurance in the country, the voluntary health insurance specifically, if I may use that word, is very, very less. So, talking from a standpoint where we have 1.4 billion people, the risk pool of insurance is very, very less. Definitely, the companies are making profit. They are doing well through group medical insurances. But when we talk about, retail insurance, the penetration is still far from what it should be. When the insurance, when the risk pooling is lower, the profits for these companies are going to be lower. Eventually, one or two might run out of business. They might pull out, and they will restrict the access for the people who are actually going for these insurance things. Now, the second example is on the other side of it. We see these, there are some very good eye NGOs in the company, in the country, in terms of eye care. They have done phenomenal work. What they have done is they are cross-subsidizing a lot of things, making profit from one end and subsidizing it to the other part of it. This not only makes access easier, this also helps in, bringing this has also helped in strengthening primary healthcare to a level, bringing it closer to the homes of people. I have seen, some institutes, what they have done, they have built in these, what do you call, primary or vision centers for that matter, trained human capital on it and invested in the community. Now they're seated within the community. One of the major challenges and in the country is the segregation in terms of how our health seeking behavior goes. I have something, I feel my stomach is not well, I'll go directly to a gastroenterologist, which should not be the case in an ideal case scenario. So in eye care, at least that thing has been sorted, that a person should be going to a vision center and then probably moving on to the next levels. This has been done by private and not-for-profit sector by making profits from the people who can afford it. So this cross subsidy overall is helping the system to grow, proliferate, and penetrate the market where it is required. When I say market, again, it's a taboo word, I would say, but that is, I believe, the right word to say. This is how we have been now conditioned in a manner to look at it, because it's all about market and segments for that matter. But to conclude, I would want to say one thing, profit making, I would not use the word it's not bad, it's actually good. It should happen so that the healthcare ecosystem is strengthened and it complements the government system to ensure that people get good care. But if someone feels that, or let's say, there is a, larger feeling that, it is oscillating towards one side way too much, there can be regulatory controls on it going forward. But this is a time in the country, for more investments in healthcare, which would come only from profit making. Let that happen, and then we can always take it from there. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. So when we talk about the strengthening the healthcare services, okay, and make it accessible at the affordable rate to the each and every section of the society, somewhere we can say like that. For that, healthcare analytics play the very important role as far as the cost effectiveness is concerned. So with the light of that, I would like to request Raghavji, please throw the light on the same. The role of healthcare analytics when we talk about the cost effective and the cost efficient services.
Sure. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, it's a pleasure being here. So maybe I think this is an extremely interesting topic, whether the primary objective of healthcare delivery is to make profit or for public good. So I think maybe it'll be good for, I thought I'll just give you some statistics and some context to what we are actually into. If you look at the Indian healthcare sector, the cost of care is is the lowest, not even amongst the lowest, is the lowest in the world. To get an MRI done in India approximately costs around 6,000 rupees, which, for us, okay, which is one side of the story. But the same MRI, the same machine, the same diagnostics, and the same, professionals who actually analyze the report, if it is done in the US, it's upwards of 85,000 rupees. That's like 12 times more. Another example would be, let's say, a cardiac surgery. Cardiac surgery in India costs approximately $2,500. UK or the US, it's upwards of $40,000. So all of it is 10x, 10x what it costs in India. And with outcomes actually sometimes being better in India. I think that's even more revealing. See, earlier Indian healthcare was seen as, okay, quality will be low, infections will be very high, there is no, system. If you want to risk your life, you go and get it done in Indian healthcare or Indian hospitals. But today, I think the world is actually coming to us. That means the quality systems that we have built is amazing, and the price at which we are offering is just unthinkable. So therefore, healthcare in India actually is not very costly. So we always need to look at it from a different perspective. And so we're talking about analytics. See, it's a huge area, which I think is going to help us in further streamlining the quality and the delivery of healthcare in the country. Right now, yes, the data availability within the healthcare sector is not very strong, but it is significantly better than what it was, let's say, 10 years ago. 10 years ago, if you wanted statistics on what the disease trends, what is the disease profile of Bombay or Chennai or the whole of India, the kind of information that we had access to is very, very sketchy. So we had to make a lot of assumptions, and give and go about in a trial and error manner. We try something and see if it works and see if it actually the demand is there or not there. But today, I think the data is much better. And as we move forward 5 years from now, I think the kind of data sets that we'll have probably will be as strong as what any other country in the world would have. And probably we could even beat them because the kind of a technology infrastructure that we're building the data sets on is so strong that other countries are emulating us. And we have seen that we're actually seeing that happen in other sectors like financial reforms and banking, where we have overtaken the more developed economies like US, UK, Japan, and others. And in terms of affordability and is the primary motive profit or public good? Let's look at some statistics. Let's look at some data. India spends around 5% of the GDP on healthcare. Of this 5%, only 20% of it comes from the government. The balance 80% comes from the private sector. So they are pumping in money. Okay. So when they put in money, I think certainly a return is expected. And is the return very high? No. If you look at the listed hospitals' financial performance, we were talking with Professor, and she was saying that some of you are actually taking up industry analysis, right? So it will be interesting for you to see what is the profitability margin of hospital companies listed in India. It's around between 15 to 18%. The best of the healthcare companies, like Max Healthcare, has it around 25 to 26%. But you take hotels, the EBITDA margins are upwards of 40%. You take the power sector, they're all significantly more. Take the retail sector, the return on capital employed, everything is significantly better than healthcare. So therefore, it is actually a misleading statement that healthcare is making money. So it's amongst the lowest profitable but a sustainable industry.
Thank you, sir. So you have talked a lot about the structure of the Indian hospital and healthcare industry is concerned. So when we talk about the structure, we are talking about there are organizations from hospital and healthcare industry which are working for the not-for-profit organization, and there are organizations where somewhere they are focusing a little bit on the profit. And there are organizations which are also the trust-based organization. But if you look at the common parameter in all of this is the service providers. I'm talking about the healthcare professionals. So if there is no HR, okay, and in that case, we won't be able to get the services of the healthcare industry. So now let's focus something on human resource aspect. So with this respect, I would like to request Ms. Sugandha ji, Ms. Kruti ji, and Mr. Amrit ji to please share your views on this. Please, ma'am.
Thank you so much. I'm Sugandha. I have been an HR professional for the last 22 years. I have the joint ownership along with ma'am to ensure that you are up and awake after a post-lunch session. So are you guys there with me? Okay, great. So while we are discussing, and I'm sure all of us agree that this is a marriage between the private sector and the public sector. What this ensures for all of us, this definitely ensures that the reach is going to be to the masses, healthcare for each and everyone. It should not be limited to people who are privileged or who are elite or who have a need. It should be something which is accessible, available to all of us at any point in time. We're talking about the essentials right now. We're not even talking about something which is preventive. I've been there in the healthcare sector in HR for the last 10 years. And after a decade, I can tell you that most of us, very truly, most of us do not go in for a health checkup, even annually. Be it anything, be it your normal health checkup, be it your dental checkup, we do not go. As Indians, we definitely do not go unless and until there's a dire need. You go to a dentist only once you have a terrible pain in your mouth. The position is as extreme as that. So what we're trying to bring in here is definitely that there is, if it has to reach to the masses, if we are looking at something which is accessible for everyone, then it definitely has to be something which is profit-based, because it is like a chain. Your productivity, the chain of productivity only moves when you're able to reap in and reap out benefits out of it. As one of my fellow partners have agreed that 80% comes from the private sector. So how do you want us to sustain unless and until we are able to reap those benefits? So for a good ROI, We need to invest and keep reinvesting and ensure that the chain goes on. And that's the only way to have an efficient and more effective healthcare for one and all. I rest it there.
Thank you, ma'am. Kriti ji, please.
Hello, can you hear me? Hello. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Harsha, and thank you, my panel. Wonderful insights shared by each one of you. I would like to touch upon the HR aspects on the healthcare and the pharma industry, and how do we really take care of the employees and the well-being. Here, I would say the good health and the well-being goes hand in hand and is very strategic. So when we talk about strategic partnerships, the HR is involved, of course. So HR overall definitely looks into resource allocation, right? So definitely that helps an organization to understand and hire what is the demand, to place the right person at the right job, followed by ensuring the staff levels at the required capacity at any point in time. So just example, at the factory, you may find couple of laborers or the workmen, right, to would ensure that the person is doing overtime just to ensure the another friend of his is taking off time that day. Rather, you could definitely replace it with one or two additional resources who could be there and have that person taking a time off. So this is just one of the small example where you can effectively use the required manpower and allocation, which will also help in cutting off the extra man hours put by the person A in terms of overtime, and the second person earn the opportunity to bag some money and mint for himself. So that's one. And second thing, moving to the cost optimization here and effectiveness. Definitely, when we talk about cost, it's purely how you are forecasting your demand, at the same time ensuring what is the level of operational and the supply demand overall, and ensure that required number of people are there on the floor, and equal kind of exposure is also given to them. While definitely that helps an organization to save on the cost. And the next one is on the employee well-being, I believe. And when you talk about well-being, we need to really understand what is the pain point the employee has, right? What are the burnout issues that they are facing? How equally the employees are engaged with HR, and how are the issues addressed? So I think these are a couple of where you really need to focus when you talk about employee well-being. Understanding once you really take care of your employees, they would take care of your work and they would return back to the organization effectively. Also, giving the good experience to employee is it would lead to good output by them, which in healthcare industry I would like to connect with the patient care externally, right? So if your employees are well supported with the required demand given to them, it could be in the factory, it could be at the corporate levels across, I'm sure they would give the output better, which is, of course, which would be a good care to the patients, in short, if you really talk about pharma healthcare term. And lastly, retaining them on the various aspects, the retention of the employees, very importantly, considering that their performance is one, at the same time, a kind of additional perks that you give them and what they want, of course, they aspire for. I think those are the quick wins for HR, and to connect with the overall strategy and get the employee on board and retain them and contribute to the industry.
About the importance of the employee retention, employee well-being. This is the very important term, because when we talk about employee well-being, these are the professionals who serve us with the happy faces and with the full satisfaction. Okay, so when we talk about employee well-being, when we talk about the employee retention, this is something which is has to be studied somewhere in the annual reports as well. Because when we talk about the cost effectiveness, we must study the employee benefits and services cost that companies basically incur to attract the customers, to attract the employees and to retain the employees. Now, going ahead, I would like to request Mr. Amrit ji to talk something about importance of HR planning, human resource planning in the overall health delivery services.
So thanks, Dr. Harsha. Good afternoon, everyone. So taking the basic theme firstly, whether it's profit making or serving the healthcare industry. So I would like to take it forward from the thoughts of Mr. Vishal and from Dr. Vicky Kothari that in medical segment, when we talk about profit, we see it as a taboo or a devil kind of a thing. But you must appreciate the fact that each and every organization comes into existence to serve some purpose, to solve some problem. Whether it's a new startup or a organization with 100 years old legacy. So everyone tries to solve a problem of a society. And if any of our organization, whether it's mine organization or your organization, if we are able to successfully deliver or to solve the problem, then profit is the automatic outcome of that. And you must appreciate the fact that the healthcare industries, they invest heavily on research and development, having 5%, even 10% of their annual revenues being invested in the R&D to develop the new medicines, to develop the innovative solutions, to develop the affordable and the simple solutions. So I would like to quote some stats presented by World Health Organization for India. In 2000, life expectancy rate of India lies at average rate lies at 62 years. And in 2024, it stands at 70 years. So in a span of 24 years, we see a price of 8 years on an average. So we must appreciate that this is due to the profits that organizations earn. They invest heavily in their R&D, and due to this, they are able to evolve with a better solution for the organization. Obviously, profit maximization, wealth maximization for the stakeholders, it will remain the prime objective of any of the organization. But yes, organization exists to serve the society. If I talk about my organization, Becton Dickinson, which is 125 years old organization, you must appreciate that if you go through the annual report or the official commentary of any of the organization, we get a fair idea of the philosophy and ideology of the organization. And on the very first page of the annual report, it is written that advancing the world of health. So I end my comments with the statement that I believe that the standalone statement, whether it's a profit making or it's a public health, in my personal opinion, I am not very comfortable with it, but it should be a good mix of both for the win of organization and win of society. Thank you.
Any organization runs for the society, by the society, through the society. And that's why it becomes imperative for the organizations to be responsible for the society. So when we talk about whether healthcare services are for profit or is it really for the public health at the affordable cost, then there should be the balanced approach. So with this point, I would like to go ahead with the requesting the panel members to please throw some lights on various aspects of healthcare as a whole, industry as a whole. So I would like to open this discussion with some of the notes. So let's say for an example, today entire world and specifically United Nations talking about the SDG goals. These are the Sustainable Development Goals, where when we talk about healthcare industry, 3 major sustainable development goals are good health and well-being, industry, innovations and infrastructure, goals with the healthcare supply chain domain of the healthcare industry. So with this, I would like to request our panel members to go ahead with the discussion. And along with that, I would like to request the panel members to join for the discussion when I talk about how to how to how to frame the expansion strategies. So when we talk about entering into the new market, or when we talk about and developing a new product solution, so is it something like that where existing where market can be identified on the basis of where existing services providers are not there, and that's why there is a huge potential amount of profit making? Or is it something like that there are people in the sections of the society which is yet underserved or unserved, and it is a time for us to be responsible for the society and to serve these unserved people? So now the platform is all of yours. Please, sir. Please, ma'am.
I think when we talk about sustainability, I would like to ask two questions here. So are we, how much food we are wasting? First of all, are we wasting food or not? Okay. Any statistics on food wastage globally or India? Sorry? So last 20 years, we have started wasting more food, which the equivalent is equivalent to per kilocalorie. So we were 20 years back, 300 kilocalorie equivalent food wastage. Now we are 500. Second, are we wasting water or not? And India is the prima donna in terms of wastage of water. Today, we are living in manufacturing side, where we talk about new product development, we look at how much water is going to be used in this product. If we are not going to be water neutral, we will not go ahead with the product development. That's our contribution as a society towards the SDG goal, and also for our survival for our future generations. Let's say we are $8 billion on this planet Earth now. By 2050, even if we consider modest population growth of 1%, we will have a huge problem as far as food, as far as water, potable water is concerned. So the entire healthcare system, especially in the manufacturing side, is gearing towards this challenge where we generate more from less. Our packing materials are going for sea change. Earlier, 5 years before, I don't think that was the case. Our wastage, we're trying to reduce our waste. And while government is saying that there will be zero liquid discharge, that's the practice many organizations have been doing, not as a part of regulatory overhang, but towards their own sustainability goals. And that is my request to all of you who are willing to pursue a career in healthcare, whether on the commercial side, on the manufacturing side, or let's say hospital side. Sustainability starts with you. And how do you ensure you contribute towards sustainability of your future generations? It's a tough game. But it's a game worth fighting for. If not for us, for our future generations. And it's a matter of principle when an organization says that I will not develop a product if I'm not going to be water neutral, or there's a huge amount of water which is going to be used, possibly I need to change my processes. So that's the responsibility all of us have for our future generations, whichever part you belong to. Thank you.
I also want to add that, uh, the last 10 years, 10 to 15 years has seen significant changes in the industry. So profiteering and all that, I think is also much more difficult, or unfair profiteering, I think is very difficult because regulations have become very, very strict. If you see, the change in the healthcare sector over the last 10 years, 10 years ago, I think actually really 10 years ago, I think the proportion of the population which is insured was around 5%. Today, around 70% of the Indian population is actually covered with some form of, with good coverage of insurance. Now, not even some form, good coverage of insurance. At one stroke, an overnight decision by the Prime Minister, Mr. Modi, 500 million people of India got covered with 5 lakh coverage per annum. This 500 million never had any kind of an access to healthcare. So it's a transformational change that has happened for the industry. Okay. So what we're talking today is very, very different from what it was 10 years ago. And now, so therefore, the government is overseeing each and everything that is happening in the healthcare sector much more closely. So hospitals deliver services, and the government is actually paying for it through the populist schemes like the Ayushman Bharat and others. So, and those prices are regulated by the government. So hospitals cannot charge as they wish. If you in many states, I think it's also a requirement to put up the tariff list in a public space of the hospital. So it has to be very transparent. And another regulation which monitors the pricing is NPPA, National Pharmaceutical Pricing Authority, which monitors the pricing of the drugs across all categories. So any drug which is seen as exorbitantly priced or unfair, the prices are being brought down. If you see, one example out here is the cost of cancer drugs. The cost of cancer drugs, can any of you guess on by what percentage have the prices come down? Any guess? Or if any one of you know about it? Let's say a cancer drug was costing around 100 rupees. Okay, 100 rupees is very, very less. Let's say, 2,000 rupees per tablet in 2010. What do you think it's costing today? Yeah, I think it is like 3-4 rupees now. A 95% drop in the cancer drug costs. That's the kind of changes that Indian government has brought out. So profiteering is not possible. So it is only healthy, industry practices that are currently happening.
I think to speak on the matter of SDGs, right, and what Vishal mentioned, right, it's an eye-opener what some organizations are going in terms of organizational mindset change which they are doing, because when you want to follow SDG goals, it will mean that you'll actually possibly spend more and get less output. I think the challenge that happens is that the organizations which are getting any kind of, for a lack of better word, I would say incentive either from people or from government. कि मुझे ये करना है because I care for my future generations. There'll be 20 other people who will say, I don't care, I just want to make more money, right? And the government doesn't have a regulation in place to say, I would not like to use the word penalize, but how do you disincentivize such companies, such organizations which would flout norms, which would not follow SDG goals, which are not contributing towards that. So till such time as a country, as a government, we come and put a framework in place that if somebody is doing good work, it needs to be acknowledged. because otherwise you are just leaving it to, you know, individual aspirations in terms of what organizations might have in terms of responsibility that they might want to take. And I don't think that that is a very sustainable way to reach sustainable goals, right? So the government needs to do more. And I think if I just talk about pharmaceutical practices, so India is a country where you have the good, the bad, the ugly, right? It's only recently that the government has opened eyes to say, you know, I need to crack down on pharma manufacturing units which are flouting. These guys have been flouting norms for decades. And some of the drugs that you, I might have consumed might also have come from those factories, right? Government cannot be a silent spectator to all this, right? It has to do more. It has to be more proactive in terms of having frameworks, in terms of having regulations and enforcing compliance to those regulations, right? Having regulation is very easy. You pass a bill, you pass a law, you know, you clap and there is newspaper headline, but what is the compliance to it? And I think there, to be honest, I think the government hasn't done as great as what it should have done. It seems like it has just how it gets implemented. One very interesting story that I can share, right? And we are all talking about sustainable goals. Sustainable goals have to start with ensuring that the curriculum of children who are in school capture those goals. They understand why this is important. For somebody who hasn't learned it in school, suddenly comes out of college, is in a corporate job, and you tell him sustainable goals, like what theory, what academics you are putting. It is not a part of our culture, unfortunately, currently. And it's not just a story here. There's a very interesting story about how a certain gentleman who was appointed as advisor to White House some 30 years back, 40 years back, and he was tasked with a problem statement that US at that point of time had a higher IMR and MMR. So for those who don't know, that is infant mortality rate and maternal mortality rate. And those are standards by which presidents can get up and say, my country is doing well. So that is a benchmark criteria. So he looked into the facts to say, okay, what is going wrong? So people said facilities need to improve, this, that, etc. He just kept asking why. And what came out was surprising, that the reason why IMR and MMR were high in the US, there was one simple reason, that teenage girls in school were not being given nutrition advice. It is shocking. So we can all talk about goals here, but I think it has to percolate down to a kid studying in kindergarten to say, boss, I need to save water. If my father and mother are wasting water, I'll get up and tell them, kya kar rahe ho? Right? And only then will we see a generational change. Otherwise, patchwork, piecemeal work really won't get us anywhere.
Is this working now? I hope it's working. Perfect. Right. Thank you so much, sir, for that. And I'll share my bit of experience in this forte. This has got 3 layers to it. I'll talk about SDGs, I'll talk about sustainability, and then I'll talk about profitability in one example. So we were doing this project with one of these states in India, and so, one of the goals of SDG is health for all. So, we're working on a universal healthcare project with the state, which was implementing PMJ within the territory. Now, so that covers the SDG part of it. The challenge of implementation which the state was facing was the sustainability part of it, because the expenditure which was happening from the state was too much for them to bear. The kind of funding it was receiving from the central government and the kind of funds they were generating out of taxes and all the legitimate sources which government has let's say benchmarked or channelized towards this funding, they were not proving to be enough. Now this state being it was already offering universal health coverage, so all the residents of the states were covered. So the challenge for them was, how do they get the insurance premium down? How do they make it, I would refrain from the word profitable, because they were not making money out of it, but still make it sustainable, viable, a bit profitable for the government body which was running this thing. And the problem went really to the next level when they realized that they are running out of money and they can't of the state under the scheme. So this is this is something which is not very new to at least the people sitting here. So that is when we engaged with them. We had a lengthy discussion. We understood where the funding was going into, and that is when we realized that there's a lot of double dipping which is happening, or let's say there's an overlap which is happening between national health programs and the scheme in the public sector hospitals, not even in the private hospitals. We were, we kept private hospitals out of the equation, and we realized that, for an example, for a cataract program, and then a hospital is getting reimbursed, for giving a treatment under PMJ as well. So that is when we suggested them some disinvestment measures for some specific treatments, and that helped them save around 147 crores annually going forward from there. So this is the kind of approach at times we have to take to ensure that even if you're not making profits out of it, but government bodies should also need to sustain, given these sort of interventions, taking into account that a public health program, even
I just wanted to add one perspective here. It's not completely to SDG, however, more to the healthcare. While we are highly dependent on the organization, on the healthcare workers to support us when there's a need, right? I wanted to understand how many of you are really involved in social work or could be connected to NGO and you're contributing back to the society. How many? Wow, this is a good number. So it's basically good to see so many directly involved in some or the other form. However, I just want to make you aware that various organizations and various NGOs are also into a lot of palliative care treatments, right? Maybe you want to research about it and see how you may want to contribute to that aspect also. Because when you talk about palliative care or any kind of treatments, right, where this centers, they really operate at a low cost model and they look for volunteers, okay? And you really have an giving a volunteering activity. At the same time, what they do is they offer the treatment for critical illnesses, okay, which are very severe, and patients really could be managed at home, could not be managed at home by their relatives. So they really offer those kind of treatments in those small centers, hospitals, where they need this kind of volunteering to be done. Okay, and this is all on a personal aspect I'm sharing with you, nothing to do with CIPLA. All right, but you can always go back, check, and help those organizations and the NGO. I think it would be a good contribution from your end to the healthcare sector on the independent level. I'm requesting. Yeah, thank you.
So is it something like that when we talk about the public health schemes or when we talk about the public infrastructure, we should also go ahead with the, instead of only focusing on ROI, return on investment, as ma'am has also suggested in the beginning. So whether we should go ahead of that, where we talk about the socially responsible investing, return. So I'm talking about, let's go ahead with ROI calculation and go for SROI. So yes, ma'am, what is your opinion about that?
I think all organizations, what we've just talked about in terms of working with NGOs, social welfare, most organizations and all organizations really need to invest in their CSR. That's the corporate social responsibility. I'm not too sure how many of you understand this, but that's a very, very important aspect of going back, contributing to society. There are multiple such steps which corporates take in order to ensure that you go back to the society and give it back to them. I'm sure as you move ahead on your ladder towards the corporate career, you will focus on to becoming more socially responsible citizens of the country.
I think people across this country, they deserve a healthcare which is uniform. Which means if sir has access to the same medicines, let's say living in Delhi, I living in some town of UP has access to the same medicine. When we talk about social ROI, few years back, if your plant is not sending drugs to US, so, and this is not the plant under your radar or your chairman's radar, send these drugs to village A, village B, those drugs will be consumed there. Which is basically saying that human dignity has a very different parameter and respect. In terms of monetary value, I do not know. But the same quality drugs which we send to US, we do the same thing to people sitting in our class A or villages. I think this is what social ROI I would call. Same diagnostic methodology, same instruments which are available to us in Mumbai, if they are available to people sitting in villages, I think that's the respect and dignity for a human being and for a patient who otherwise might be deprived or maybe given medicines which are subpar, counterfeits. So for us, that's the social ROI to ensure. And to give you one example, one of the brands which we have clocks around 500 crores annually. We are spending 20 crores annually to make sure this is not duplicated, to prevent the counterfeit brand, which have sprung up, in different states in this part of the world. 20 crores annually to make sure the packaging is such that no, cheater can produce this drug. So there are a lot of challenges, but the fact remains a pregnant lady who should have access to the best of the diagnostic facilities across India. I think that is, as a nation, of responsibility, irrespective of ROI. And the best of the drugs, which I consume and that the person consume, should have the same efficacy. And because I come from the farm industry, right? So I always ask, when I buy medicine, Raja, ye near expiry mat dena mere. So that's a very common term in pharma lingo, ki, distributor se uthana hai kyunki ab near expiry aa raha hai, right? So my medical store guy says, sir, ye ab kyun har baar पूछते हो? धंधा है हमारा. I'm saying that also is a tool which sometimes is used when we are sending it to class A or villages or near expiry based, which is basically a huge disrespect and disrespect to the patient. And if we are able to treat, and I really don't see that profit as a taboo here, right? It's just that your reach, your methods should be there, should be same, if not same, similar to all of us. Because as a human being, I have a right to live, and I have a right to live longer based on my potential as a human.
Small note I would like to say is this is actually a topic we can speak on for hours actually, and this is very at least very engaging for me. I had the fortune of working with a couple of corporate hospitals, in the initial years of my career, and I can assure you one thing, nothing supersedes a human life. I have been at the end of what you call last mile delivery point in a hospital where we have had patients who could not afford the treatment, and hospitals have done that for free. And there are hospitals who actually keep some sort of, let's say, leverage that if there are patients who would not be able to afford a certain treatment, they could write it off just to make sure that that treatment is taken care of. And I'm talking about a tier 1 city. When we go to tier 2 and tier 3, we are owner driven hospitals, and seeing standalone hospitals that are autonomy in terms of writing things off becomes higher, and the connect with community becomes larger. So that is, I feel, India as a country, and we as people are more let's say aware about those sentiments and those sensitivities, and I feel we are going in that direction, that we do take care of people as community, as each other. Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Raghavji. Okay, so let us go ahead with the concluding remarks now. So, the students are always interested to know something about the career avenues that they are having as far as the policy framing is concerned with respect to healthcare industry, and for their future growth and development, which are the opportunities available outside India, overseas. So, in this, with this respect, I would like to request Mr. Amritji, Ms. Krutiji, and Sugandha ji to please throw a light on this.
I think I'll take the step one. It's very, very important to ensure that what's in for me. I'm sure this question is running in your minds as we speak. So I'll give you 3 reasons why you are at the right place, and maybe you resonate with me. One, you're doing something which is a sunrise industry. Healthcare as a space is one sunrise industry which has just begun. It is never going down. It is always on the upstream. So you've made the right career choice for yourself. Pat you're on your back because you are at the right place. The second important thing is look at healthcare from different avenues. It could be from the hospital side, it could be from the product side, it could be from the other digital health side. There could be so many avenues in which healthcare is coming up. So it ensures that you have a broader spectrum to play with. So you've defined a career, or you can define a career for yourself in different avenues in the healthcare space, but from different spectrums. And the third important piece is the diversity that you see across, be it, so as students, the youth is responsible in order to shape the country. And from there, how digital health is going to take the next big thing, for the world to see. I'm sure at this spectrum, you understand that there are multiple areas in which you can, break through. It could be careers in SCM, operations, it could be in HR, recruitment, talent acquisition. There's so many areas and ways in which healthcare can be tapped into. So I'm sure you will gain the most merit once you understand. And there's a very big area that all of us have not spoken about, and I'm sure I'm just going to put in a line: rural healthcare. That's one of the biggest things that one has to tap in, and that's going to be a very important milestone in the next 5-10 years to come.
Thank you, Sugandha. Beautifully covered. Can you hear me? Yeah. Thank you, Sugandha. Beautifully covered. A lot of pointers. Just one thing I would like to share here is it is not only applicable to a corporate 9 to 5 job. All right. It is as simple as you might have seen the medibuddy coming to your place to do a blood collection, right? Or it could be as clinical as working in a lab, right? So you get multiple opportunities in this industry to see where you fit, what are your interests, and then you pick and choose. Just don't take because it's coming your way. And also ensure that whatever you have learned, right, and whatever you want to implement further, and you want to make your career is overall aligned well. So just a thought to you guys.
Thanks. So I completely resonate my thoughts with Ms. Sugandha. So from talent perspective, I would say there's a lot of growth which is yet to come in healthcare industry, and I completely align my thoughts with the industry leaders that you have shared. From talent perspective or from the talent theme, I would say today is not a era of specialization. It's about the super specialization. A common academic qualification or a common skill that was niche few years ago is common for now. Everyone holds it. So what additional you brings on the table, this is what or it's IT technology or the new technology. Gone the days when IT professional also to develop the software for their machines. They hire data scientists also. They hire microbiologists also. So it's all about what additional you all can gain and what additional problem you can solve for the organization and to help in growing for the future. So I rest my thoughts with this advice.
This industry, apart from what Sugandha and colleagues have spoken about, there's a one huge possibility here. And hear me out. And I would want some response. So why not another Glenmark or Cipla or DRL out of IIM Jammu this program? Why not? Have you ever thought about launching your own venture because that's what you can do? And healthcare industry, knowledge intensive, which I'm sure you have plenty of it. It's just that how do you channelize your life and don't fall for something which is very short term or these YouTubers. You guys have the potential, the knowledge to launch your own business and compete the way, sitting here. Nobody can stop you, and healthcare is the place for all of you to, realize your dreams. That's the fantastic sector to be in. Thank you so much.
So thank you all of you for giving us a very wonderful message, that is invest in your own health and invest in the business in healthcare. So with this note, now I would like to ask the students if you have any question, please. So sir, with your permission, can we take the questions from the audience?
A very good afternoon to all the panelists, and a warm welcome to IIM Jammu. My name is Utsav Verma. I'm a first year MBA HIM student. So as you know, our college has introduced a very recent yet state-of-the-art course, which is a specialization, as Amritsar said, super specialization in hospital administration and healthcare management. And it's been a collaborative course which is taught by one of the three most premier institutions of our country, which is IIM Jammu, AIIMS Jammu, and IIT Jammu, the Holy Trinity as we call it. So since you all have such experience that you're specialized in HR and which caters to the healthcare sector, what is could you like just throw some light on the importance of healthcare management professionals in this sector? Because in this industry, the customer experience is very crucial. It's the matter of most importance, and there is no scope of error in the operations regarding this sector. So if you could throw some light on that, thank you.
Audible? So I understand that you want to understand what are the avenues of of this area of study in future or in present dynamics of industry, right?
Importance of this specialization considering the landscape of this sector in next 10 years.
So as I already told you and sir already mentioned that there is a lot of scope of growth of this sector, right? And gone are the days when healthcare organizations hire pharmacists or MBBS doctors only. So now they are hiring data sciences students also. We are hiring, you can say, the specialized, you can microbiologists or the biophysics people also to develop the innovative healthcare solutions. So and with the growth, that is potential growth we are seeing, whether it's a basic administration of the hospital from where it's a greenfield project or the brownfield project, or whether it's an expansion project, I see a lot of scope in it. Have I answered?
Yeah, definitely.
Okay, let me just add to this. Uh, so this is one of the most iconic of institute where there is a blend of course that has been developed, which is the three primary and the most premier institutes coming together to define the course: AIMS, IIT, and IIMs. So you're fortunate to get this course, or let's say to at least be aware of what is happening around and to be taught around. Into immense, because if I just talk about one area, which is digital health, look at how technology in health is coming together, and number of startups which are defining the way you use diagnostic, the way you use various chronic healthcare institutions which are coming up, or maybe healthcare at your doorstep. So the multiple avenues which are coming up in healthcare is defining what the landscape will look like from 5 to 10 years down the drain.
My only you are not searching for.
Yeah.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Udmesh. I would like to ask, considering the global perspective, how does the healthcare system in other countries balance profit and public healthcare? And what learnings can be obtained from their approach?
I'll give you a panel question. Don't focus on how other countries are doing this. We are such a huge case study in ourselves. The country India. If you try and compare what's happening in Mizoram and versus Rajasthan, or let's say J&K versus Maharashtra, you'll get very different perspectives. Have that localized approach. Trust me, I've traveled a lot in Central Asia, South Asia, and I've done consulting for a lot of countries. And anywhere and everywhere I go, the first thing they tell us is your country is huge, right? That is where from a consulting standpoint, I have started looking at these states as a case study in itself. How the health, because it's a state subject, obviously, right? So how what are the variations in terms of the organization of the entire public health system, as well as its alignment or coupling, as I said, they're married to each other. So between private and public healthcare, how it works amongst different states, it's a brilliant case study to do, and you will see that that will enrich your experience more as compared to what happens outside of the country. I'll give an example. The Central Europe or also Central Asia, or Eastern Europe for that matter, they follow a similar sort of approach in terms of how their let's say public health delivery or the health seeking behavior of people. It's a very standardized approach and it would not vary too much. Similarly, if I talk about Qatar and Dubai for that matter, in the Middle East, the kind of funding which is coming from the government, the public health infrastructure is on a different level as compared to a lot of other parts of the world. But you talk about the Tamil Nadu's, Tamil Nadu's public healthcare infrastructure, how the hospitals are and what is the kind of availability of not just the clinicians, but also the, public health, human capital over there is very different from what we see in Chhattisgarh or Bihar or for that matter, Rajasthan. So let's look at it from that perspective, because we don't need others to to look at others to how we need to improve, because like sir said, IMR, MMR, the benchmark in the country, there are a lot of variations to it. So one state can look at the other state, learn from their interventions, adapt and adopt, and then we can come out with measures to improve ourselves. There's no need to look outside, trust me.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, panel. Good afternoon, esteemed panel. Thank you for the insights. It was discussed that we people in our country do not tend to visit doctor unless there are symptoms, pain or suffering. But I feel there are taboos ingrained in our society is a hidden factor too. For example, I would like to mention postmenopausal breast cancer, which if diagnosed early could be treated very effectively. But how many women feel the need of getting a mammogram or pelvic examination done as a casual checkup? It is questionable. So do you think that marketing strategies could be employed in creating awareness in such cases?
Hello. So you're right. I think marketing strategies are required to create awareness within population. Apart from that, as I mentioned earlier, making health a subject which is taught in school, right? While you're speaking about, post-menopausal breast cancer, we could take so many other examples, especially in a country like India. Mental health is a big subject, right? Nobody wants to talk about it. Nobody literally wants to talk about it. So marketing strategy, social sensitization, education, all this is required in a collaborative and holistic manner to be able to change mindset, because unless and until we change our own mindset, right, a marketing strategy really isn't going to do much. So I would not just stop at marketing strategy, but I would say that you need to add other components, as I mentioned, education, social sensitization, government programs, and building ecosystems. So, invest, there is a concept of cancer survivors or cancer winners, right? So building ecosystems where somebody has gone through that, survived, and can, share those stories with people who may be going through similar, can bring hope, resilience, and possibly have a far better penetration effect. So I hope that answers.
I may take a minute here because this question came out a couple of times, and this topic is very close to my, not close, it's in my heart actually. So I went for a preventive checkup for the first time in life in May this year, and I got to know that I have a congenital anomaly in my heart, and I'm not even kidding, right? So that's the topic is in my heart that way. And imagine working in a public health sector for 12 years and studying it for 2 more years before that. And the person tells me that my this instead of a tricuspid valve, I only have a bicuspid valve, which is a very common anomaly, but I have that. At the age of 35 I discovered this. And then we are talking about people who are remotely not even anywhere associated to healthcare or public health for that matter. So definitely it would take much more effort, and it will take a lot of behavior change, communication as well, change their health seeking behavior. We have to push people, number one, to come to these let's say community clinics, get themselves scanned, On the other hand, we have to, also look at approaches where we can go to people's houses and, make some sort of preliminary diagnosis, which stimulates an interest that they need to go there and get themselves scanned. That will be helpful, I believe. Thank you.
Yes, sir. I agree.
Hi,
Thank you.
what's your name? I'll just take one more minute. Your name again.
Ma'am, I'm Pallavi. I'm a dental surgeon.
A big round of applause from everybody for Pallavi. She's pointed out us towards a very, very important question. As a society, it took us so many years to come out of child marriage. We are still not out, but we have considerably improved. And it will take a more awareness and a lot of other things which my fellow partners have already talked about in order to come out of things like, your menstrual periods, which has started into teenage and at schools, or maybe nutrition awareness, which again has to start as a subject at a school level and a college level, as well as, something like, what she's been talking about, Pallavi has been talking about, in terms of menstrual cycle, monopause, cancer detection. We all understand it's prevention is better than cure, but how many of us are going for those preventive checkups and healthcare checkups? That's the key. So awareness, yes, and marketing, I would definitely be pro to it. There has to be enough and more that we really infuse in terms of marketing.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, can we have one last question?
Good evening, panel. Is that you look to build a strategy that will help the community development aspect in India.
Speak it loud, please.
So since you talked about social ROI, what are the various KPIs that you look to build a strategy that would help in community development in India?
So, as an organization, we have certain focus on some part of rural India, where we want to bring in the best of the class drugs. We want to help the communities there through our foundation. And also, maternal health is a focus area. So all three put together, we are supporting a lot of people there. Also, while maintaining our ROI, right, because we are a public listed company, we are supporting through foundation and also teaching, educating those doctors who have no access to the research which is happening. So we are doing a lot of doctor education programs so that the diagnosis is far better than, which typically happens if you don't understand what's happening in the research side, what kind of new drugs are coming. So a lot of development which we are doing to communities. It also helps us as an organization where we so this we do in parts of India.
So thank you, sir. So first of all, we would like to extend our thanks to all of you for taking all the pain and for employing the efforts to come over here and to make it successful this particular panel discussion. With concluding notes, I would like to give the profit maximization and the goal of the finance, that is profit maximization, or whether we should go ahead with the public health, there where we derive with the more new concept, that is a sustainable profit, which is really required for the when we talk about the healthcare organization. Number two, when we talk about this is the time of not only the competition, but this is also the time for collaboration and the cooperation as well. We also talked a lot about public health and public health infrastructural facilities and avenues for future. When we talk about the analytics in the healthcare, when we talk about the career opportunities in the healthcare, not only in India but abroad as well. And
Lastly, that we also talked about the marketing strategies. So, this is something where when we talk about marketing strategies, we should be equally socially responsible when we promote our or when we employ the marketing strategies. So these are the lessons for all of you. At the end, being a finance faculty, I would like to add one more point. Yet I have not talked about the second goal of financial management or corporate finance, that is the wealth maximization. But at this panel discussion, I would like to conclude health is the real wealth of the individuals. So thank you all of you once again.
We would like to extend our heartfelt gratitude to our esteemed panelists. Your expertise and eloquence have truly elevated today's session. The discussion has certainly broadened our perspective on how the HR can shape the future of the healthcare industry, and we are grateful for the valuable knowledge you have shared with us. A special thank to Dr. Harsha Jariwala for spearheading the discussion and our audience for the active participation. Thank you all.
Hello, 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 hello.
Everyone is requested to settle down. Students are requested to fill the front seats first. Everyone is requested to please occupy the front seats first.
Everyone, please settle down fast. We are starting the session in another 2 to 3 minutes. As said by Peter Drucker, to embrace the future is to harness the power of change and innovation for growth and progress. Good evening, one and all present here. In my honor, it is my honor to introduce our keynote speaker, Mr. Jayant TV, General Manager, Human Resources, Business Partner, and Talent Management at Schneider Electric. Mr. Jayant is an accomplished HR professional with over a decade of experience in HRBP, talent management, and talent acquisition. Mr. Jayant has a rich background in the insurance sector, media, and entertainment, and previous roles at Mercedes-Benz. His strategic contributions have been pivotal in driving business success through effective people strategies. Mr. Jayant is committed to cultivating strong and diverse teams contributing to the company's thriving future success. Today, we look forward to Mr. Jayant address on the topic Embracing the Future, India's Emerging GCC Landscape. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Jayant TV on the stage. I would like to request Dr. Baljeet to felicitate the guest.
Good evening, everyone. Good evening, everyone. Ashni took my name 7 times in 2 minutes. She said, Jayant from Schneider, Jayant is here, Jayant is there. Good evening, all. I think, how's the vibes in the auditorium now? How's the vibes in the auditorium? Is it okay? Okay, right. This particular session in the next 30 minutes I'll try to take you through what is there in for us, each one of us as a professional, right?
with respect to the GCC. Any guess what does GCC stand for? I'm sure you know about it. Probably one volunteer who can just expand it. What does GCC stands for? I just heard the vibes are okay in the auditorium. Global, okay, great. Capability Center, right? As simple as that, GCCs. We'll talk about the introduction, the humble beginning of GCCs in India. It's important for us to understand when did it start, how did it start, what is the current situation. We'll also take a look at the snapshot of current state of all the GCCs in India, and then we'll also talk about what is the next chapter, what is there in for us, right? Few years back, I was sitting there, and probably, today I'm speaking to few of the new students who have taken the admission over here, and probably after a few years, you should be able to talk about what was your journey with respect to the industry or to the organization where you belong to, right? Now, if I have to talk about the humble beginning, it all started in the year, any guess, when was the first GCC organization? In which year did India witness the first GCC entry? At least, can you tell me the decade? Was it in 1990s, 1980s, 2000, 1990s? Okay. I'll keep it simple. It was in 1985. Texas Instrument was the first organization to enter India in the GCC mode. Now, the first block, what you see here is the wave one. What was the purpose? The purpose was very simple. India, especially in Bangalore, and then you give away all the transactional work to the office which is set up here in India. That was the core purpose, and this purpose was completely utilized until 2010. And if you look at the numbers were not so great when compared to today. There were close to 700 plus GCCs in India, and the revenue was close to $1.5 billion, and the total installed GCC talent is the people who are working there was close to 400,000 employees, right? This was the first wave where people started their careers with one of these operational activities, and then they grew up the ladder. Then came the second wave. This happened between 2011 to 2015. And this was also the time when you saw a lot of internet getting advantage and the attention in the Indian market. Total number of GCCs from 700, it raised to 1,000 plus. Now that's a significant difference what you saw in the job market. Revenues from 11.5 to $19.4 billion. And the total talent, it is crossing close to 745,000 people who are employed and they are part of GCC, right? The interesting was the third wave. Now, what is the difference between first, second, and the third wave? The first wave, the levers were only cost and talent arbitrage. I need to save the cost, let me open a shop in Bangalore. The second one was delivery excellence and innovation. I need something more from Bangalore office now, or probably I need something more from India operations now. The third one, third wave is much more interesting. It is not about cost, it is not about innovation. It talks about how do I expand my portfolio through India office. Or probably the second one, digital transformation. If I have to drive a global digital transformation for my organization, who can help me? How can they help me? And those kind of conversations started to happen with respect to our GCCs, which are based in India. And that was a huge turnout for us. It could be the tier 2 and tier 3 locations. You talk about metropolitan cities in India, we speak about Delhi, Mumbai, Bangalore, Chennai, or Kolkata, right? Now, there is a huge opportunity for these organizations to expand in tier 2 and tier 3 cities as well, which they are doing it actively. Now, what does it all mean for us? We'll probably talk about in the next slide. Now, what is the current status? It is talking about 1,580 plus GCC in India. 46 billion is the revenue, and total installed talent is close to 1.6 million people. Now, that's the opportunity which the GCC is able to create in the last 10 to 15 years. Now, what is the current state? That's more important for us to understand, right? We know the history. The current state is 30%, the number what you see in the first block, is the top 100 employers of the country are GCCs. That's the capacity what they have to give or generate employment for each one of us. despite employing less than 5% of the organized talent, right? 60% means the business is growing, which means talents are required, which means we should also ensure that we are more skillful to probably get an opportunity and to be a part of this growing economy. The last one, 20%, this is much more interesting when you sit for the campus interviews, right? GCCs pay 20% higher compensation on average than service organization, right? That's the beauty of GCC, which has got into India. From being an outpost where people were expected to follow the commands, and today we are talking about how do we drive changes at a global scale sitting here in Indian office. On the right-hand side, if you look at the tier 1 cities and the tier 2 cities, as I mentioned, which are growing on a rapid basis. So the locations should not be a problem for the office setup. That's the whole concept which these GCCs have taken up. Now, what are the future opportunities? I was able to identify 5 major sectors which are growing at a rapid rate here in India. First one is your medical, and this medical can include the devices and the digital records. Both of them have huge market across the globe. We may not identify the potential probably at this point in time, but tomorrow, when I say tomorrow, in the next 5 to 10 years, you will come across at least 50 to 70 organizations investing in millions of dollars on these 2 aspects. The second one is the fintech. Now, when I say fintech, it's not only about payments, right? It's not only about the money what we receive and we send it to our folks, but it also talks about the insurance and technology. 15 years back, if I had to nominate one person into my insurance, it was a tedious effort. And today, probably at the tip of my finger, I can complete the job. I can open my mobile phone, I can complete the nomination. What does it mean for us is, through technology, there are changes which are coming up, which have already come up, right? And to do these changes, you need engineering graduates. To drive the strategies, you need certain strong professional management professionals. The third one is into electronics, smart devices. Every organization, every industry is getting into the smart devices. It's all about how do I understand the business concept and how do I contribute to that. Now, the next one is my favorite one because I represent one of those organizations with respect to the renewable source of energy, right? Solar, wind, and nuclear. It could be any of the private firm initiative or government initiatives. There are billions of dollars which is pumped into the renewable source of energy. Now, that is the future for all of us. Now, that will also create a lot of employment here in India. And the last one is mobility electric vehicles. I'm sure you would have seen a lot of green boards, and it has increased in the last 5-6 years. Now, this is because of the various financial models which companies have adopted, and of course, the support from the government. Now, why did I pick these 5 emerging domains or the sectors is because these are the sectors which has got large impact on the entire human society, as well as it also has the capacity to generate interesting jobs for each one of us, right? Let me move to the next one. What is it for me as a management professional? It's more important for me to understand, right? Now, 20 years back, probably I didn't have many people representing at a global level from India. Now, the things have slowly started changing. If you look at the first block, it talks about there is a general manager or let's say in a hub and spoke model, there is a BU head who is based out of India. Now, this all started in the last 10-15 years. Why did it start is because the kind of talent what we have, the kind of education system what we have, we were able to encash that. And similarly, when I move to the right-hand side of the block, you see a CTO there, which means things are changing in such a way that today we are strongly dependent on the metrics organization. Probably I have a chief technology officer here in Bangalore or in India who's trying to drive a global project. And similarly, on the third block, you see the GBS head, Global Business Services, where the person is responsible for the cross-functional or transversal projects. And the last one is where the CEO is based out of India and he's driving the global challenges, right? Now, at the same time, why did I pick up GCC as a subject is because this is one sector where it has the potential to create future leaders here in India. This brings me to the last slide because now in the last 4 or 5 slides, I've spoken about what GCC has done, what is the capacity of doing it. It's also important for us as HR professionals to understand what are the key topics, right? You have the global leadership roles, which might touch around 20,000 roles by 2030 in the next 6 years. Focus on infrastructure. You talk about highways, ports, freight corridors, or the new airports. All the published reports talk about investment of close to $1.4 trillion. It's a huge amount, right? And focus on sustainability and enhanced talent development. Now, these are the focus areas for every organization, right? And what does it translate to the human resources is, how do I ensure that I have the strategies in place, right? It could start from the basic of talent acquisition, where I have a compelling employer brand, or probably a candidate experience and the employer reference. And it could be followed by the experiential learning. The classroom learning, the way we are having this conversation, can we do it better? Probably the answer is yes, right? Can I create an experiential learning through these slides? The answer is yes, right? Gig workforce in India is the next big thing, which means not only with respect to the freelancers who take up the job on hourly basis, but within the organizations, there are management who are thriving to encourage gig workforce, which can actually give a lot of exposure to people. The last one is reimagine total rewards. Salary, and there is a PF, and there is medical insurance, which is given by the company. It's all conventional, right? I'm sorry. Now the organizations are investing time and energy to understand, how do I create differentiated rewards for my folks or for my employees so that they retain with us for a longer period, right? It could be, you can try to create the wealth through your compensation structure. Of your employees. Now, these are the strategies which people are trying to adopt on the years to come. That was the last slide with respect to GCC, and what I wanted to touch base here is one simple agenda. In whichever stream we are, it really doesn't matter. If I'm a part of human resource, finance, strategy, operations, there are n number of opportunities which are getting opened up here in India, and this is the golden time. When we saw the slide which said there could be 20,000 plus global leadership roles from India, which means 6 years from today, you're in the golden spot. Probably this is the time where you can talk about having those meaningful conversations with your mentors, with your well-wishers, and then get into probably a job which is much more meaningful to you or brings purpose to your life, right? So that was the whole agenda of picking up GCC. Lot of opportunities, skill is required, and at the same time, please do enjoy your MBA days, right? That's more important. It's not only about the serious topic, but please do also enjoy your MBA days. With that, I'll close my session here. But in case if you have any questions, any thoughts, do let me know.
Hello, I'm audible. Good afternoon, sir. Myself Swagato. I am a student of MBA Hospital Administration and Healthcare Management. And I want to ask that the tech innovation is the integral part of a GCC from long time.
You'll have to be a bit louder, my dear.
Tech innovation is being an integral part of a GCC. Technology.
Tech innovation, okay.
Yes. So how GCC is working with the new technologies like blockchain and Web3 and smart contract to enhance their decision-making process and the talent acquisition strategy that you have mentioned, and tech also comes with the concern of data and data privacy. So how you are mitigating those things with getting the good benefits of the tech? So thank you.
Got it. Right. So I was able to pick 3 points there. One is tech innovation, data integrity or the data security, and the third one is talent acquisition, right? The strategy is related to talent acquisition. Data security, it's very clear. In case if any organization wants to set up their GCC here in India, with respect to their parent organization, they'll have to sign certain concrete documents which cannot be compromised, right? Say, for example, if I have to talk about Snyder, right? The moment I get into Snyder, I'll have to sign one of the document which talks about GDPR, which means I'm not supposed to, let's say, reveal any of the confidential data or personal data of an employee or of the organization without any concerned authority, right? It's as simple as that. I'll keep it at the simplest level. The second one is on the tech innovation. Now, every problem which comes to India probably is for a solution or for the innovation, right? Now, if I have to pick one example which comes to the top of my mind is, we all play cricket, right? Now, the third umpire, the entire decision which comes through the I'm sorry, I forgot the term there, DRS, right? Now, where did this entire thing started? If you look at the entire, the concept of DRS, a lot of things started saying that, okay, umpire's call is more inclined towards one team, and they wanted to get the technology in place, right? And technology was the solution for it. And similarly, you take any of the organizations or any of the domains. If you want to, let's say, exceed or let's say proceed in your domain, you need to introduce technology. And that technology or the innovation can be brought here from India is because of two major reasons. One, the availability of the talent pool, right? The second is the kind of training programs which happens in India, or the organizations which invest the amount in these kind of training programs are enormous. And that's the reason it can happen. I'm not saying it cannot happen outside, but it's the highest possibility can happen in India. The third one on the talent acquisition. Today, there is a talent war. I'll be honest here, right? And to meet and to ensure that, each one of the organizations wants their pie to win, right? And that's the reason all your futuristic strategies will come into picture. And these strategies can only sustain when you have a solid business plan, when you have a solid business thriving for years together, right? Another important point is also the geopolitical balancing and the imbalance which is happening, right? If today world was a very, very, very peaceful day or a peaceful time, right? Things would have been very different, right? Today, India has got that very neutral as well as a positive stand when it comes to investment and opening up these kind of shops in India, right? I'm not sure if I've answered, but I try to keep it at the simplest level. Any other question, any other thoughts? Thank you guys, thanks a lot, and wishing you all the best, do well.
Thank you for such an insightful session, sir. Now, I would like to invite my friends for the further panel for discussion.
Hello. Hello, everyone. A very good evening to all present over here. I, Utkarsh, and my co-anchor Shruti welcomes you to the fourth panel discussion of HR Conclave 7.0, hiring with a digital paintbrush, blending technology and human insights in recruitment.
This panel discussion seeks to highlight the intricacies of blending technology and human intuition together in the modern hiring practices. As the lines blur, aims to explore the balance required to juggle both together.
One might face on relying too heavily on data versus the irreplaceable value of human judgment. The discussion would delve into the possible use cases of amalgamating the two forces, giving us a window to a future full of possibilities that could harmonize digital and personal.
Today, we are privileged to have a panel of experts who will share their valuable insights. Now, we would like to invite our moderator, Dr. Nitin Upadhyay, Associate Professor, IT Systems and Analytics at IIM Jammu, and Dr. Baljeet Singh for felicitating the guests.
We'll commence our panel with a distinguished speaker, Mr. Rafiq Tamboli, with more than half a decade of distinguished experience in HR domain. Mr. Rafiq is a visionary leader in talent acquisition. He has collaborated with eminent companies such as Reliance Jio, Tech Mahindra, etc. He has also worked on captive hiring for prominent investment banks. Mr. Rafiq is currently the driving force behind Here Technologies, the world's foremost open location platform.
However, it is crucial to know that his expertise is not just limited to traditional hiring. Mr. Rafiq has been instrumental in global projects.
Thank you, sir, for your esteemed presence. Next on our panel is Mr. Khalid Bhatt, Regional Leader of Talent Acquisition at PayPal, who is a distinguished talent acquisition professional with a 17 years of experience. His expertise lies in development, facilitation, and execution of talent acquisition across diverse set of industries. Mr. Bhatt has consistently exhibited a strong sense of commitment to the development of highly efficient and effective teams that contribute to the success of the organization.
Sir, we are very honored that you gave us the opportunity to host you today.
Our next distinguished speaker has amassed more than a decade of experience in talent acquisition and has become a prominent figure in technology and BFSI sector. Mr. Suvradeep Chaudhary is currently responsible for talent acquisition at Buildex, one of the largest fintech companies in India. He is instrumental in the development of workforce responsible for the company's growth and innovation.
He has been crucial in encompassing the development of high-performing teams, employer branding, and full-cycle recruitment. Sir has been a vanguard of the integration of AI into recruitment processes. Thank you so much, sir, for giving the opportunity to host you in this event.
Coming up next is Mr. Tirthankar De Chaudhary, is a dynamic HR leader with over 2 decades of experience driving strategic initiatives across a diverse set of industries, such as FMCG, pharma, consumer durables, and media, currently holding a position of Vice President of Human Resource at the Times of India Group.
He has been instrumental in shaping the HR practices at iconic organizations such as Dabur, Nestle, and Collar India. Sir, we are truly privileged to have you with us today. Now we are delighted to announce Mr. Samiruddin Qureshi as our next panelist. Currently, he is the recruitment lead for the SAP practice at Atos, where he is proficient in the leadership of strategic initiatives and the promotion of operational excellence and talent acquisition.
He has refined his skills in social media recruitment, talent procurement, and employee engagement as a result of his extensive experience at Capgemini and HDFC Bank. Mr. Qureshi, a LinkedIn certified professional recruiter, is a forward-thinking leader in the HR domain. We are humbled by the opportunity to host you today, and it's an honor to have you with us, sir.
Mr. Manish Singh is a seasoned HR leader with a proven track record in managing the entire employee's life cycle at Magic Bricks. Currently, as the head of talent acquisition and talent strategy, he has driven high-quality hiring, optimized headcount budgets, and implemented cutting-edge HR tools like Hono HCM, resulting in the enhanced recruitment processes and significant cost savings.
We are truly privileged to welcome you today and appreciate the chance to have you with us, sir.
With 17 years of experience in culture change, business partnering, data-driven corporate storytelling, digital experience transformation, compensation and benefits, CSR, and HR program administration, Ms. Aarti Nagpal is the Senior Vice President and Head of Talent at Publicis Group, a self-assured decision maker who is capable of evaluating the alternative options and fostering the participation of others.
We are truly privileged to welcome you today and host you for the panel discussion, ma'am. Now we would request our moderator, Dr. Nitin Upadhyay, to begin with the panel discussion.
Thank you very much. Very good evening, everyone. And this panel is all about what is not possible in a decade back. Now, people are in the HR professionals are going to create a new history, a new legacy with the help of digital paint press. We are going to unfold how this is possible and what are the challenges behind our digital paint press, because they are going to be the painter to paint the kind of legacy, the kind of roadmap for the careers of the future leaders. I'm going to just set the agenda, and then we are going to open certain questions to the panel itself. And when we look at the workforce of today and the future, there is a dynamic change that is happening not in India, but across the world. Workforce in big companies like Amazon, Walmart are 30% autonomous devices. The first change, which is very epidemic case, because now human has to coexist with the autonomous agents and the devices. And that's why the HR professional have to have a different set of policies, processes to get the core value out of these two different combinations. The second thing is, while onboarding and recruiting, the process is not about just the human-driven process, because the pump and the pipeline of the resources and capabilities completely change, not in terms of hundreds, but in terms of 1,000 people have those kind of capabilities across the world for a certain position. And it's very difficult for the human resource people to look at the people, task, job fit nature. And that is very niche area. And that's why technology is coming up into a very lucrative way to help these HR professionals to deep down the recruitment process for the future leaders as well. And whether it's good or for bad, what changes would come up in the organization structure, the onboarding processes. This is what we are going to open for the panel discussion itself. So my first question for the panel is about the voting. And the voting is all about, is there any standardized process of recruitment across the industries? So you have to say yes or no, and then we're going to build upon that.
Across industries, there isn't a standard process, so it would differ depending on industry to industry. That's my vote.
Good evening, IIM Jammu. So, how's the Josh? Here? Can you want to take the barometer up? Come on. No, this one is losing. You've given up? You've given up? I understand it's the evening time, but the answer to your question, sir, is no.
Okay.
More about the requirement of business and adopting it.
I think my Josh is up after the rains. When I landed, it was terrible, but feels like I'm in Pune or in Srinagar. So it's great to be here. Good to see the energy. I know it's evening time, but excited to see the journey, and I hope there are a lot of takeaways. I would say the theme of talent acquisition, by and large, overarching, is similar because everybody wants to drive a consistent process, but there are nuances across industries, and we'll deep dive, dipstick into what we're gonna talk about, some imperative things that are happening. So just simple example, when we were hiring for Tatas, right? One of the core attributes that we used to do is we would literally check BMI of a person to work in plant, right? So just an example how it will differ while theme is same, but the attribute may differ from organization to organization, industry to industry.
Good evening, everyone. The simple answer is no, but I would also like to add here is that the philosophy of recruitment is similar at the core, that we need to hire the best talent for the process. The process and the modus operandi is something that will differ. And one is the differentiator when it comes to industry. But more importantly is at what stage your organization is when it comes to recruitment and what is the volume or what is the output that we are looking. So that also is an important differentiator.
Yes, good evening, everyone. I completely agree with Aarti, and that's what our processes are different. The business requirements may be different. the budgets we will have would be different. And hence, depending on all these factors and the resources which we will have, we may decide on the strategy. How quick the industry is changing, how fast the world is behaving, these all factors determine that how processes is going to change, how business impacts are going to happen. Otherwise, as a thought process, we all want to be on the clouds. We want to do the best. We still may not know what to do.
Good evening, everyone. So broadly, the answer is no. But if you ask me like industry-wise, like if you take BFSI industry, maybe the competitors would want to have a similar process. But if you take different industries, you can't expect to have the same process. Maybe IT will have a different process. BFSI will have a different process. So, but yeah, this is the overall.
Thank you. So we all look at the kind of the process specific is the agreement that industries would have different processes for the HR recruitment. And that's why from the student's point of view, we have to look at how capable and ready we are for these different processes. Do we have a one-fit strategy or do we have a specific personalized strategy for looking at the possible potential solutions here? Now, based upon this phenomena, because every process is different based upon the specific requirement, the second questions come up. Now, technology is giving a third hand to look at what personal characteristics and persona would be best for the organization. How often you would see that the paradox in terms of privacy versus personalization? For example, you want to understand more about a candidate. You would look at the profile. Now you start looking at the social media feeds. You look at the multiple touch points, the behavior of a candidate across a different digital landscape. What is the thin line that you can go far? And what do you think is the possible challenge if you are not going that much, but your competitor is going? So it's open for the panel to put their own point of view about this, how far they can go for a candidate personalization aspect, and where could be a thin line.
If I can start. To start off with, technology should augment, not eliminate the personal touch. And for a distinguished personalization when it comes to recruitment, it is important to have a personal touch. It is important to have a human intervention because that is your ultimate decision making. Technology can enable and it can help us in screening, which will give us enough bandwidth to look at decision-making time and also identify skills that are imperative for the job. So to conclude, it is important, but at an enabling stage, personalization is critical from decision-making standpoint.
Look at the next stage and why being on social and why even having personalized data to look upon for companies becomes important. Because the technology will force you to do that. Why it is so? For example, if you look across, you have your internal data, okay? And you want, the AI is there. AI is trying to match various things. One of them is that how active you are in social media. If you look at LinkedIn, how many jobs one has changed, which companies they are into, from which industry they're moving to which industries. These are few data which we collectively we can't look upon. So there is one internal data we will have for many employees saying what was their performance, what salary they got hired, what tenure they had, which companies they came from. Okay, this is one set of data which is internal. Now, we have never, in terms of processes where we are seeing no common process, we have never combined all those processes of performance and everything, even for somebody making a higher reimbursements, which we are never looking as a data. This is an internal data. Believe me, a company like Walmart, which will have millions of data, which is too small for AI to read. So which means you'll have to look at external, which means large language models. And when you do external, there'll be millions of data which will be able to tell you that what you are doing, which means if you want to read your top 5 performers, and then you want to read why they are top performers, they will also tell in industry, there are top performers because of this. So it will give you more data than that. So if you are not social, probably you will lose that in the race. If you lose in the race, chances are the data will not give you as one of the candidates as an output. And hence, you need to be social. You have got no choice but to be there.
Yeah, so I would talk about personalization starting from employer branding, because see, employer branding, the objective is to look at certain target group, and target group in terms of skill set, age, and various demography taking into consideration. I'll just give an example of about Times of India. We work on 3 pillars of employer branding is concerned. We great brands to work for, great people to work, learning and innovation are the three EVP pillars for us. Through this, we focus our communication to target the target population and also talk about the culture of the organization. Our organization culture is the competitive edge for the organization. Here in our organization, the average tenure extremely high and our attrition is only 7%. Taking into why? Because it's a great organization to work for, and we have been able to attract the right talent. Why? Because a great organization and a great purpose to work for. So a personalization starts from our, what is the communication we are giving to our prospective candidates, and what sort of communication that we are doing in the social media. Now, all the job roles that are coming, we have SEO into it. Because while I'm doing my search engine, because my candidates are in the digital space, and that is a focus that we need to bring in. And there is a huge capability change in the recruitment team that has happened because all of this are SEO enabled, and that is very important for us to get the right profile, giving the right job description into consideration, and that is the first stage of it. And what we also do is that we have an excellent career site where we have a chatbot which talks about some of the FAQs that gets answered. Because a prospective candidate, so any of the company if you get in, right? If you want to buy a product, there'll be questions that they will asking. Apart from the price point, apart from the value proposition of the product, the other questions a consumer is going to ask to get a clarity to buy a product. Very important, especially also from a prospective candidate's point of view. A chatbot, which is, that's why the technology is to enable, to drive productivity. And these are and you cannot open up everything, right? Policy is something which is confidential. Once a person gets an understanding, what are the overall fabrics and the contours of the organization a chatbot is going to represent, to give more clarity is the personalization. This is very, very important, that are my values, my skill set, my future, my ambition is aligned with the future of the organization, is something that we focus on personalization.
I think just demystifying, because I think we're getting too technical. So I'll go back to the first question, right? When we settled on the thing that, processes differ from organization to organization, but someone, my recommendation would be someone at your experience who is going to enter the workforce after a year or so. I think take it this way. When you do an MBA, first year is going to be more generic, right? As you approach towards year 2, then you're going to take up your electives and be specialized. So look at an industry from a mirror of what are the underlying strategies that drive talent acquisition or talent in an organization, which is how do organizations drive EVPs? What is the best way to attract talent? How has the entire talent marketing attraction changed from where we were to now, which is more on social media, more on personalization and all that? So it's a very good point on personalization, and everybody wants it. I'll give an example. While we were talking and I was thinking about some of the leaders I worked with. And there is one leader who strikes, and I have high regard for him. The reason why is whenever he calls me on my birthday or on my son's birthday, he is one of the only leaders who asks that, how is your wife and kid, by asking their name, right? Imagine you've worked with hundreds of leaders or colleagues, and there are very few who take their name. That kind of impact and the respect I have for that person is enormous. That's personalization for you. And when candidate comes into talent acquisition, right, or you're exploring, say, a career page, imagine if you just get an email from the company that, hey, XYZ, thank you for visiting our website. We currently do not have any roles for you, but this is our talent center. Please be with us, right? Now we'll not talk about, different aspects and levels of recruitment. I'll give you just one simple example. Scheduling has been, a challenge in talent acquisition because there is a lot of back and forth in terms of candidate not available, hiring manager not available, so on and so forth. And what happens ultimately is hiring manager is someone who's working with an organization and candidate wants something, therefore he will adjust. That's what is happening. Now imagine how AI or technology is creating personalization in a way that when you book a ticket, right, you have an option to choose your seat. Now, candidate has an option to choose the seat, which hiring manager has already taken. Hiring manager has given 2, 3 options, and candidate choose options basis that there is no back and forth. It's just one solution which helps both. So I think personalization is more towards creating a win-win for both the candidate as well as the company, so that there is less waste of time and more, professionalism as well as efficiency in terms of the policies that the company is driving or the process.
Sure. That's a point of view that we look at, that AI agents are coming up and providing much more useful task work that has been tackled by the human agents, and they're supporting in a variety of fashions. Now, when we look at the human professionals, HR professionals work, they have been into different part and milestone during the onboarding recruitment processes. The technology, one thing is all about is going to increase the efficiency. Another thing is going to eat up the jobs. So we need to understand what part of technology is going to eat up roles, tasks, and activities, and what part of human would be capable enough to coexist with the technology. So what's your envision for being a HR professional? How you would see that technology is going to, what kind of role, what kind of tasks, and where it's going to coexist and augment certain specific roles, or maybe create new roles altogether?
So what I feel is AI is here to coexist with human intelligence. Some of the roles that I wouldn't say that it would completely take up of roles, but it would definitely sort of accelerate some of the mundane tasks that we do, especially when it comes to resume filtration, to give you an example, or if you want to target any specific demographic or location in that sense. So AI is, of course, here to coexist. And also, I think in the next 5 to 10 years, all of our jobs will sort of evolve. And we as talent acquisition or HR professionals have to pick up those skills. And you also guys, in terms of being students and who are currently going to enter the workforce, also would have to sort of pick up skills apart from your curriculum that would teach you how to better use programs like ChatGPT. There are some certain courses that are available even for free on YouTube. So maybe pick up those and sort of try to understand how you can sort of, enhance your skills. I see in the future, let's say, 5-10 years down the line, even the job titles may change. Instead of the talent acquisition manager, it would be AI-enabled talent acquisition manager. The job description will say, first line would be knows how to use AI, knows how to filter candidates using AI. So I think that is where we are moving. It will be a good amalgamation. Yeah.
I think the way we are evolving, and actually it's a good topic after the first one, GCC. India is growing, and there is a little talent war, fine, and we are constantly under pressure to close the roles as of yesterday. So that's been a demand. Now, if I open a role, maybe someone with 0 to 3 or 4 years of experience, maybe by tomorrow afternoon, I'll have 100 plus profiles, and it's impossible for my team members to go through it. So yeah, what jobs may be replaced? Definitely the mundane jobs or the regular transactional stuff, something will go. Definitely one thing that cannot be replaced is the human intuition and the empathy. And the way we have to see, like even one of a panel highlighted, it's mostly augmented. It's not going to be a decision factor or so. It can just help us enable and arrive at a decision. So I see it's more of a AI and human partnership that the way we proceed forward. Yep.
I think the future is the blend of technology and touch. And one must be cautious of using it in the right proportion. I think technology, AI, all of these factors are enablers, but the decision making and the ability to take a conscious call on culture and other nuances are still a very human centric function. So, if I have to summarize, I don't feel the need, or rather, I don't feel that it is going to eat up jobs. It is only going to make us more efficient, and we can leverage ourselves as better decision makers in the future with the use of AI.
So, yes, I completely agree. It is not going to eat up jobs, but it is we are going to responsible for ourselves whether we will be still live in the atmosphere of the world, in the corporate world or not. Why I'm saying so is it is all about upskilling, what he's talking about. You know, if you look at the previous presentation, he's an HRBP, all his data was of business. So if you have got no business orientation, which means as an HR, you are not upskilling yourself. So as it is said, HR is not about making HR better. It is about making business better. So that's what the thought and other things has to be changed. Now take example, how things are going to speed up. And when you pass out, chances are there's something else would have happened and you are not updated about it, then you become non-skilled. And that is how technology eats up your job. Take, for example, ChatGPT, where now you write one line and then basis that it gives you command. It gives you those answers. But ChatGPT 5 will come in December, which will have images and photos. Now, if you're not ready for that as a technology, or if you've got no understanding about it, the one who would have studied it would do quicker and better than you. That is what it is saying, that whether you're upskilled up to that level or not. It is as good as that. So how it is going to help us? If you have put an application and there are 1,000 applications or 1,000 interviews you have conducted as video interviews, as a human, as an HR person, it is not possible for you to look at or listen to 100 interviews. Humanly, it is not possible. But the AI is going to help you to summarize and figure out that who are the top 10 candidates basis on the inputs you have given to that. Now, if your inputs are not right, probability you are training your system for a wrong AI. So you'll have to put your inputs right. For example, if you're properly skilled, you'll be able to put good inputs. If you're not skilled, you'll put poor inputs and your future of the organization becomes poorer. And that is how skilling will keep you live. AI will keep challenging you once, time and again. And if you are not keeping up to the race, then we are going to leave where jobs will be at the stake.
To add to this, there are sites where you have to create prompts and people are selling it and making money out of it. So just giving that example, like it's about learning how to use AI. The moment you have that talent, I don't think so, like it will take away your job. And just to summarize, like I feel technology will help to identify the talent, but it is the human touch or the human insight which will help you to identify the potential of the candidate. So that is the difference you can say. You have to maintain the balance, is what I feel.
Please feel free to stop me because I can go on and on. We have time, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So someone please help me recollect. There is a saying in 5 a.m. book, right? Change is messy in the, what is that? Start? Yeah.
Change is messy in the start, something in the middle, and gorgeous in towards the end.
It's difficult in the start and messy in the middle and awesome towards the end. Where we are with the AI piece is, it's messy, right? It's absolutely messy. Giving you an example, one customer called some financial bank in US. This was 2 months back. And then there is a conversation happening about refund. Now, when you are refunding on, it takes a conscious decision that this person gave a couple of good reasons, I'll go and refund, and the refund was not supposed to be given. So, and that pushed the discussion forward that what is going to be the collaboration between humans and AI? And every industry is talking about, and we have understood now, is AI is going to be more of doing transactional work, support, admin, and all that. And then humans are going to be more of strategic problem solver. To break it down for, let's suppose, sales organization. You start with a sales intern and someone who is doing more of admin, and by the time you complete 5-6 years in the organization, you become a sales leader, right? For someone who's doing MBA in sales and marketing. I think how I see it pivoting is someone has to put a lot of effort to be more strategic in their MBA, so that they don't just join organization as an intern, they can be just an intern strategic person. So that's where I see AI shifting. And I'll give you a simple activity. Do it today because I do it over the weekends. I'm very fond of what is happening in health and fitness. And sometimes when I don't get someone who comes with that level of understanding, I actually go open Copilot, right? Copilot has a tool. You just speak to the tool and say, hey, Copilot, I'm at this juncture of my learning. Do a conversation and take a subject and see where that conversation leads up to. And if you are expert in that field, you'll be like, do I really need to talk to a person? And the kind of insights that you get from that conversation, you will understand that we will see a day when you will have, say, a chat bot sitting next to you. You're just chatting with them. Hey, dude, what should I do here? Can you do the small thing while I take care of a bigger customer conversation? That's where I see AI moving, whether it is TA or any other industry. But yeah, by and large, it's going to be the same scene.
Yes, perhaps the
Yeah,
conversation.
Nitin, can I add something here, because it's perspective to the TA. What Khalid was talking about is about prompt engineering. Okay, so what happens is that what you ask as a question is most important. As it is said in always that it is not about the answer, it is about how do you ask. Now we all have different ways to ask a question. So if you ask a technology or an EIA saying a long question, it may not understand. So what has happened, prompt engineering, you talk in small words, and then the technology tries to figure out what is that your need is. And technology teaches you. So finally, you have that long answer into various chats, what Khalid was talking about. And when you have those chats, that prompt engineering gives you the answer what you were looking for. So then everybody gives the same answer if we are using the same organization, same technology. That is how prompt engineering is going to come, and we have to be ready. And that's become easier even for a non-skilled person, I'll say, or an intern, I'll say.
Perhaps prompt engineering would go up. It's all about the prompt strategy, because there could be a different format of prompts that would give the different kind of outcome. Because when we say output, is garbage in, garbage out. But organization is looking for the outcome, not the output, because output is not profitable. I would like to ask Titankar, let's take a very simple case here. The one task that AI is going to eat up is all about screening of the profiles. So there are a lot of profiles going to come up to the organizations, and human resources not there, and they do not have the bandwidth to look at the profiles and select for or shortlist. Now you have the AI agents to do so. On the other hand, the candidates are becoming smarter. They're also using the AI to create the profile for themselves, and the AI is there to shortlist the profile. How you want to look at the situation, and what is the balance you want to fit for the future HR professionals to tackle this?
Superb. That day one of my ET business editor sent me this write-up about AI, how people are creating their resumes. About 46% of the young population are creating their CVs through AI. And what is happening is that they are doing a copy paste. And what is happening is that any person who goes through the CV gets to understand, and the quality is significantly deteriorating. That's one part of it. And if you really need to utilize AI, you need to utilize it and do a right editing. That's very important. And all consultants have understood that this is also happening. The second part is that how do I screen CVs? And screening CV, what my panelist also said is that making the machine learn what is a success profile and the job description is very, very crucial to ensure that the right CVs gets to giving a list of preferences. That's the second the machine is giving you input. But very, very important is that how line managers or the hiring managers are being trained to understand these intricacies. Because also very important is that what sort of a questions that you are asking for people to understand the authenticity of the experience and being able to hire the right people. And that's why there's a huge significant investment that has to be done on the capability of the hiring manager and the line manager. Similarly for HR. Another very important is that the future skills. See, a lot of companies, we are also investing on future skills. The hiring manager, is he or she capable or are capable of hiring of the future skills or not? That is very important because what we are talking about, AI capability, digital capability, youth have it for us. I'm just giving you an experience. Social marketing, social media marketing has become very, very crucial. After we have got into audience across platform, we were a print organization. We are now no more a print, but also digital. But our people are all at print capability. So when I'm hiring people with digital capability, do they have the digital capability themselves to hire the right candidate? So that is very, very important. And that's why your talent strategy has to be triggered in the sense that your entry-level hiring, it has to be balanced. And that's why the investment is very, very crucial. And that's why I'm saying that change management is very, very crucial. When we got after the COVID, when we got that we need to get into audience across platform strategy, that means we need to be across. We first did a change management program with senior leadership. We had a very detailed on the top and then we cascaded down so that the capability gets institutionalized in the organization. When capability is there, then only I will be able to hire the right person. So that is from a investment on AI.
Rafik, you want to add?
So a very good question. So now what's happening is currently we as a recruiter, if I get a job description, I'll definitely post it on ChatGPT. Look out for a very enhanced version. Nowadays, candidates don't have time. They just spend few seconds going through the JD. And so that's what. Now we are curating or designing a JD from Gen AI, right? So it's not the candidates to blame. Definitely now even they are answering in that language, right? They are creating their profile based upon the job description. So as Tirthankar highlighted, 46, yeah, I definitely read one research, 46, 49. Gen AI to design their profile. Now what happens in this, they're trying to supplement their skills. And when they supplement, these may be the skills they might have not worked on, and it definitely creates some kind of a gap. They are able to clear the interviews as well. Gen AI definitely provides you all kind of answers to questions. The probable questions are suggested. So what you see, this person, when it is on board, there is definitely a gap. And the results or the effects of this, I feel, are yet to be realized. A very interesting article I came across, and so we can at the output what ChatGPT has given. So one of a company just experimented in their technology job description. They inserted a word banana, experience on banana programming, which actually is not the case. And they were surprising to see 10% of the profiles having the word mentioned, experience on banana programming. So this is how we are heading. So, yeah.
Yeah, sure. So again, look at AI maturity. And I love AI like my kid because I'm interacting the similar way I'm interacting with AI. My kid asks me a lot of questions. When I want him to be, innovative, right? Or crafty in something, I'll probably give him a drawing book with the intent that he will make a parrot or an elephant on that. And after 5 minutes, I see he's making something on the wall. Yeah, which was not the intention. And mom gets, irky on him. But the point is AI is actually making those mistakes. But understand, it's the kid. When it grows, it is going to challenge you and that time is going to come, it's going to be efficient. It's just the journey. Now, what is going to happen is, I'll take you back to the history, because for you guys, you need to understand where we started. From the time when we used to go to railway stations with the poster that, hey, we are hiring for these skills, before the times of Naukri. So when a CV used to come to us, we'll do a control F to kind of find. First, if it was one role, then probably look at 10, 15 CVs. When the CVs will bulk up, then we'll do a control F to see. Then we literally move to Boolean search and Naukri and same thing, right? Now, what AI is doing on matchmaking is nothing but Boolean search. And what people are trying to do is they will see some attributes in that and they'll put that, and AI is trying to do that. But that's going to change. That is going to change. But what I recommend of organizations and people who are trying to enter in the organization is, job simulation is going to be a game changer. And I'll tell you why. When a hiring manager is trying to interview a candidate, which is the most biased piece. We say AI is biased, AI is not biased. I think human is the most biased person. Imagine someone coming in an interview and says that, I like to work out and I like to read about fitness. Trust me, he has already won 50% of the interview, and it happens. Someone coming from a particular region and all that. Now, what AI is going to do is it's going to be purely objective in terms of simulations. Simulation could mean that if you're a salesperson, let's suppose you're working with a company called Tata Motors, you come for a sales interview. Within the AI simulated environment, the bot is going to act as a customer or a dealer and then give scenarios basis what actually happens in the real life. Now, AI platforms are doing that, but the problem with that is these are just questions. You are responding, it gets recorded and saved. And then you prepare and you answer that and you are select. No, that's going to change. That is going to, so people who are going to get into workforce in next 5-6 years are going to be mixed. But what I see ultimately is it's going to be a game of skills and someone who has that ability to handle that actual business situation. And AI is going to be there after 5, 6, 10 years, whatever. Yes.
Perhaps the most important part is not to overlook the banana in the message. So before you put your resumes onto the ChatGPT, look at for what purpose you are putting up the ChatGPT and the usage also. Yeah, that's interesting.
Adding one point is that while we're talking about skills and AI has a role in terms of, shortlisting and getting the right profiles. But very important is also from a culture point of view, how human adds value, because it is something very intrinsic from the organization point of view, how a profile succeeds in an organization. And that depends upon the culture, values, and beliefs of the organization. I think that is something apart from the skill set point of view, the line manager human insight comes so very strongly to ensure that the right skill set and also the behavior point of view, that's the value addition that happens. Sorry.
A quick one. So the base of talent acquisition is basis the JD and the CV. Both are disrupted. There is no standardization there, which means JD is copy pasted, which means now you'll have to, as saying that what is the skills you are looking for? That has to be part of the JD. It cannot be just a summary on what a sales manager does. So that is where. So the food for thought is that now it should be like if an organization can put up, and as Manish, which roles I am capable of in the organization, it should be reverse, not what I as a CV. The AI should build upon what I am as a person. It knows who I as a person. And then I go to a company on the website. These are 4 roles which I can apply for. And that is where it starts from, other than CV, other than LinkedIn, anywhere else. And then it is prompting that, yes, how better are you into that? Once you're known what role, and then it figures out you're good for this, but you need enhancement in these skills to be ready for this role. So now you also know what skill you have been. So that's the future, and that's how it has to be like.
Perhaps that would be the marry of role and a skill set that AI would be able to, tell you specifically, and then you will be tuned to your dance of the organizations, and in harmony you can be together for a long relationship. I have one last question for the panelists. I'm going to start with Samir, and then we'll go in the flow. Question is about what's your organization inertia in terms of technology adoption? And given the situation right now in your specific organization, what one change you think you would like to bring in the hiring and recruitment onboarding process? And what one change that you would like, but it's not possible because of the inertia?
So I'll talk about IT industry. IT industry generally faces a lot of offer decline. So the offer to joining ratio is not that great, like not 50%, it's close to 40, 45%. So as an organization, if you ask me, like technology will definitely help to ease the mundane tasks, but the decision making should have that human insight. That is what I feel. And if technology can help in bringing that predictive analytics, that which candidate will drop, if it can predict well in advance, so the recruitment team can work before the candidate backs out. So that is something which I feel will help to improve the joining ratio overall in the IT industry.
Just to add, anyone builds that technology will be the richest person in the world.
What's the inertia? What's the inertia there?
Inertia is basically that reluctance is there because of the hiring manager. They have certain specifications that they want in the candidate. So that is something which, as a TA lead, stops the company to implement these type of technologies.
So I work for a consumer product internet company. So things change very, very fast. And when things change fast, it is all about what we are thinking of a strategic business in the next 6 months. There is no thought beyond 6 months because somebody as a competitor is doing something of that sort, and then we sometime derail ourselves. So that's what an inertia about specific to one sector. For example, we just not hire product guys. We may be hiring some fintech folks, we may be hiring some sales folks in different domains. So depending on which domain we are, where the talent is available, that defines the inertia, which means the inertia is defined by the budget which we get. The budget we get is basis the business we want to be into. And once the business has got inertia, we will definitely have that inertia of budget and the movement. We know what to do. Somehow we know what to do, but we compromise saying one at a time. And one at a time takes so long as a time that something changes. So one way to look at, and the way we do in HR, is that anything we do, we say to the business, we want to do this so that, if you say so that to business, it will give you that answer whether you want to. I know companies like who would say that you are putting this HR as a process, how it is going to increase the productivity of employees. You want to invest, just answer this. So which means if you answer everything in your personal life or in your business life, as answer as put so that, it will give you the answer whether you want that budget into it. That defines the inertia, and that also changes on various other things what talent acquisition in companies like us will do.
I come from a media, communication, and advertisement space. So I think we've crossed the bridge on the fact that AI doesn't mean anything to us. I think we are ahead of the curve when it comes to adopting AI and making a lot of our processes and tools on AI and technology. So I mean, it is there. It's a part of our life, and we are leveraging it at a high scale. And one of the things we were able to do that is, adding on to the fact that in the change management space, we adopted that very early and we made it a very top-down approach. So if the leaders are adopting it, then the chain follows it. So I think that was something that we did, and that's why we do not have that kind of reluctantness to adopt it at this stage. One thing that, we as talent acquisition and HR leaders would like to bring in is the visibility and the importance of it for line managers, because right now as talent acquisition and HR professionals, we are there on adopting and utilizing AI and technology, but there is still some room to go ahead and do it for our business and our line managers, who are our main chain agent in our recruitment process. So I think that is something that will be important when it comes, if I would like to change something at this moment.
So inertia, I believe you're understanding, you're talking about the business requirement. So I normally give examples to relate rather than using generalistic things. I'll just give you an example of, again, from a print to a digital, what is the need of technology and AI. For example, there are two sort of role. One are the reporters who gets the news, and then is the desk who writes the news, right? Reporters, the news that we get, we want the AI to give much more polished news content, because what happens is that there are errors in terms of grammar, content. We have launched an AI called the Beans to clear the content so that we can quickly put it in digital, because digital stands for breaking news. And then the desk who is going to work, they get much polished content. They just need to quickly put the content in place and put in production. So the entire process is very important, and this is completely AI driven, and we are building this capability across. The third, very important right now, infographics. If you see a newspaper, we put a lot of data to tell the story. We are in the business of storytelling. Story, we represent that through data. That is called infographic. That also, there is a lot of AI that we are utilizing, and that's why the prompt is very, very critical. And we are training people to put the right prompt. And you have seen recently also, after budget, what sort of an infographic that we are putting in. Very high end. Also, what is that sort of a headline? We are absolutely, we are not putting AI for headline writing, because we are the best company in media who come up with such wonderful headlines. So the thing is that these are the three areas that we are. And there comes the importance of how do we get these people, because get these people in the system, because most of the editorial folks are quite are not capable on this area, getting the line managers capability into it. So it's quite a journey to take it forward, but a significant focus of the organization to build capability around this area.
So one thing, whenever you want to introduce something new, definitely the most certain thing that you will face is the inertia. Now, for us, there are two aspects of or two stakeholders. One is your team, and secondly, convincing the senior LTA for the budgets. Now, how do we approach? We form a small project teams and then we run a pilot program. We look at the trends and what operational efficiencies and optimization it may give us, which may help us in bringing the cost down as well. So it's an easy way to convince the business. Now, about your team, it is at times very difficult. Even if you highlight the benefits of it, the time-saving capacity, but then somewhere, so to navigate this, I actually make them the change agents of the process. So I just allocate the areas or the platforms they should explore and come up with their own reports as to shall we go through it or we shouldn't go through it. So that's how it is. One thing, if I really want it to be changed also, is like I feel the team actually should be on top of it, like with ChatGPT 5 coming up. We should not be lagging behind, because it is actually literal a talent war, I would say. And I really address my team as talent warriors. So the warriors needs to be equipped with the latest weapons, I would say. That's how it is.
So I work in the fintech space, right? And the fintech space has sort of grown dramatically in the past 7 to 8 years. Earlier, it was all about paper money, checks. Everybody was sort of not many people were using digital transactions. Like now, everybody pretty much has a Paytm or a Google Pay app with them, right? So essentially, it has grown so fast after 2016, after the demonetization, and then the second influx was during COVID. Even the regulatory bodies are still trying to catch up in terms of how to sort of implement, prevent fraud, etc. So to answer your question, Nitin sir, here at this stage in the fintech industry, at least, us being a highly regulated body in terms of RBI, like Khalid gave an example of the refund. earlier, right? So there has to be some kind of a human intervention to understand if the fraud has actually happened. Yeah, as you know, AI is right now at a messy stage. We can't let AI sort of take that control in terms of managing people's money. So that is essentially the restriction that we have in our industry, which might not be the case, you know, maybe 5 to 10 years down the line. Specifically in terms of talent acquisition, where I also and where we are sort of wanting to put efforts in terms of understanding if there are any, you know, tools to mitigate students that are actually so there are students who still cheat in terms of, you know, writing code. We have, you know, got a lot of people in terms of when they are interviewing, especially online on Zoom, so that there is a, you know, separate person who's typing the code, and then there is the face of the person is completely different, and then when the person comes on board, they say that this is not the person that we have interviewed. So we are, you know, slowly, I think we are coming the entire circle back, where we are starting to conduct the final interviews now in office to sort of understand the body language. So I think, you know, starting from COVID now, we have completely, you know, essentially come a complete circle.
Great question, right? Thought-provoking rather. So, and I was again thinking, that's why I need some time to think. Thank you so much for allowing me time. So I think what needs to change is complacency in organizations. And I'll bring in the AI aspect and all that. I have literally seen complacency killing organizations. And what I mean to say that is, let's suppose if we divide this into two groups, right? One group, I tell them that, hey, you guys are entering the workforce. Just try to be that good guy, close to the boss, listen to the boss. And then one group, I'll say that be very objective. If you feel something is wrong, put your foot down, right? And challenge the status quo. And now if I meet these two groups after 5 years, one group whom I told that just listen to your boss, trust me, they're gonna be 2-3 levels up. They will be flourishing in terms of salaries and all that. I meet this group after 5 years, they're probably literally, some of them will abuse me that this is the worst mentor we have seen because he gave us a wrong advice. But again, if I meet this group after 15 years, you will see the difference. So, and that is the problem with inertia and change as well. So I think we need people who can come in and challenge the status quo. And the people who are going to do that is this group. And my recommendation to each one of you here is when you enter the organization, please do not look at short term. Don't look at short term. Be very objective, be very principled, and be very strategic and focus what you want to do. If you feel that organization is not aligned to your objectives or what you want to do, or not taking your suggestions, which you mean by your hard work and understanding, that's not the place for you. And each one of you should actually go in the organization where you are able to contribute, make the difference, so that, you know, there is a saying, right? If a race is not able to evolve, the law of the nature is it is replaced. And this is the race, Gen Z, right? So I think very hopeful and optimistic about this race. And you guys are going to do wonders. Don't be threatened by AI. Trust me, AI is going to be your EA, which is assistant in 10 years. It's the way how you want to tame it like a pet.
Thank you.
So one just advice which I've experienced has worked with my team members who've joined us new. So like I've been inducting people in my team, and whenever there is a brainstorming discussion also, I ask them the ones who are not participating. So the common answer I hear is like, I'm new, you know, so I'm not sure if my inputs are valuable. So I tell them like, even if it's a day one, you are as important as the CEO of the organization. And trust me, their outlook changes and the valuable input starts flowing. So don't think that you're new. Like, you are there for a reason. If you are there, it means you have just cracked that door and gotten with a good lot of competition. So your inputs are valuable right from day one. Thank you. All the best.
Thank you. So the floor is open for the students. So if you have a couple of questions, the panelists are ready to fire back the answer. You may request a panelist about the question, or you would like to open a question to the panel also.
Good evening, everyone. I am Srishti Shukla. from MBA, Hospital Administration and Healthcare Management. So my question is, how Web3 and Ethereum smart contract can bring revolutionary change to employer contact in HR policy? And how does our company approaching to this new technology?
Blockchain enabled. Blockchain enabled. Metaverse. It's metaverse.
How Web3 and Ethereum smart contract can bring revolutionary change to employer contact in HR policy, and how does our companies approaching to this new technology?
Shall I take? Let me take this question. I'll take this question. So when I talk about Web 3.2 and Ethereum-based contracts, the business organizations exist not today, but 10,000 BC onwards. And every organization is looking forward to have a transaction cost for establishing relationships, whether it's a negotiation or contract or supply chain or vendor management. Smart contracts are the contracts that are going to be autonomous contracts without the need of the human support interventions, whether it's SOPs or SLAs, and that could be automated based upon any trigger points. That would ease out the transaction cost for organizations. And that's why the policies would be different for the autonomous cost. Yeah.
Only thing I know about this space because people were gaga about Meta and that avatar space and all that, and I knew, right? I keep discussing with people. I knew that it's going to take some time because if I am expected to go in a virtual world, right, and interact with avatar, we humans don't believe in. We believe in interacting with humans. So I think once they are able to make avatars look similar to humans, that's going to make a lot of change. Now, in hospitality, for example, if I'm someone who is in Europe, for example, and I want to promote Kashmir to them, right? The only way for that is without making them travel for months and taking that risk. Can I give them a 3D view of that virtually so that we are able to position that? That's one. Second is, I think one of the things that Web3 and blockchain was trying to do is security. And I think that's very important, right? As we are trying to get, online with shopping, e-commerce or fintech and all that, there are always people who are trying to, find the loopholes, and that's going to continue. And I think blockchain is going to be the game changer. People were doing a lot of investment in that 2020 and COVID, and I think that stopped. But I think that's going to resume because security is important. That will resume, but that's not, I think after Gen AI and all that, that took the stage, and that's on the back pedal, is what I understand.
Yes, next question.
Swagato. Good afternoon, panel. I am Swagato, a student of MBA Healthcare Administration and Hospital Management student. As you guys are talking about that nowadays AI is used to filter out the candidates. So how organization efficiently address the potential training data biases, which can a potential issue to the AI? So fair selection process can be affected by the training data biases, which the AI model is using. So how to mitigate this, and the panel discussion was total about the use of AI in hiring process and also how to mitigate this and all, please.
Yeah.
How
The
to
bias in the AI. Yeah.
How to
Manish, you would
mitigate
like to?
the training data biases in AI?
Yeah.
You see, you will have to read more about neural network. If you read about neural network, you will have that answer, which means there are nodes and ways to measure whether the affection is there or not in your programming. I'll give you an example that somebody programmed in US certain, but he was too biased against blacks. So he did a programming, which the programming, without anybody knowing it, was rejecting people who were in different color. So as we as a user will keep using it, feeling that it is a right filtration. But if nobody has studied about in the neural, because now neural network is there, and that is how is the structure for AI. So if that is there, it will give you that solution. It is not that it is going to live for very, very long. It somewhere is, and the blockchain, if the blockchain is there along with technology embedded, it will somehow cut it itself, because a lot of people will be saying, no, it's a wrong way to hire. So then somebody has to deep dive and again train saying, no, what's the right way to hire? That's where it will give you that answer. Now, when you say time, in terms of technology, time is about days. Okay, so you can't talk about 10 years. Okay, so, but it is about days. Now, how sooner it is days or hours, we still don't know. If nobody is able to catch that, it will go for years and years. But definitely it will. At this stage, it is not possible that things which are going wrong will not be caught by technology. It will definitely be, even for feelings. Giving an example, for example, if you are an HR person and there are meeting happening and you are too busy and you tell the chatbot, just summarize this for me. As an HR, you don't know somebody was crying also because there is nowhere it is recorded. But it will tell you the sentiments in the meeting were low. That is the signal you'll have to catch. And then you'll have to deep dive saying why it is saying low. Then you'll say, oh, somebody was crying. Why? The manager was too strong. And then that is how you catch, and you have to be too intelligent to do that.
वो विल स्मिथ का एक वीडियो आया था showing two emotions. किसने देखा है वो? That's on the similar concept, and that's going to happen.
Okay, so we can take one last question.
Hello, panel members. I'm Chirag Dubey of MBA 09 batch. My question is kind of an extension to Swagato's question only. As you all suggested from the very beginning that the professional data of a candidate that is available in public domain would be used for future recruitments. Certain certain apps, professional apps like LinkedIn, offer a premium segment of their app. It costs around 8,000 as of now. In a country where the per capita income ranges around 20,000, 8,000 becomes a big amount. Everybody would not be able to pay it. So when we use AI, LinkedIn will push a data in which it will give preferential treatment to its customer, to its premium customers. Do you think in the coming future, the programs that would be made will be able to overcome this premium customer bias?
Not at all, buddy. Everybody's in business. So my take is very simple. They are here to do business. We will use free subscriptions. The way it works is if you have money, you use it for premium. So I don't think so. I think it's going to be more of, if you're looking at positioning, right, to bring in, to capture more money from customer, yeah, they're going to, double down on that. That's how business works.
Do you believe this will create a new kind of discrimination in the job market?
In terms of jobs, see, I mean, I'll ask you a counter question. And before that, probably if you have...
You're talking about 8,000 rupees. That is for one recruiter, and that's a very small license. That does not give you anything other than usage of data. What LinkedIn has that costs you 30 lakh rupees, which is actually telling you that where your talent is going, why they are going, which are the industries which are hiring, from where you can hire. These all answers are given by the AI already developed by LinkedIn. So a company has to have certain amount of investment to do it. So those answers are there. So 8,000 is a very minuscule amount. It is just nudging. It is just nudging to buy, like you buy a burger and then you do other things also in McDonald's. So that's how the 8,000 rupees is no way to standardize things for the way you're putting it across.
Thank you. Thank you.
Just to add something to, I would just like to add something to Manish. So there are essentially two aspects of this LinkedIn, right? In terms of if LinkedIn is fetching some data from us recruiters for the candidates, it does not do any bias in terms of if you have a premium subscription or you don't, right? It primarily gathers data on how you create your profile. So you can do the same thing for free. Go to ChatGPT, ask it what kind of LinkedIn profile you want to build and use that, because LinkedIn has essentially integrated that, because the parent owner of OpenAI is Microsoft, and so is for LinkedIn, right? So that's how you can do it. You don't need to actually spend money for that.
Okay, thank you. And now it's time for closing of this session.
I have a question for
Yeah, okay.
students, right? And I really want to understand where you're thinking because we are getting too much into AI and all that. समझो अगर एक स्वयंवर रखेंगे, right? And all of you are, positioning yourself as someone चांद तारे तोड़ के लाऊंगा. So we have, say, 500 people saying the same thing. The reason why I'm saying this point, because the CV biasness, everybody is trying to copy paste what is mentioned in the JD. And now what would this lead to, right? Because it's not helping us get the right candidate. Now the question to you is, if everybody in your CV, right, you put that Chand Tare Tod Ke Launga, everybody is of the same caliber. What should an organization do to get the best thing? Common sensical question.
Differentiation.
Maybe an additional filter, right? Now that additional filter, you wanted to answer, please? Yeah, go ahead.
Yes, sir. I feel in this case we can use a different matrix.
Exactly.
We can see someone said we can use time as the matrix who says it first, or we can say how we say it, like the words used to say the exact same thing.
Exactly. So you will basically put nothing but an additional filter, right? Now, what used to happen in organizations is, let's suppose if I'm hiring engineers, right? They put anything and they are topped at the CV pedigree. Next thing was to give them this test called Hacker Rank, which cost me say 1,100, 1,200 rupees. Imagine 1 lakh applications. What is the cost? Now, what companies are doing is they're getting this for like per hire. You can use millions of assessments. Now, what is happening is, despite you saying whatever, you're actually, before recruiter reaches out to you, while you are submitting your application, you submit the application and the chat bot is telling you, great, you have submitted the application. Let's have an interaction for 5 minutes. I know that interaction is biased. Like I said earlier, it is going to develop in 5-10 years. I'm talking about future, right? And that's when the real conversation is going to happen. And people who have just made it will be weeded away is what I think. And I think, prepare yourself for something, not for the loopholes and shortcomings.
Eligibility and suitability. Okay, we all will be eligible for a role. Not necessarily all will be suitable for the role. So that's what is.
So thank you, panelists, and thank you, students, for being interactive and looking at the kind of session title. It's about digital paintbrush. As a painter has a right to paint all the imagination, and painter is the only one who will say the painting is over. No one else in the world. With this session, I hope we have looked at about the digital paintbrush journey of the HR professionals. It's going to help not just HR professionals to look at the challenges and the enabling part of processes, but also from the candidate's profile and the candidate's part as well, how they can be the part of this kind of technology-enabled journey for the onboarding and recruitment process as well. So thank you so much once again. And if you have any other questions, feel free to interact with the panelists separately. Thank you.
Nitin sir, for a nice moderation.
As we end this panel discussion, I thank all the panel members for such a scintillating discussion. We truly learned a lot and are truly honored that you gave us the chance to hear you all. Now we would like to invite Dr. Baljit sir to express a token of gratitude to our moderator, Dr. Nitin Upadhyay.
With this, we conclude our day 1 of panel discussion of HR Conclave 7.0. We thank all the panelists and chairperson placement, Dr. Jabir Ali, co-chairperson placements, Dr. Baljit Singh, and placement officer, Dr. Atanu Datta, for their guidance throughout in smooth conduct of the event. Now we will be having the cultural event starting from 7:30 p.m. So all students must report and be seated by 7:25 p.m. sharp. Okay. Thank you all.
Thank you so much for making it